You better be listening to Sleazoids or I must break you.
Yo. Did you pick up milk?
Do you see milk in the fridge?
No.
Then pick up the milk.
Wonderful. Thank you.
This is the first time I've done this. How does it go?
En purifiant votre ADN, vous avez déjà osé dans vos vies antérieures.
Hi. Hey. Tashi Duncan. She's gonna turn a whole family into millionaires. She'll have a fashion line, a foundation.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Sleazoids, the podcast where we go down the rabbit hole of 20th century genre fare from the most influential canon classics to the trashiest exploitation films we can get our hands on and invite you to tag along in helping us create a canon of sleaze. Each week is a double feature of Grindhouse style where we discuss two films loosely related by subject, genre, actor, filmmaker, or franchise. And at the end of each episode, along with our honorary Sleazoid, which you can become by subscribing on Patreon.
Next week, we are talking men turning into beasts. Join the sleaze.
That's right. We decide on all the official ratings and rankings for every film that we cover as well. Patreon subscribers also get an honor shout out and 2 bonus episodes every single month, which we are officially in our 7th year of the show. Of Crazy. Patreon episodes. I actually have lost count. It's like over 100 and maybe 80 bonus episodes at this point, as well as our bonus transmission series where we talk about new release genre films, which we're slowly approaching 60 of. So if you haven't made the jump yet, patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast, we'd recommend doing that. And speaking of which, we have a bunch of shout-outs to give this week. We had Andrew Lindbergh sign up at $5 a month, Michael K. Diller, Noah Daria, who signed up at the annual tier, got an entire year of the show at a little bit of a discounted rate monthly for doing that. We had Will Davis sign up, Alleged Beef, Dr. J. Maggio, who actually upgraded as well right after to the $10 a month tier and joined us for the monthly virtual screening that we do on the last Thursday of any given month. I'm sure we'll be doing something fun in the new year, January here. We also had Kesar sign up, Evan Troy Scholes, Riley James, Dan Hill, Daniel Plainview. It's a just D Plainview, but I'm assuming this guy is pretending to be Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood, who's joining us for the virtual screening. So I can't wait to see what his reaction is to that.
Happy to have
We
you.
also had Agent Deckard signed up at the annual tier, so thanks to Deckard. We had Catherine Woods sign up monthly. We had Jared Buller sign up, Kyle Samuel, Will Davis, Celia Cooper, Sarah Bissett, Chase Podusniak, Jordan Gottschall, James Green, JJ Henderson, Josh Connor Nidelek, Tyler McCormick, Jobel Herveg, Max Sloth, and Dallas and Celeste Willems Duke, who I'm guessing is like a couple. They signed up on a single account. They're getting a good two. That's a classic 2-for-1 deal
nice
right
move.
There.
Not even mad at that. Yeah, it's a good move.
Yeah. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for signing up. I hope you're all enjoying those bonus episodes. We appreciate that support.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's the one plug for the week. The other plug, as always, is Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you are listening on either of those platforms, and I can see the stats, I can see you right now listening on both those platforms, give us a good old rating or review over there. It helps us climb the ranks and find new listeners. And the last plug, as always, is merch. If you like the poster art that based out of Toronto horror artist Trevor Henderson did for our show, you can get that put on basically anything you guys can think of. And you freaks thought of a lot of stuff. You have bought notebooks, you have bought hoodies, you have bought coffee mugs, pillows. If you're interested in any of that, the link is in the description of this episode, as well as over at sleazoidspodcast.com. But that is it for the intro. Welcome back to another week. As always, I am your host, Josh Lewis, and joining me also, as always, is my co-host,
Jamie Miller. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome. I believe 2 weeks ago would have been the last time you folks over on the main feed would have heard from us, where we would have been wrapping up 2024 with the California Christmas genre-bending cult cinema of one Tom Eberhardt, who had two 1984 movies technically set over the Christmas holidays that had almost nothing to do with Christmas, but was a great excuse to actually talk about two good movies, which were Night of the Comet, which was his like pop rock B-movie mix of post-apocalyptic science fiction and zombie survival action and like a new wave teen girl hangout movie, just an excuse to have like 80s girls dancing around in the mall and, you know, shooting zombies and all that kind of stuff. And then we paired it with Soul Survivor, which was his more moody, high concept, slow burn science fiction horror film that essentially has the exact same log line as Final Destination, just not any of the crazy Rube Goldberg set piece murder set pieces, really.
Yeah. It has, I gotta say though, great like this droning sound design that really creates a lot of dread. It was some of my favorite sound design that I've seen in a more underrated film. And also the rule for Christmas movies we have established is just as long as there's like some Christmas lights in the background at a certain point, it's a Christmas movie. You can watch it in December with your family. Absolutely.
Yep. Night of the Comet has a guy dressed up like Santa, like bringing gifts and stuff like that in one of the scenes.
Yep.
So it
Christmas
totally
movie.
counts. That's right. So if you haven't heard that episode, that was over on the main feed 2 weeks ago. Go back and check it out and go check out those movies if you haven't seen them. They were a lot of fun. But then last week over on the Patreon feed exclusively, we kicked off the new year over on the Patreon with a patron voted episode, because once every 2 months we have you guys, the patrons, nominate a bunch of double features, and then we put the most upvoted ones into a poll. And you guys wanted us to talk about white guys getting involved in cultural and geopolitical conflicts. We talked about John Carpenter's very humorous merging of all-American trucker cowboys and surreal Hong Kong martial arts fantasy movies with Big Trouble in Little China from 1986, and the pairing was Michael Mann's merging of the kind of old-fashioned frontier American historical epic Western kind of film with his very uniquely kind of tragic and impressionistic romanticism, almost of his crime movies, and that was Last of the Mohicans from 1992.
Oh, yeah. Big Trouble in Little China is just honestly nonstop nonsense, but the dedication to the craft and just the sense that he wants to entertain you throughout is unbelievable. Like John Carpenter just goes off in that and has so much fun. It's great. And yeah, the Mohicans, the score is, I've been listening to it since we were talking about it, and I can't get enough of it.
I'm getting hyped.
Nonstop. It's so good. Yeah, it makes me, every walk I take is a lot more epic and just like moody.
Yeah, just brooding Daniel Day-Lewis hair fucking whipping around.
I'm always hoping it's windy. It really goes well with it.
That's right. So if you haven't heard of that episode, again, patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast. That was last week's bonus episode. It was a fun way to kick off the new year with the episode you guys wanted to hear. And we're already over on the Patreon taking votes for the next round. So if you want to get involved and have your voice heard and maybe pick our next episode that we do, that's where you can go and do it. But moving on to this week, as always, when a year comes to an end, which it just recently did, we have moved on from 2024 and we are talking about 2025, but we have yet to put 2024 to bed. So Jamie and I shall be once again celebrating by taking a break on the main feed from the older movies for just 1 week and counting down over on the main feed our top favorite, best, whatever you want to call them, genre movies that came out over the course of the last 12 months. And as always, is going to be a very extended honorable mentions round that everyone seems to love. Some people, it's very funny. Sometimes it does get made fun of, the fact that almost half of our episode is us just being like, we would be remiss not to mention this movie. But then other people are like, that's literally the section I'm the most interested in, because that's where you name like the titles that, yeah, like it wasn't one of the top 10 best things that you saw, but it was like some foreign genre film I had literally never heard of that now I'm going to go check out. And maybe for that person, it is in their top 10, you know, our tastes differ.
and I find like in any top 10 or any top 15 kind of thing, it feels like there is at least, you know, 4 to 5 movies that get on most people's lists. And I do think those honorary mentions are great for just finding those overlooked movies that almost nobody's talking about, or basically overlooked or underrated. So yeah,
exactly.
It's great for the watch list adding.
It's where we get to talk about the weird stuff that like maybe wasn't the best, but still deserves to be mentioned, still deserves to be heard. It's the reason we have that section. It's kind of an essential part of the spirit of this episode that we've been doing for a long time now. But yeah, last year we did almost do it for 2 hours of the episode, despite saying that we were going to try to not do that, and we still just did it. So once again, I'm just not even going to say it. I'm not going to say that we're going to try and tone it down, or it's going to be shorter or whatever, because every year it just progressively gets longer and longer because we want to mention more movies, more stuff. But you know, we're going to be more exhausted by the time we hit number 1. We're not going to have our voices anymore. It's part of the spirit of this episode at this point now.
Yeah, and this year, me and Josh both went to TIFF, and usually it's just Josh. So this was the first year I got to do it. So there was just way more movies on my list this time, and so I had to rummage through quite a bit more, and it is what it is. But you know, that also means that we're going to overlap and stuff. So we'll see if we break the record or not. But again, no promises. We're not delivering any promises this year. It's just going to be chaos if it's chaos. All right.
As it always is. But for anyone who is listening for the first time, because we do have a number of people. We actually have a number of people who tell us that this is sometimes the first episode of the show they've ever listened to, and it's how they discover us. It's so funny. This episode is coming a little bit later than usual. We did get to the point where we were doing it like the last week of December for a little while, but it started cutting so further back each year into December that this year they were like, okay, we need to make it the first main feed episode of January, because we would be recording it on like Christmas in order to have made the episode this year. Yeah. So it just wasn't possible. And also it gave us more time to catch up on some stuff and watch some more movies that maybe could have made the list. But us not putting it out in its usual spot, I literally had like 10 to 20 people reach out to us on the Instagram or on the Twitter or in the Discord being like, are you guys still doing that episode? Like, it's like my favorite episode.
My watch list is bare. What is this?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I do know how important this episode is to people, but welcome if you're a first time listener. Welcome if this is the only episode you listen to of the year. Yeah. I'm going to go through
with top 10s. Welcome.
That's right. I'm going to go through the usual spiel here at the beginning. Same as last year, wanted to mention bonus transmissions for anyone who was like, hey, I really liked hearing them talk about that film, but they literally talked about it for 3 minutes. What the hell? We also do a bonus transmission series over on the Patreon where, you know, usually about once a month, sometimes a little bit more if it's a chaotic month and Jamie and I are very motivated to watch new stuff. We do talk about new release genre movies that are either just in theaters or just came to rental or just came to streaming. And we do talk about the movies for longer, usually anywhere between like 15 minutes to, if we really liked the movie, we've talked for an hour or over an hour on the bonus transmission about stuff. So if there's, you know, for any patrons out there, a lot of the titles on this list will be familiar to you because many of them are stuff we've either covered throughout the year on the Patreon. Though, as always, there is sure to be a couple surprises and stuff that we just didn't end up being able to cover on the bonus transmissions and everything like that. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited to talk about those. But for anyone who is just listening to the show for the first time and is like, hey, I would have loved to have heard them talk more about that movie, go over to the Patreon, search the title. It's very possible we already have, and we've already talked it for longer, half-hour-long discussions that we definitely cannot be doing today, just based on the sheer number of movies we're going to be mentioning.
Yeah, we were doing the math earlier, and we got to keep these short as possible, but we tend to digress a lot.
Yeah. And speaking of which, also spoilers. something
Yes,
that's always worth
possible.
keeping in mind. Jamie and I watch so much stuff throughout the year. This is a very spoiler heavy show. Typically, we do try to avoid spoilers on this particular episode, usually because we know that there are going to be a lot of people hearing about these movies for the first time. Especially, mostly the underseen stuff and the honorable mention stuff. I'm sure people have seen Dune or whatever, but it's fine. But Jamie and I are used to not caring about spoilers on the main show at all, and we firmly do believe that sometimes you need to get into details to properly explain why a movie works or why you like it. So it's always possible that a spoiler leaks out. Just an upfront warning. We do try our best to avoid them and not say literally what the ending of a movie is while we're just trying to pitch it to you. Yeah. But, slight warning, that you might hear a little bit more than, depending on how spoiler phobic you are. And what is the last thing? Oh yeah. For anyone who is legitimately listening for the first time, the way that it works this episode is Jamie and I are going to go back and forth, each listing out an honorable mention or maybe possibly two, as we usually hit a point where we go, oh, we need to go a little bit faster and just start naming more movies. So we're going to do that first. And then from there, we are going to break our list down into our actual individual ranked numbered segments where we're going to go back and forth doing that as well. And those are going to be the movies that officially made the list. And the same as last year, because we enjoyed kind of doing it last year, we did upgrade actually from doing a top 10 to now doing a top 15. Which at the time we were like, I don't think it's really going to make the episode longer because we would probably have talked about the numbers 15 through 11 anyway. They just would have been the high up honorable mentions. But we did like the fact that our official list that we were able to post and share with people was able to get a little more diverse entries going, and to have some difference in taste occurring between Jamie and I, because sometimes when we narrow it to a top 10, our top 5, sometimes they can be pretty similar, but our number 12s were dude, I didn't even put that on my list, and it was fun. Last year we definitely ended up with, I think we ended up naming a total of 23 movies, whereas previous years we ended up naming a total of 12 or 13, which was crazy amounts of overlap. So to have some more fun with the official list, we are expanding it once again to a top 15. Yeah.
We tend to have similar taste, but it's where we order them, where our place kind of changes.
Yeah. What ends up sort of attracting us for rewatches and whatnot. And as always, we take a vibes-based approach to what is a genre movie. This is our show. Fuck you. Right. I think that's the last note,
if
as always.
There's a gun in it, genre movie. Oh, man.
Yeah. So, I think that is most of what we say. We might actually be able to jump into it here with a little bit more speed than usual. The last thing that I wanted to do before we jump into honorable mentions is actually a segment that Jamie's actually going to have more fun with this year, because normally he doesn't go to the Toronto International Film Festival and have movies that he needs to hold on to. But saving for 2025, these are the movies that Jamie and I were both able to see early before they got distribution deals, and they have yet to actually come out for anyone to see, depending on where you live, broadly. So I don't know which ones you have, Jamie. I know that we both have The Life of Chuck, right?
Yeah, The Life of Chuck, directed by Mike Flanagan. Which we were both really shocked by when we saw it at TIFF, because we both kind of went for the morning press screening, and we were like, I don't know about this one. Mike Flanagan's getting a little bit corny, and I was like, do I really need another Stephen King thing? And it was the guy who stars as Loki is in it, and I was definitely I went in being I think this is one I'm not gonna love, to be honest. And I was totally won over by because I had never read this novella either that Stephen King did about this reverse chronological tale of an accountant, and the whole book is kind of this reverse sort of strange sensory memory apocalypse basically happening in the mind of a dying man. It's really, really cool. Yeah, and it's funny to say that it's like about the someone dying and you're kind of in their like death dream or something like that. But it is actually one of the most life affirming, hopeful movies that I've seen in a long time, and you really buy into it. And like I was walking out of the theater just completely happy and like ready to go for the day. So
yeah, there's like a Gene Kelly like dance sequence in the movie. There's like it has a lot of fun stuff. So that didn't unfortunately come out, despite actually winning the People's Choice Award at TIFF and getting bought, I think, by Neon. And I thought maybe they might turn it around a little more quickly than they did, maybe capitalize on some of that buzz that it was getting, but they did not. And so they will presumably be releasing that sometime in 2025. And I actually only have one other one, so I'll say my other one and then I'll see which ones Jamie's had. My other one actually is the new David Cronenberg film, The Shrouds, which I'm including here because I actually didn't get a chance to rewatch it, and I really wanted to get a chance to rewatch it before I figured out so I'm actually kind of glad maybe that I didn't have to put it on the list this year, because I definitely had a bit of an odd experience with it, where it was a little less genre-y in the way that something like Crimes of the Future was, where that was like remixing so many elements of like Existence and Dead Ringers and even Crash a little bit. And this one was a much more sad and personal and like more low key and kind of comically conspiratorial drama movie that I don't even know how to fully describe to anyone, other than the fact that basically at the Q&A, Cronenberg mentioned that there was like my wife passed away, and there was no book on that I read about grief that prepared me for the loss of a decades-long partner, and that it wasn't just like an emotional or psychological or spiritual one. It was also like a tangible loss. Like I had a sexual relationship with my wife, and I felt connected with her, in his way that he likes to talk about it, like with the body in kind of a way, and it felt like being surgically removed from his wife in a way. And he created this story where Vincent Cassel basically plays him in like a fictionalized version of him, who operates like a high-tech camera cemetery where you can like literally view your loved one's rotting corpse from like an app. It's and it ends up getting into like this crazy like tech bro geopolitical conspiratorial like paranoia element to it. It is such a bizarre, funny, horny, creepy movie in a way. And I did not unfortunately know entirely how to engage with it in the middle of the film festival setting in the most uncomfortable seat of my life. So I'm very excited to get another chance to watch it in 2025 when it actually comes out. But for you, Jamie.
Yeah. Funny, horny, creepy definitely just explains Cronenberg in a way. So that's perfect right there. I would recommend it as well, especially for the Cronenberg heads. It's a little strange, but it's good. My next one is Else. It's a French film directed by, I hope I get this right, it's a Thibault Emen, and it's basically a body horror kind of romance film where everything that like all of the objects around you are starting to meld into your body. So there's sequences where if you sit too long in a chair, it'll start to kind of take your form and you'll attach yourself to it. So things like sleep become a big deal, because if you're in the place for 8 hours, then you're attaching yourself to the bed. And there's a bunch of sequences where people are trying to, get out of those situations. And it's pretty wild. And then it turns into this real abstract kind of alien thing that's I thought fantastic. So I'd highly recommend it. I don't know about the distribution right now. I saw it at TIFF, but hopefully it gets a digital release of some kind next year or this year. Else.
Hell yeah. Do you have any more? Because I'm done.
Oh, yeah. The other one is Friendship, directed by Andrew DeYoung.
Friendship. I should have put Friendship on there, too. Yeah, Friendship, absolutely. Got bought by A24, so that is for sure coming next year.
Yes.
Or this year.
And I think everyone's going to love it. I mean, if you're a fan of Paul Rudd, Tim Robinson, especially Tim Robinson's show, I Think You Should Leave. I think that's what it's called. It has a very similar kind of very ridiculous, over-the-top humor, very it's crude and it's strange, and it kind of makes you uncomfortable. So it's that type of humor if you like it. I personally love it. Me and my brothers and my friends love it. So I'm really looking forward to bringing them to the theater to watch this one. I think it's just going to be probably close to comedy of the year. That would be my guess.
It has literally quite possibly the funniest drug trip sequence I've ever seen in a movie.
And I'm definitely not going to spoil it.
I will not be spoiling what it is.
Completely subversive, and I especially to the genre that it's in, and I think it's fantastic. So yeah, look out for it. If you're a fan of Tim Robinson or Paul Rudd's comedy, you're going to love it.
Yeah, these are all movies that likely would have either been in honorable mentions or even on the list if they had actually come out this year. So we'll be holding on to those, putting them in our back pocket, maybe talking about them again on next year's episode. And then the last thing I like to mention, and I won't even give my full reviews on these things, the movies I disqualified on the basis of I could not find an argument that they were genre enough. So the three movies for me: Luca Guadagnino's William S. Burroughs adaptation Queer, starring Daniel Craig, which is fantastic, and it was definitely one of my favorite movies that I saw this year, but I'm not putting it on the list. Brady Corbet's 3.5 hour long Holocaust survivor epic, The Brutalist.
Yep.
Also not on the list.
Yep.
Fantastic movie, though. And also our good pal Paul Schrader with Oh Canada, which the first year he's slowly shed the genre component of since First Reformed. It's just gotten like less and less genre. Like the card counter had like, you know, maybe the best argument because it at least had a little bit of that like tense thriller quality. Master Gardener, it technically in the log line, I see how that's a crime movie, but he started to shed it once again. And then with Oh Canada, he literally just shed it entirely. And it is just flatly a drama, but it is also fantastic. So yeah, those are the movies I all have positive reviews for. You can find over on Letterboxd, but they were too prestige drama for me to fulfill the genre component, and thus were disqualified for me. But yeah, I think we should do it. We should jump into the honorable mentions here. And because usually I just jump in and go first, I think this year we're going to switch it up. Jamie, why don't you hit us with your first honorable mention?
Sure. My first honorable mention is The Last Stop in Yuma County, directed by Francis Galuppi. It's starring Jim Cummings.
He hits me with one I didn't even watch. Wow.
Yeah, this was, the reason I watched it right away was because of Jim Cummings. I really think he's very funny as this kind of like bumbling idiot leading man. He has the look of a leading man, but he's not afraid to kind of use his lankiness and physicality as something to constantly laugh at. This is very much kind of like a Coen's, misunderstanding everybody's trying to get a case of money kind of film. So it's very nihilistic and it's very funny. I'll just read the synopsis, then we can move on. But it's while awaiting the next fuel truck at a middle of a nowhere Arizona rest stop, a traveling young knife salesman is thrust into a high-stakes hostage situation by the arrival of two similarly stranded bank robbers with no qualms about using cruelty to protect their blood-stained, ill-gotten fortune. And it's very much a Coen Brothers spin. So I'd highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun.
Hell yeah, I'm going to have to check it out. My first honorable mention, I decided I wanted to go back and give everyone a quick reminder on what January is like. I picked The Beekeeper.
Hell yeah, me too.
David Ayer. I did not ever expect David Ayer to make this list ever again. Maybe he got a little bit of a bump from our pal Jason Statham, but
oh, definitely.
This was the exact kind of amusingly moronic January trash studio actioner that I just love to watch. It has that like tactical direct-to-video style, like brutality in some of the action sequences. It has a very welcome sense of humor about its ridiculous premise and lore, courtesy of the screenwriter Kurt Wimmer, who, if you look up his CV, you will understand why it is written the way that it is. It's fucking insane. And including, by the way, a nonstop barrage of bee-related dialogue and like puns and stuff, and characters being like, dude, he fucks with bees, or thank you for taking me in and all my bees. And Jason Statham literally plays like a former operative of like this clandestine organization known as the Beekeepers. And yes, he literally protects the hive, which is like protecting America. It is ridiculous. His name is Adam Clay. It goes through all of these like crazy top secret paramilitary conspiratorial elements, including going all the way to like getting revenge on like tech bros and like Josh Hutcherson is like the sort of fail son of the movie who runs like a boiler room style like crypto macho bro, like, sort of like schemes where he takes advantage of like elderly people. And like, that's what Jason Statham, what gets him back into the business. And he's just like, these guys are fucking with the system and I'm going to take over. And yeah, we covered that one super early on in the bonus transmissions, and it kind of stuck with me the whole time just because, maybe the amount of ownage wasn't quite where I wanted it to be in terms of an R-rated action movie, and some of the Jason Statham, I maybe could have used a couple more actual fight scenes with him. But as far as him being essentially a sadistic slasher villain who just exclusively haunts and kills like predatory tech bros and like mercenary arms of the American deep state, and ends up, I kid you not, going all the way to the top, which is to essentially like the tech bro is like the fucking the son of like a Hillary Clinton type. It is awesome. Fucking crazy and a blast. So I wanted to take us all the way back to January Trash to kick us off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't take itself seriously, and really the interactions are what's so fun about that movie. A lot aside from the action. So yeah, it's fun stuff. This one's kind of a similar kind of dumb action movie called One More Shot. We did cover, I believe, One Shot last year. It's directed by James Nunn, starring our boy Scott Adkins. You also have Michael J. White and Tom Berenger, which is just awesome that you get those classic action heroes back in the saddle. So yeah, it's awesome. It's basically, the gimmick is it's filmed in like a supposed one shot, so it does kind of have that digital stitching. It is fairly smooth the way that they do it. It is a gimmick, so it's just something you kind of buy into. But what's great is that it does leave a lot of room for filmed action between Scott Adkins and whoever the hell he's kicking the ass of. It's also fairly mean-spirited, which I always like in my direct-to-video action movies. So, recommend.
Yeah, and it had that like Die Hard 2, like I'm set in a like entirely in an airport situation. It had some like Metal Gear Solid style set pieces. Also, just calling it One More Shot is great.
Yeah, and I am looking forward to if another one is just called like Another Shot again or something. It's just I want them to make 6 of these and have to make different variations. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. The next one for me here was a movie that I kind of watched on a whim. I don't even remember when it came out, but it's called Blackout. And it's directed by the indie New York-based filmmaker Larry Fessenden, who was actually someone I think we might have covered on the main feed for the first time just last year. We did his movie called Wendigo from 2001, which is great. And he had a brand new movie that had, I think it premiered at like the genre film festivals in like 2023, finally just came out theatrically and sometime in like March or April of 2024, and it was a very fun combination of his usual style of doing these like tender character driven sort of like indie drama, like made on very clearly like a low budget, but mixing it with kind of old school unnerving sort of like monster movie horror, which is similar to what he did in Wendigo, but in this case he is straight up doing like his own version of something like The Wolfman, which you will be able to see someone literally remaking The Wolfman, but this is like the Larry Fessenden version that clearly didn't have a lot of money, but he put a lot of thought into the sort of the emotional component of The Wolfman. It actually stars William Hurt's son, Alex Hurt, cool. as the guy who he's kind of like a drunken and depressed artist who eventually gets infected and turns into the hairy grizzly, slasher killer wolf and everything like that. But yeah, it ended up being also just like kind of like a small portrait of a kind of a small town and the kind of collateral damage that he does to it and all of that as well. So I would definitely recommend that one.
Awesome. My next one is Land of Bad, directed by William Eubank. It stars Liam Hemsworth, Russell Crowe, and Luke Hemsworth. It's essentially Russell Crowe plays a drone operator that is overlooking a rescue mission between Hemsworth and the other Hemsworth. There's a ton of just fun military, stupid macho back and forth between the communication from the drone operators and the people on the grounds. And it's actually really well filmed when it comes to the like super high octane action stuff, because there's so many practical explosions. Even the digital stuff looks really good for the most part. So yeah, I'd highly recommend it. It's a very simple movie in the sense of, its themes and what it's saying about war and the American military complex and all that. But if you're just looking for a good like dad actioner, I think it'll do this.
Yeah.
It'll do
and if you want just like drone warfare, like Black Hawk Down, but Russell Crowe's the guy operating the drone and like crushing Monster Energy drinks, and just,
Exactly.
there's a trashy component in there as well. That was a blast. Even though that ended up getting, I remember that movie got pretty gruesome. I feel like I remembered the like weird like torture dungeon almost like finale of that one, and the kind of bureaucratic horror of what are these, how are we going to get these guys out of there, and it was better than I thought it would be, especially when you get into that almost like Tom Clancy like Rambo kind of tactical violence that it was doing. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my next one is Love Lies Bleeding, which I would believe was one that we did on the bonus transmission as well, and which I actually kind of wanted to get a chance to revisit this one as well, and didn't quite get to. But it was directed by Rose Glass, who I believe made the honorable mentions maybe a few years ago as well for Saint Maud, which was one that I liked, but I didn't quite love, and I did think that this was an improvement on Saint Maud because it felt like it really had its own genuine weirdo kind of punk identity. And I felt that like Saint Maud really did feel like it was like, I'm trying to be like an A24 art horror movie, and you could have slotted it in alongside many of the other ones that kind of fit that character category, whereas Love Lies Bleeding was like unique. And I have thought about some of the specific ways that it kind of does the white trash like neo-noir and ends up expanding into like this like grisly bodybuilder horror thing that it kind of ends up going into, because it essentially takes like the stock dysfunctional sort of like crime family romance between Kristen Stewart and Katie O'Brien, who also gave a very good performance in the movie. Actually, such a good performance that Tom Cruise cast her in the next Mission Impossible movie. So you might check it out when you want to check it out just for that. But they have very good like chemistry with one another, and they kind of prove as this lesbian couple to just be very like kind of impulsive and like volatile. I know a lot of people compared it to the outlaw dynamic in like Bound by the Wachowski sisters. Oh, yeah. And they end up getting into like a Coen-esque crime situation with essentially Kristen Stewart's family, played by Ed Harris, who is in incredible costumes and wigs in that movie, and Dave Franco, who is like I think her brother. And I'm kind of just vaguely remembering this, but what I do remember is how disgusting it ended up getting, and how specific some of the reference points were. I remember some of the movies we talked about. It was like that Nick Cage movie with Dennis Hopper, Red Rock West. That kind of like small town neo-noir thing, but also the sequel to Pumping Iron, if anyone's seen it, Pumping Iron 2: The Women. That was another thing that I was thinking about while watching that movie. And Rose Glass just, I don't know, she has a bunch of influences that she takes, and including literally saying that like Shinya Tsukamoto inspired her and stuff like that. And when it gets into the grotesquely surreal, the bodily anxiety stuff, which it eventually does because one of the characters is a bodybuilder, and what she's doing to her body and how she uses it to do violence against characters is something the movie is very visually interested in, and getting to a crazy image that I won't spoil, but it shocked the fuck out of me when I watched the movie for the first time. It was quite a strange and sadistic and very unpredictably weird like horror noir movie that I've thought about a lot since we watched it early in the year. Yeah,
those surreal moments really expressive about like body dysmorphia and everything. I thought that those moments were highlights as well. My next one is and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that this still counts as this year, but you can tell me if we'll just skip past it. The Bike Riders, directed by Jeff Nichols.
Yes, absolutely. It's on mine as well.
Fantastic. Some of these release dates get a little wonky, so it's hard to tell sometimes. But yeah, The Bike Riders is starring Austin Butler, Jodie Comer, and Tom Hardy. It's essentially
funny voices off is what it is.
Yeah, definitely. Tom Hardy just loves any excuse to do some type of funny American accent, and I love it every time he does it. But I really love the way that they specifically use Austin Butler in this. He kind of plays this very cool, stoic biker character that's kind of the younger generation of the biker characters. And he seems to be just like almost the best at it, set in his ways, but very just almost born for the role. And as the film goes, that wall starts to break down slowly but surely. And it's actually kind of interesting how they just use his kind of good looks in a way, and you could almost say that he's giving off something that would be easy for an actor to do. But the way they kind of steer it, I think, is really important and quite good. And Tom Hardy kind of plays the older generation of the bikers, where he has a little bit more of a value system. He's less nihilistic. I mean, these guys are still doing crime and beating people up and everything and living by their own rules, but it's kind of about like this newer, more nihilistic generation coming into play and into the gangs and changing things. And Tom Hardy's character can't really keep up with it. So it's I found it to be really interesting and very well performed. So yeah.
Well, and it's based on like real source material too, because it was based on a photojournalist who like documented himself embedding himself within the regional subculture of the Chicago outlaw, like motorcyclists, and Jeff Nichols, who directed the movie, then kind of reworks it into like a kind of Scorsese inspired, like episodic, very needle drop heavy, just kind of snapshot of that period and these characters kind of hanging out, which he uses as like then, he's observing this kind of brand of old school performative, like tough guy masculine. Like at one point, Tom Hardy literally like watches like what's that Brando biker movie he watched, and he literally starts quoting it and being like, I'm going to use that as part of my,
right.
And
he's bringing Hollywood into the culture itself. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's an American freedom outlaw kind of idea where it's a gateway to these guys are going to brood, they're going to race, they're going to wear the greaser fits, they're going to hang out in the dingy bars and get into brawls and
the representation
all that kind of stuff.
Of true masculinity and freedom, essentially. And it is funny to get it from a Brando film. I did miss that.
Yeah,
part.
but then Butler is used in that kind of like Dean way, that like James Dean of like, we are, he's kind of like the prettier one, the more mysterious one, and he's someone who's attracted to that, but like this is very clearly an outmoded thing and it's not going to exist for a long time. And over the course of the movie, you kind of just see them accumulate angry, violent kids, and they start losing friends to the lifestyle, and they end up being like, we got to kind of maybe maybe the dudes rock a little bit less than we thought they did, and this kind of sucks a little bit.
Exactly. Maybe this is way sadder than we thought. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but yeah, that was a good one. That's on my list for sure as well. My next one I think I'm gonna do here is, do you know what? Yeah, Cuckoo. Directed by Tillman Singer. I wanted to throw this one on here because I kind of went and watched it on a whim. Jamie and I think his first movie, Luz or Lose from 2018. I don't remember if it made I think it might have even made the top 10 when we, on our very first year of ever doing the show. And he's I believe a German filmmaker, right? I think he's Berlin. So he's a German filmmaker, and Luz was his like thesis film while he was at like the Berlin University or whatever, and it was like a really cool like 16 millimeter like possession movie. Essentially, it was only 70 minutes long, but really moody, really stylistic. This guy really has studied the old like Euro slow burn, horror stylists of that era. And it took him until this year, 2024, to finally get his English language debut off the ground, which is very much a sort of like family goes into like the German Alps to go to some sort of like medical facility, and the lead teenage girl is played by Hunter Schafer, and the creepy German mad scientist who runs it is played by Dan Stevens. And they basically get into like this extended, very surreal cat and mouse of like what is happening here, and it goes into these very Argento-y and De Palma style like set pieces essentially on, is she being chased around by like weird supernatural monsters or ghosts around the facility, or is there a sort of larger conspiracy where they are entrapping people and, you know, maybe taking advantage of her family, and the exact details of which I won't say, but
yeah,
the and honestly they're not the most like unpredictable. You could probably you could probably guess most of them. I think the real thing that I liked about the movie was actually less the plot and less the kind of sentimental sort of like family component of the movie than it just was the sheer atmosphere and the sheer visual and sonic control that this Tillman Singer guy has, because there were sequences that reminded me of things like Dress to Kill, or reminded me of not even Suspiria, but like the weirder ones like Inferno or like Phenomena, like that. That's the kind of Argento mode he's in. So if you like that kind of stuff, Cuckoo was, I think, the closest thing we got to it this year.
Yeah, it's the type of Argento where a dog chases somebody for 10 minutes and you're just like, what is this sequence? This is wild.
the Tenebrae.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Cuckoo was great. I also like that one. I'm going to go with Rumors, directed by Guy Madden,
Let's go.
Galen Johnson, and Evan Johnson. This was one.
Is this our first Canadian one?
I think it might be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
There you go.
But this one is a comedy, pretty much a straightforward, not straightforward comedy, but just in the sense of its tone, it's purely trying to make you laugh. But it also wrestles with like zombies and kind of like a fantasy, Lost in the Woods type of atmosphere. It's very strange, but essentially the world leaders go to the annual G7 summit and just kind of get lost in the woods and have to go through these different like analogies and metaphors and everything like that. Specifically, Kate Blanchett, Roy Dupuis, Charles Dance is in it, Takehiro Hira, if I got that correctly. They play the leaders, specifically Roy Dupuis as the Canadian Prime Minister, Maxime Laplace, is absolutely hilarious. He plays like a almost rugged macho, but wearing a man bun, peacekeeping feminist type of leader.
Yeah.
And he's
literally like
Kate
Hallmark
Blanchett the whole time.
handsome liberal prime minister kind of shit.
And it's so funny how charming they make him, and just like almost overly romance novel-esque heroism at certain points, but also still undermining him in the correct moments. And the film does a great job. We got to listen to a Q&A after at TIFF, and their direction was anytime they felt that they were getting too political or making any type of real point, they would steer in the opposite direction. So the thing constantly feels like it's subverting itself, and it's very funny, and I'd recommend it if you're in for something silly.
Oh yeah, the bog zombies, the giant glowing brains. There's stuff in that movie that you literally cannot believe that you're watching, and we were definitely having a great time, especially considering that it's like by the legendary Guy Madden, who does like so many bizarre, surrealist, like silent era sort of pastiches, and technically this is like his most conventional and accessible movies because it has big name actors and he's technically doing like political satire, but despite that, it is an exceptionally strange movie that's almost impossible to describe.
Yeah, you really do have to see it.
So yeah, that was also on my list as well. That is a very good movie. The next one for me that I'm gonna do, I'm looking at my list here. I should have had it a little bit more set up here. I think I'm gonna throw in one of the three on my list, and I don't know how many of these made yours. Actors turned directors. We had 3 of them this year that I liked, and there might have been more that I didn't like. I didn't even think about including them on the list because they didn't like them. But there were 3 that surprised me, and maybe to knock this out of the way to see how many Jamie has as well. I put Blink Twice by Zoe Kravitz on mine.
Okay.
Monkey Man by Dev Patel.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And Woman of the Hour by Anna Kendrick. Did you have Monkey Man?
I did have Monkey Man. I wanted to see Woman of the Hour, but I didn't get around to it. Some of my friends were just talking to me about it randomly the other day. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I liked all 3 of these. I thought that Zoe Kravitz, who was doing a very a premise I thought could have gone super, super wrong, which was essentially tech bro Epstein Island, like Get Out. It's a very unpleasant concept for a thriller. I think that she just followed through on it like pretty competently, and she does deliberately try to navigate the really dark tonal landmines of that premise. And she makes the transition, I thought, honestly, from acting to directing in ways that I didn't fully expect. She has a good eye. It looks great. It's a very lush, like oversaturated, like Instagram influencer vacation horror kind of look to it. It kind of has some trippy and some uncanny elements to it. And when it gets into the horror imagery, it gets very, very disturbing. The only reason I didn't quite love it is I think it maybe has the worst ending to any movie that I liked that I watched.
Yeah, I will say.
The ending, it's literally like about 15 seconds long, and it nearly made me go, did that movie fucking suck?
It's like,
I
what are you
won't spoil exactly
now?
what it is, but bad instincts in terms of scripting your final scene, but otherwise very cool debut. But maybe if you want to take on Monkey Man.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I agreed with Blink Twice in a sense. For me, I didn't love the script, but I do think it looks really good. And I do think that she has an eye, and I would be really interested in seeing other stuff she does.
Also, casting Channing Tatum, who was her fiance at the time, in the evil role that she does, and then breaking up with him is crazy. Just throwing that in there.
It's wild. Very, very funny. But yeah, Monkey Man is directed by Dev Patel, of course, and he plays kind of it's like a Fight Club revenge film. He plays a man that he kind of dresses up in a gorilla mask and gets paid to fight and essentially lose fights. And he has this whole revenge story that's included with his family, and so he's kind of training and getting better and fighting through the slums of India in order to get to the high CEO level of the organization and kill him. So it's kind of, it has that John Wick-esque quality to it where you're going through these locations and they have these long shots, and it has mostly wide frame shooting when it comes to the to the fighting. So it is very heavily stylized, and it is cool to see Dev Patel actually take on that action role and get into the physicality. And it seems like he's doing not all the stunts, of course, but a lot of the fighting. And it is impressive to see that transformation. So yeah, if you're into fighting movies, I can't see why this would fail you. It's pretty much nonstop in that.
Yeah, that was what I liked about it the most too, was just that like Patel really did train for it and he really went for it. And it makes a couple maybe like shaggy first time directing mistakes with some of the sort of erratic camera work and some of the frantic cutting and like some of that kind of stuff. But that's like, those are technical kinks that you can like work out as a filmmaker. More important to me in that film was just like the energy and the passion that Patel was kind of showing by being like, I want to make a ferociously nasty movie. I want to get into close proximity like fights in these like dingy locales, and I want to, he'd even admitted that like Bruce Lee was one of the guys who like got him into acting, and so he throws a whole component where he's almost like training at like recovering at like a Shaw Brothers like temple and doing a training montage, and getting into the more philosophical elements of the animal spirit and the elemental rebirth and like all this kind of stuff, on top of doing just like a India set like John Wick underworld, like I'm gonna take everybody down kind of stuff. And also I think he mentioned too that like Korean revenge sagas and like those those kinds of movies also really influenced him as well. And it's cool always when a first-time director is very clearly getting their passions on the screen for the first time, and it shows like that. So
yeah, it's that kind of film where like a dude is getting a dirty nail through the face during a fight, and in the background there's a prostitute having sex with a gentleman. You know what I mean? It's got that kind of mean-spirited crudeness to it and everything. So I gotta respect him for that.
Yeah, but Woman of the Hour as well, I was impressed by it because it kind of sounded to me like the kind of stuff you see on Netflix all the time. It's like the true crime reenactment stuff that like every coworker tries to talk to you about, and you're just like, I didn't watch that.
You can do that to me right
Woman
now.
of the Yeah, so I mean, Anna Kendrick, like it was definitely like a step above that, and I think it was maybe just because it was like bought by Netflix that I got that impression of it. But like, no, there was like both in front of and behind the camera. There's more of interest here. I thought like actually the way that the screenwriter like took on this like this real case of Rodney Alcala, who went on like a decades long like rape and murder spree essentially, and then obviously did the sort of bizarre stranger than fiction thing of like going on that show The Dating Game, and like you can watch it on YouTube. You can go and find his episode of The Dating Game where he's just there being like, I'm a normal guy, and you're like, oh, that guy like raped and killed a bunch of people. So it's a really crazy like story, and I thought that they did a pretty good job of like narrowing down what it was that they were going to focus on, because the central perspective and idea around this sort of bizarre like real life appearance he does on this like tacky dating show, it gave them the idea of like the performed gender roles of the 1970s. So like, you know, the women kind of have to behave in a certain way and the men talk in a certain way, and sort of some of his attitudes that he resulted in him committing murders are actually kind of a little bit acceptable in the framework of this show, which is something interesting that they kind of address. And Kendrick, hugely to her credit, because I went into this being like, Anna Kendrick in the 1970s. It's just she's a modern actress to me. I was like, I don't even know if I could believe her in like a period story or something like that. Something about the fact that just the way that she delivers dialogue, the way that she has that kind of like quippy kind of I was like, yeah, no one talked like that in the 1970s. But when she actually is forced. When she is forced to actually like play dumb and like put on the fake bubbly performance of like, I'm a modern 70s woman just looking for a date and all that, she really nails it. And she cast this guy Daniel Savato, who I think was in It Follows. I hadn't seen him in anything since It Follows, and he plays the killer. And yeah, he is rancid and menacing, and the way that they do it through simple like conversations of there's a sequence in it that reminded me of that basement sequence in Zodiac. That's the kind of atmosphere it's trying to capture, where those two characters are talking to each other, and she's just like, am I safe? Am I like, I'm picking up on just the vibes of what this guy is projecting towards me and stuff like that. And so yeah, it's obviously not David Fincher, but you know, as far as someone aspiring to recreate like a 70s true crime case like this and do it in kind of that subtle, off-putting, you know, really dark way like that, I thought she did a pretty good job for her first time directing.
Hell yeah. I'm going to definitely check that out. Rebel Ridge is my next one, directed by Jeremy Saulnier. Starring Aaron Pierre, who will, I hope, become an action star or a star of some kind. Those eyes are intoxicating, my friend.
He's fantastic, and he can
he's
fight.
Awesome. Yeah, he's amazing. The short synopsis is: former Marine confronts corruption in a small town when local law enforcement unjustly seizes the bag of cash he needs to post his cousin's bail. He turns out to be this like jiu-jitsu ground level master when it comes to fighting, and because he's trying not to kill any of the cops, because he's trying to just get the bail money to release his cousin and not go to jail himself, he's trying to just knock them out or make them just immobile. So all of the stuff is like groundwork and disengaging and taking away guns and pulling them apart. It's fantastic to watch, and Saulnier just gets up close and personal when it comes to all of the detail when he's doing all of those moves. You see like every single moment of him disassembling a gun, and I loved it anytime that the action revs up. And for the most part, it does really keep a great momentum. I did remember thinking there's a couple things I feel like it could have sped along, just given what we already know about the plot. It is very basic, but when it gets into the action stuff, I think it's unbelievably good. But probably my favorite film of his since Green Room, unless I'm misremembering. But
you're not. I think the only thing he made in between that was Hold the Dark, which I did not care for, to be honest.
Oh right, and I didn't even see that one. So yeah, and I would recommend Rebel Ridge and Green Room too if you haven't seen Green Room. But that's from 2015. But yeah.
Yeah,
Rebel
no,
Ridge.
Green Room is awesome and was part of the reason I was interested in him doing what essentially is like Rambo civil forfeiture.
Yeah,
which is
absolutely
a very funny idea for a movie. And yeah, it does dip a little bit, I think, when it tries to get into the conspiracy exposition on what it is that the corrupt cops and like the Don Johnson sheriff are actually up to and like how it all works. And he is trying to kind of like explain how fucked up civil forfeiture is, which is cool. I think it's cool that he's organized a movie around kind of explaining to you that this is a very unjust law that the United States has. And doing it through like a guy just fucking kicking ass, but specifically through non-lethal takedowns because he is a former military guy and doesn't want to kill cops.
As soon as it ended, it made me want to go and just search movies where that's how an action hero primarily gets rid of people, because I loved it.
It makes him have to get so creative. He can't just knife a guy in the throat. He can't just strangle someone. It's like he needs to figure out like, how do I knock this guy unconscious? How do I use my environment? And yeah, it definitely made it like more fun and creative to watch.
Yeah, and I find it to be much more intimidating in this strange way too. It's almost like I could have knocked you out or killed, like I could have killed you, but instead I'm
fighting you with an arm tied behind my back, and I'm still taking you down.
Exactly. So yeah, it's really entertaining.
Yeah, that was on my list as well. That was a fantastic one. The next one for me, I think I'm going to throw in one of the bigger movies because we haven't thrown in too many like of the mainstream multiplex stuff yet. I'm going to throw in Twisters, which I was surprised
me too.
to like as much as I did. I basically liked it just as much, maybe even if not even a little bit more than the first one a little bit. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch. I definitely like them at least equally, I think. And as far as like someone making a sequel to one of the most like famous threadbare commercial excuses for like a dumb fun summer event movie ever, where like Steven Spielberg was like, hey, can you guys do like computer storms? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, okay, write a movie.
Let's go.
That's literally how that movie got made, and it was a VFX spectacle like showcase and all of that. So as far as like you're making a sequel to that, I thought that the director, I think writer and director as well, Lee Isaac Chung, who was coming off of doing like that drama movie Minari, which was pretty good too, but I was I wasn't convinced of like why would he be interested in doing this. And in fact, he actually did write real characters and real drama for some of those characters to have, and honestly made his passion for storm chasing a little bit more legible. When we covered the original Twister on the podcast, we were a little bit like, I don't really know why they're so horny for storms and what it is actually that they want to do to stop them, because they don't really have much of they're just kind of trying to diagnose them. It seems like in this movie they actually come up with like this science fiction purpose for they're actually going to reverse storms and actually stop damages and stuff like that. Shout out to Glenn Powell and Daisy Edgar Jones, who I thought had a lot of great chemistry with one another and kind of made the whole movie they humanized it and made it a little bit more romantic while you're watching all of the obvious Spielbergian style sort of like CG set pieces circa like Jurassic Park and War of the Worlds seemed kind of like the reference points they were making for in this movie.
Yeah. And I got to say, Glenn Powell is a star, an absolute star. I think he's amazing. He's so funny. I was actually just going to mention a movie as well with him in it, Hitman, directed by Richard Linklater.
Oh, yeah.
And this is with Glenn Powell and Adria Arjona. Basically, it's the synopsis is a mild-mannered professor moonlighting as a fake hitman in police stings ignites a chain reaction of trouble when he falls for a potential client. So basically, it's just Glenn Powell in a bunch of disguises while also wooing Adria Arjona, and it's just very entertaining. It's very strangely like lighthearted for what it is dealing with at certain times, and even kind of has a what I would say is subversive and kind of mean ending in a sense, or at least a darker ending than I was anticipating, given the characters that we get to know and love. So yeah, it's directed by Richard Linklater. Hitman, would highly recommend.
Richard Linklater, the god. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything because we might hear about it from me a little bit later.
Hell yeah.
For me, next one I'm going to throw in the honorable mention is actually one I was a little surprised to throw in, Heretic.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Directed by Scott Beck and Brian Woods, who are the guys who got quite famous for writing the screenplay for A Quiet Place and have since been kind of like have had carte blanche to kind of actually explore the various horror and science fiction and kind of thriller things that they have been interested in ever since they were young, sort of passionate film students, just, making films for their friends. And this was the first time I felt like their personal side, I feel like, finally came out, because they did a version of the Boogeyman. They did that dinosaurs fighting Adam Driver with laser guns 65 movie, and I felt like they were constantly like coming up with like spec scripts for other people, and Heretic was the first time I felt like I got a sense of like what these guys' actual interests are, and that they grew up kind of religious and they wanted to incorporate this kind of ideological and philosophical debate about this belief as control system, and they were like, how can we turn that into a thriller, basically about these two Mormon girls played by Sophie Thatcher and Chloe East, who are going and trying to spread the word of the good Book of Mormon, and they knock on Hugh Grant's door, and Hugh Grant, in one of the most sort of just like deliciously sadistic and strange performances he's ever gotten the opportunity to give, plays a guy who is like a Richard Dawkins level in like just like annoying atheist guy who really wants to disprove that everything about your life is wrong. But imagine if he took it to the extreme of like, I'm going to put you through some actual sadistic like torture games like Jigsaw would or something like that. That's essentially what his character is. And he essentially traps the two Mormon missionaries in the house. And it turns into this religious debate between the two where he's essentially trying to own them with facts and logic. And then basically it gets really, really strange and surreal from there when he actually starts sending them further and further into his dungeon in the series of tests, horror movie tests he puts them through.
Yeah, and then it's kind of is it really happening to them or not? Are these seemingly supernatural things occurring, or is it all part of his test? It's interesting, and it has moments of being kind of dumb, but that's part of the fun as well. I mean, I think you go into a premise like that knowing that you're not going to get like the deepest thesis on the subject matter, but it's I think it's really entertaining, and there's a lot of really slick direction in there too. That I won't spoil it for now. But yeah, so my next one is Mother's Instinct, directed by Benoit Delhomme. This is a really short 90-minute kind of suspense thriller. It's starring Anne Hathaway and Jessica Chastain. Essentially, they play housewives that have children, and one of the children ends up passing away, and there's kind of this distrust that grows between them, because it's almost seemingly like Anne Hathaway's character is trying to reform Jessica Chastain's son into her own family. But so then there's this kind of gaslighting situation of whether Jessica Chastain is being crazy about it or not. And it's just a really good vehicle for these two really good actresses to kind of just go back and forth. And I found it to be a lot of fun, and does get into some pretty dark places that I found pleasantly surprising. So,
hell yeah. I didn't see that one, but my next one is Aggro Drift, directed by Harmony Korine, because I can finally put it on the list. I wasn't able to put it on there.
Nice. I saw
last year. Yeah, well, because it had a weird, like, I don't even know if it had a theatrical. Harmony Korine is in his jokester huckster era, where he has started this new company called Edgelord. That is using it's using AI shit. He's making video games. He's being just an absolute troll prankster right now. And Aggro Drift was like the first project that he took on the film festival circuit when he was doing that. He's since released another one called Baby Invasion, which is a home invasion with like baby heads put on the guys with guns or something like that. That one didn't come to TIFF this year, but 2 years ago, Aggro Drift did come, and since then he like took it into like I think the theatrical release it got was like playing in like strip clubs in LA and stuff like that, like on the walls, and it did eventually come out digitally for people to watch at home. I believe I don't know where exactly, but it did come out. And yeah, it's an absolutely ridiculous movie that I was surprised to not quite love as much as I wanted to, because I love Harmony Korine. I love so much movies. Spring Breakers was literally like one of the movies that like got me into, made me who I am today in terms of constantly watching new movies and trying to chase that high of walking into another movie like that, not knowing what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And with Aggro Drift, he basically tells a very, very simple story of like a Miami like hitman who is hired to take on like his next target, and he essentially exists in like this glitchy like thermal photography tropical world that it doesn't really make much sense except for that Harmony. You could just imagine Corinne being like, oh, dude, based vibes, you know, that's like the whole, you sit there the whole movie, but he is being like knowingly fun about it. And going to the midnight screening in a packed theater for it was insane because yeah, it's not like quite the full blown like Man and Malik stuff he's doing in Spring Breakers. This is much more like the music video experimental qualities in that still feel like they're attached to a real movie.
Yeah.
This is like a purely ambient, vulgar trance type
Pure
experience
vibes.
where you just literally sit there and take it in. It's one of the longest 80-minute movies I've ever watched. And all of the dialogue is deliberately modeled after like Grand Theft Auto dialogue. So it's completely unnatural and insane. And yeah, you're literally just watching a hitman go around being like, I don't know, what's my girl up to? Oh, I'm going to go talk to this guy who's going to like pay me to do this thing. And I will say I've literally never seen anything else like it, which is why it's got to get put on the list. And I can't recommend you going and checking it out enough, even if you just want to experience it as pure like synthwave GTA Vice City cutscenes to study to. That kind of feels like what the movie is.
I'll just smoke so much weed before I put it on.
That's how you should watch it. That felt like the way that you should watch it rather than at like a film festival. Because I think at a film festival, I was like prepared for something else. And when I actually watched it, I was like, dude, if you were just like stoned on the couch, like talking over it with your buddies and being like, why is he saying that? Yeah. Why has he said the same line of dialogue 10 times in a row and there's a stripper shaking her ass in the background?
That sounds great. just a bunch of me going, dude, that's pretty cool, dude. Awesome.
Yep.
Sounds great.
So
my next one is Carry On, directed by Jean-Colette Serra.
The boy.
Big fan
He's
of
back.
Sarah. He is back. The Rock was really weighing him down, and luckily he is back with Taron Egerton and Jason Bateman, and they're killing it. Especially, I mean, I think Taron Egerton is very good with like the not straight man, but for a thriller, like he's got to react to everything. He doesn't get to be like the cool bad guy the entire time. He kind of has to be under the pressure the entire time. But he's very good at that. But what I do really love is the way that they use Jason Bateman as the terrorist. They even have like this big reveal about 30 minutes in where it's like you already know it's Bateman, but the way that they reveal that it's Bateman and kind of what you know about him as an actor works really well because he's got his kind of like calculated delivery that he normally has, but him just using that for a completely inhumane mission is really interesting and a lot of fun to watch. So it's essentially about an airport security officer, TSA officer that Egerton plays, and he is he's tasked to basically let a bag that has some type of weapon in it to go past security and get onto a plane and let people die. And there's all these, these classic philosophies that the bad guy says about like, well, if these people don't die, then, hundreds of thousands of other people could die. And, they just try to, it's very 90s thriller-esque, the way that the script goes about it. And I think that that's why I enjoyed it so much, honestly. It felt like a kind of time capsule a little bit, and that was a lot of fun. So, yeah, I know that'd be on your list.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this was catnip for me, because I love what Colette Serra does, and I've been waiting for a long time for him to come back to the old school, like high concept location thrillers he used to do with like Liam Neeson, like Nonstop, or what was the Commuter on the train? Oh, yeah. I might have even had that in the honorable mentions the first year of the show. He's very, very good at like fitting in some sort of like thematic concerns into just a really, really economical thriller, and in this case, like a packed Christmas Eve shift at LAX. Is this bomb going to make it onto a plane? That's like as tight as it possibly gets. And he keeps it moving. The reverse of Aggro Drift. This is a 2-hour movie that felt like a 90-minute movie because it moves, and because he really does go into like that 90s thriller. I mean, I wrote a whole list of them in my review, but like Die Hard 2, Sudden Death, Enemy of the State, Phone Booth. Phone Booth I thought about a lot because Jason Bateman is in his ear the whole time with a little Bluetooth headpiece, and that's how they're having the conversations. And actually, there's a couple times where, Taron Egerton is having conversations with his coworkers or his girlfriend or these various people, and you just have Jason Bateman in his ear just fucking ripping on him or something like that, and controlling him, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Colette Serra very good at paranoid, claustrophobic sort of thriller filmmaking, cat and mouse sort of decision making stuff, and creating such a pressurized sense of where, how many ways can this guy possibly be a thorn in Jason Bateman's side without killing a whole bunch of people, was pretty much thrilling the entire time. So yeah,
totally agree.
I had a good time with that one as well. Next up for me, I think I'm going to throw in The First Omen, directed by Ashkasha Stevenson, which was this was the first film I think I saw by her. I think she's done like some TV shows that people know a bit about, and I went into it definitely a little skeptical because I was like, oh god, it is like a Disney greenlit Omen prequel. And you just know what that means. You know that there's some character's going to be like Damien, and they're gonna set up all this stuff about how it connects to the first one. And I was like, oh god, here we go again. And technically, what I'm here to say is that this movie does do that. But it does it in the final 5 minutes, and otherwise it is not that movie at all. It is completely its own thing, and it is honestly, if it weren't for that ending, this might have even had a shot at the top 15 for me, because otherwise what she's actually ripping off is she's doing a little bit of Rosemary's Baby, and she's doing a little bit of like Suspiria essentially, and she is following basically like this American woman who moves to Italy to basically join the 1970s kind of like convent. The period recreation and sort of location work is fantastic. I thought the actresses were really good. Actually, even the supporting actresses as well, or actors as well, are quite good. And just the control of mood and the way that they go. They build up this sort of like devil like rape cult stuff that it's funny when people do Rosemary's Baby, they always do like the gaslight thriller stuff. They're like, a girl is going crazy in her apartment. That's the stuff that people usually do when they're ripping off Rosemary's Baby. So few people do the really surrealist and really disturbing subterranean aspects of Rosemary's Baby, that like that dream sequence in it. And this is what this one goes for. And I was surprised to see like one of the most graphic images I remember seeing in a mainstream Hollywood movie this year was that demon claw coming out of that cervix in this movie. So on that basis alone, I have to recommend it. And also I will say that Nell Tiger Free gets to do the Isabella Johnny sort of like possession moment where the handheld freaks out and she's like whipping stuff around and just her losing complete control of her body. And I thought she did it really, really well. It's not just like a lame reference. It is like her character needed to go to that place.
Yeah, I agree. I really was surprised by that movie as well. I'm just gonna throw this in there just because I think it would make a funny double feature. It's just Immaculate, directed by Michael Mohan,
Of course.
with Sydney Sweeney. It is essentially the same premise, almost the exact same premise, but it takes its time a little more, which some people I think could be more turned off by because you almost know what you're leading up to. But I do think that the mood is quite good, and once it does get to the big moment, I have to say I had a lot of fun in the theater. I still kind of remember just everyone's reaction to what happens. I won't spoil it here, but even though I'm used to doing that.
I think we said this in the bonus transmission, but if The First Omen had Immaculate's ending, that would be the movie that makes the top 15.
Definitely. Yeah. Watch these two in sequence and then just slap them together, and you got yourself a hell of a nun Satan birthing movie right there.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
That's right. Yeah. The next one for me, I'm going to throw one in that I actually just finished watching earlier today because I was like, I got time for one more. Is it going to make the list? It is actually going to make the list.
Hell yeah.
The Count of Monte Cristo.
Oh, is that the 3-hour one?
The 3-hour one. That was what made me. That was what made me put it off for as long as I did. But it's directed by Alexander de la Patelier and Matthew Delaporte. And apparently it is the most expensive film to come out of France this year. And it is basically their version of like a lavish, old-fashioned, like almost like costume swashbuckling blockbuster in kind of a way. And it's a very fitting adaptation for one of our most reliable 19th century like revenge epics by Alexander Dumas about the sailor who's falsely accused of being like a Bonapartist on his wedding day. He's thrown into prison for years, and he escapes, and he's given the location of a treasure, and he uses that treasure and that money to essentially like rebrand himself, give himself a new identity, and like go back to France, pretend it's almost like Aladdin when he's like, I'm going to pretend to be like this like wealthy prince and everyone has to listen to me. And then he slowly and elaborately plans his basically revenge mission against all the people who ruined his life. And this is a very classical and very like smooth adaptation, one that makes sense because structurally this story has been inspiring like blockbuster filmmakers and like revenge storytellers for like centuries at this point. And Nolan actually famously cited it as a huge inspiration for his Batman movies, technically even doing loosely remaking elements of it for both Begins and Rises. If anyone remembers the fact that both of those movies feature parts where like Batman has to like go into exile and do a whole bunch of training and then come back and he's like a new man, and like that stuff literally taken straight from Count of Monte Cristo. And Rises is literally takes the fucking prison. He goes to the prison. So it was cool to have the French, like what it feels like kind of reclaiming the story, but in like kind of a post-Nolan landscape. It felt like it had Nolan inspiration in it.
They're like we
some
can't
of the
fully
score,
go back.
some of the like momentum-based editing of it. I was like, if you would imagine if Nolan had directed the like plottier scenes in like Pirates of the Caribbean, like imagine less like the crazy absurd like fishmen fighting, and imagine like the scenes where people are just like betraying each other in like fancy costumes. That's mostly what this movie is, and at 3 hours long it wasn't the breeziest watch I had. But it was pretty good. The actors I thought did a perfectly fine job, and it's just great old-fashioned like epic storytelling material. There was so many twists and betrayals, and like there's a decade spanning like generational melodrama component to it. At one point there's like mission, like they have like the Phantom of the Opera mask that is done in more of like almost like used in like a Mission Impossible way in the movie. There's elaborate revenge plots, there's sword fighting, there's prison breaks, there's a courtroom component to it, a Barry Lyndon duel in it. I don't want to give the French too much credit, but good job, France.
Yeah. Hell yeah. After Amelia Perez, we don't want to give the French too much credit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's what happens when you give the French too much credit.
That's right. My next one is this one is just fun and stupid. Speak No Evil, directed by James Watkins, starring James McAvoy. Also Mackenzie Davis and Scoot McNairy, who I've been really seeing Scoot McNairy in a lot more things, and I've been enjoying it. I do like him a lot.
I love when Scoot pops up.
Yeah. Scoot popped up in a complete unknown and just doesn't have a word really, and he's fantastic, honestly. But anyway, so yeah, this is a remake, actually. I think is it a Swedish movie? I can't quite remember.
Danish film.
Oh, Danish film. Basically, an American family meets with a British family on vacation, and they kind of befriend them, and then they are invited over to their house for a weekend stay. And they decide to go, and as they stay there, just more weird happenings occur. The British family proceeds to make them uncomfortable, and then things just start to get a little bit more chaotic and tense from there. It's kind of this really, surface level play on masculinity and what it means to protect your family as a man and all of this. And I had a lot of fun with it. I think James McAvoy is just going,
he's a hoot.
Bozo mode. And yeah, he's an absolute riot. He's having so much fun. It seems like he put like 20 or 30 pounds of muscle on purposely for this character. And the way he uses that physicality is both, intimidating, but also very funny at times as well. So yeah, I'd recommend it if you just want a solid thriller. It is a little over long for what it's doing, but I do think that it's a good time.
Yeah, for a lot of people, if you like the Euro horror thing, you probably think it's an American bastardization, because all it does is like turn the finale into like more of like a Straw Dogs, almost like popcorn action scene. Yeah. Not that Straw Dogs is a popcorn movie, but like Straw Dogs is like kind of like the concept of the father is going to like regain his masculinity from the guy who took it in a way, and the whole family is going to like take him down. It's a very, very different than like the bleak ending of the original, which is like more like a Haneke, like funny games type scenario.
Right. Yes, right.
But yeah, as far as someone doing that kind of movie, everyone making that one had a blast doing that. So I liked it too. Mm-hmm. The next one for me is, I'm going to throw it in here, and I feel bad about throwing it in here because I wanted to get a chance to rewatch it, and I just got a little bit lazy and I didn't rewatch it to see if it actually maybe got a little bit further up the list, but I'm throwing it on here. Megalopolis, directed by nice. Francis Ford Coppola. It's in my honorable mentions. It was definitely one of the most brain-breaking experiences that Jamie and I had at TIFF this year, which was incredibly valuable. We did see it on the laser IMAX screen at TIFF, and it is at once filled with so many incredible, beautiful, surreal, and experimental choices made in the movie that they could only come from the brain of one of the most egotistical geniuses who's ever touched a camera before. And at the same time, it is Francis Ford Coppola putting all of his wine money into, I'm going to do an H.G. Wells adaptation. I'm going to do a Shakespearean tragedy. I'm going to do a fall of the Roman Empire study. I'm going to do a retro futurist like sci-fi fable. I'm going to do a New York City political crime conspiracy and like wealthy family opera. I'm going to do all of these things at once. I don't know if it's ever going to make sense, but it was very overwhelming, and I had a pretty incredible time with it, because like the artificially like production designed imagery sometimes made me think about movies like Metropolis or like Citizen Kane, and then there was other just completely uncanny decisions where I was like, this is like if the Fountainhead had looked more like the Sky Captain of the World of Tomorrow or something like that. Like it was just like it's incredibly stylized, and it's incredibly beautiful in some ways, and it was also incredibly just like baffling. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm never going to see something like this ever again, which is part of the reason I think it had to go on here. And also on some level, I just respect the fact that he made that movie. And he was like, I don't care. No one's going to read it. No one's going to tell you, hey, is Adam Driver really just playing the coolest, most swagged out, sexy artist architect ever who's just you? And he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's fine. He's going to sleep with every woman in the movie, but he's also going to be incredibly virtuous and love his dead wife. He's also going to be the most genius artist, and the general trajectory of the movie is if only everyone gave him more resources and money and stopped trying to politically assassinate him in the tabloids, then the world would actually be perfect. It also has
$500 million.
That's right. It also has some of the most baffling performances I saw in a movie this year from Natalie Emmanuel, Aubrey Plaza, Shia LaBeouf, Jon Voight, Lawrence Fishburne, all people I loved watching in this movie. Aubrey Plaza's WoW Platinum I'm still thinking about, and some of the things that Jon Voight does near the end of this movie I have literally never been able to get out of my brain. So I do want to give this another shot. I was actually daunted about giving it another shot because there was so many hack critics were kind of being like, oh, it's a Neil Breen, like, so bad it's good, like, disaster type thing. And then for some other people, it was like, it's the new Southland Tales Showgirls misunderstood masterpiece. And I felt weird about kind of being like a little bit in the middle there. But I did largely admire it and have a good time watching it, despite the fact that it is insane and I don't know if it works.
Yeah. I did get to rewatch it. I will say I think I admire the ambition, and some of the visuals in it are truly incredible, and only Coppola could do those visuals. I just don't think it's for me as an overall film. I really don't. I don't attach myself to it that well, and some of it I find funny and I get the satire, but others I just think it misses the mark. But I mean, I would honestly recommend it to anyone because I just think it's so baffling and so one true vision of a, like you said,
it's a miracle that it exists and it was made for sure.
Yeah, it's if you love film, you should absolutely watch it just to see where you land on it, because it is wild. Did you say Smile 2? I thought you might have, but I missed
I did not say Smile 2, actually.
Okay, well, my next one is Smile 2, directed by Parker Finn. I actually was really surprised at how much I ended up liking this one. Just given that it was Smile 2, and I had the same kind of reaction to when Smile came out, where I just thought that's going to be a throwaway, that's going to be stupid, and it is stupid, but I think the scare sequences are really set up well, and I do really like the design of the monster, and I do like this idea that it's this constant gaslighting that it's doing with both the main character and the the audience. So I have a really good time with it, and I think it does what a sequel should too, which is kind of just take the premise of the first one and expand bigger sequences. I won't spoil it, but by the end, it feels like this whole thing is going to become like almost apocalyptic if he keeps making the franchise. So yeah, I think it's worth a watch especially if you enjoyed the first one. I think you'll like this one.
My next one is actually, I actually liked some of the mainstream popcorn stuff this year. I'm throwing Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes in there.
Hell yeah. That was pretty good.
I love my little monkey buddies. I love Planet of the Apes movies. I like them all. We covered so many of them on the main show this year. There was no way I wasn't going to get probably something out of this movie. But also, I do think that this is like one of the more sort of consistent sort of like mainstream studio franchises that we have right now. I've kind of liked most of them, even if I've had, issues or kind of flaws with any of them. And I had some issues with this one as well. But I did think that this benefited a lot from one, being scripted by someone who is very clearly in the James Cameron boot camp. Mr. Josh Friedman wrote it, who is someone who's been working on the Avatar sequels with him. And so as far as the sort of like overarching sort of like franchise, sort of story and the kind of old fashioned like sense of adventure narrative, like hero journey plotting. I know that at a certain point we really moved away from that because it was all movies were after Star Wars. It's kind of crazy that I'm kind of like, it's very simple, but like earnest character work and putting him in a moral dilemma, and his friends die around him. And like, I was just like, these are things that you don't see in movies, mainstream movies as frequently anymore as you do here. And so, yeah, there is definitely a very traditional hero's journey script to it that I think is very simple, but pretty effective. And also Weta Digital, who are Jim Cameron's crew working with him, also did the VFX for this, and they did some pretty astonishing VFX. I mean, this is obviously continuing on the Andy Serkis trilogy of movies and kind of trying to reboot those. Those obviously had pretty astonishing VFX as well, but the director here, Wes Ball, is one of those like VFX minded directors. And if there are VFX heavy, CGI heavy movies, I just really do like it when they're being shot by people who shoot for knowing what they need to capture in camera and what they can do very well on the computer. Because so many people shoot these movies and they don't have that knowledge on what to do, and this is like a very well done, like there were images of like a wet ape like almost drowning in this movie, and I was like am I looking at the real like hairy arm of an ape? I might be, I don't know. And I know that my brain knows I'm not. This is an entirely CG thing, but I was like, no, they did a really good job with this. I do think it's a little slow and a little long, and as far as being like a movie where they are clearly trying to set up like a new trilogy of movies, I think I am interested enough that I will go check out the next one as well. But I was a little bit like, okay, why are we only getting into like the more complex character centric moral dilemma stuff in like the final 30 minutes to kind of hour of the movie? I feel like we could have got here a little bit faster. But other than that, fun set pieces. The guy, I forget what his name is, Kevin Durand, the guy who plays Proximus Caesar, is having an absolute blast in that movie.
Oh yeah, he's great.
And the final like set piece or whatever, where it's just a series of like apes drowning in like an old military bunker, is wild and really, really well done. And so the movie ends strong enough that I went, okay, I definitely am curious where they're going with this. There was something very traditional and kind of old fashioned blockbustery about it that I kind of appreciated, despite the very modern effects work that they're doing.
Hell yeah. Yeah. My next one is Milk and Cereal, directed by Curry Barker. It's also starring Curry Barker. He's actually a YouTuber that makes like short films. Usually they're horror mixed with comedy. I have seen some that are straight comedy. A lot of the time it seems that he plays kind of the butt of the joke, which I always appreciate. And this one, it's a kind of like a prank that's set up. And it takes a turn. These two, his friend, who I think is played by Cooper Tomlinson. I'm assuming it's a crew that he works with his YouTube stuff. They kind of play almost like these sick versions of themselves, where they're playing pranks on people, they're recording it and everything. And the way that he messes with the timeline kind of gives you new context as you get more information. And it turns from this kind of like comedy from like college kids pranking each other and having one very socially awkward friend, and it turns into this almost dark comedy but still horror serial killer kind of thing that Curry Barker channels into. And I don't want to spoil too much, but it's really interesting. It's only 60 minutes long. It's kind of a found footage movie, and it's not available on YouTube. If you look up Curry Barker Milk and Cereal, you should be able to watch it. So I thought it was really good. I was even going to try to rewatch it to see if it would get an upgrade, because I enjoyed it so much. But yeah, highly recommend.
Very cool. My next one for me, and yeah, I'm going to throw it in. I'm going to do the Return, which was a movie that I saw it at TIFF. It's an Italian movie. It did actually finally get a theatrical, and I think even ended up getting a digital release on Christmas. But people weren't, I think, tuning out for the the 2 hour long kind of like lower budget than you'd think Odyssey adaptation, especially now with the news that Chris Nolan is doing his own big budget Odyssey, which more people are going to be, I think, more interested in. But if you're like, I would like to see some more Odysseus to get hyped for Christopher Nolan, this one was directed by an Italian filmmaker named Uberto Pasolini. And this was a project that Ralph Fiennes, I guess, was really passionate about and really wanted to do. It basically strips the Odyssey down in a very similar way to how Troy does. To like it takes Homer's sort of poem and it removes the kind of mythology, and instead really focuses on just kind of like the human melodrama, and kind of almost makes like a really depressed like post-war kind of movie. But this is unlike Troy, which is like a big budget movie. It's sword and sandals action sequences. This is much slower, much artier, much more low budget, clearly limited by the fact that, you know, they really couldn't do a whole lot of production design or costume design. There are moments in this movie where you're like, I'm kind of just watching like an episode of like Rome or something like that. Like this is clearly just like dudes in robes in an Italian island that they bought off like Amazon or something like that. And I was taken though with how seriously Ralph Fiennes performs the movie, also Juliette Binoche, who's playing Penelope in the movie, and how they really do carve out one specific segment of the Odyssey, which is just that segment where he essentially returns home. So it skips all of the torture and pain and horror, and it really just gets to Ralph Fiennes is like an elderly, almost like a homeless looking bearded Odysseus who can hardly talk and just wants to kill himself. And he starts the movie that way, makes his way back to see his wife and see his son and see these people and see all the suitors essentially who are trying to be like, your husband died years ago, you need to pick one of us to make us like the new king or whatever. That's basically the subject of the movie. And the whole movie is just such a punishing, like ugly build to essentially the scene where he reveals himself to the suitors and is like, stay away from my wife. And if anyone is familiar with the material, he does one hell of a massacre. And I will say it is one hell of a thing to watch 62-year-old Ralph Fiennes absolutely underneath all the dirty beardedness and the crappy robes. When he strips it off, dude is jacked. Dude picks up a bow and arrow and he goes crazy. And the fact that movie kind of ends that way, despite being a slow, arty Italian movie the entire time, that's just so sad and depressing. It gave me a very rewarding Whiplash experience.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch that when I can. My next is very underseen, and I just heard about it. Diener 89, directed by Sam McGlynn, starring Will Sasso and Paul Spence. Now, Paul Spence is the guy that plays Diener from Fubar, which is one of my favorite Canadian comedies of all time. It's just absolutely hilarious. It's basically about like two dumbass metalheads that just drink beer and hang out and just have like completely aimless lives. It's fantastic. And this one takes on it's a found footage with the original Fubar, but this one takes on more of a traditional studio comedy look. Which I do think makes it a little bit less personal as opposed to what they do with Fubar. But you still have Diener, which is one of my favorite Canadian characters. He's just an absolute moron. He's constantly swearing. You know, he's a roughhouse, and while he's playing hockey, one of the first lines he says, he's like, "I'm the governor of Givener." He just has these funny Canadianisms that I really love and kind of remind me.
If you really want Jamie and I's like buds to start like coming out, just get us talking about Fubar, get a couple beers into us.
Exactly. Like this, it's honestly, it reminds me of the dialect that I hear from so many of my brother's friends, especially the more country guys. So I just love it, and it's close to my heart, these characters. So it was cool to see this in this context, and it is pretty funny. I don't think it touches Fubar, but if you are a fan of Fubar, I think it'll do something for you.
Yeah. Fubar is an incredible movie. We'll definitely have to make an excuse to do it on just the main show at some point. And actually, you talking about just Givener and talking about Fubar has actually reminded me of a movie that needs to be on my honorable mentions here. That is what, in my opinion, the American Fubar. Rap World, directed by Danny Schrar and Connor.
You'll be seeing this on my top 15.
Oh, that's very exciting to learn. I mean, that's how you know Jamie loves Fubar, because, this is, not only is it Fubar, it's also like Connor O'Malley kind of doing like his version of like a Lonely Island movie or something too, where it is like very specifically, clearly based on, friendships he had as a teenager. And it takes place in a very specific period where, of like being a sort of like late aughts, like high school teenager. And it's just something that I'm the right age for. And so all of the specific kind of like grotesque period texture of just like bizarre hangout mania that he does in this was like actually kind of traumatic and nostalgic at the same time. Like it reminded me of making fucking shitty music with my friends, or like trying to go shoot like a skateboarder video, or staying up late watching Tropic Thunder, or being like, is it 2 a.m.? Can we still hit the McDonald's, and like fucking nearly crashing the car or something, you know, like,
oh yeah,
this is everything about it. With the guy wearing the Avenged Sevenfold t-shirt while playing the fucking Wii. I was like, dude, this was like these were my friends.
Yeah.
And there's a line in the movie that kind of summed up, I think, both the cutting nature of the movie, and, you know, maybe some of the more sad components of the movie, but also just the kind of emotion that he clearly has for this, which is some of the best nights of my life were had in parking lots. And it was something that, it was a line that kind of stuck with me all through TIFF. So yeah, I wanted to throw that one out there.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. My next one is Thelma, directed by Josh Margolin. It's starring June Squibb and Fred Heckinger. Fred Heckinger is actually one of the emperors in Gladiator 2. He was the smaller, more annoying one, even though they're pretty annoying. But he is very good at this. He kind of plays this like the grandson of Thelma, who's June Squibb plays. And they have this very sweet relationship where he's protective of her because she's getting much older, and he also realizes that she's, you know, going to leave him very soon. And it turns into this kind of almost like thriller comedy where she gets scammed on the phone and is basically on the hunt to get to the scammers and get her money back.
Dude, she needs help from the beekeeper.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It all ties. That'd be a great double feature, by the way. Thelma into the beekeeper. So yeah, and it's really adorable. It's kind of just like an ode to the love you have for your grandma. And there's this really cute thing at the end too, where the director, I think, uses real footage of him and his grandmother just talking in the car, and it kind of is parallel to one of the scenes that's in the movie. And yeah, I just really enjoyed it and thought it was very heartwarming and a lot of fun. And June Squibb is very funny in it, very, very funny as the old grandma that got scammed. So yeah, she has this like determination in her character and this wit and a strength that I really enjoyed. So yeah, would recommend.
Hell yeah. Well, the next one for me, we're actually starting to get a little bit higher up on my honorable mentions, like the stuff that I either needed another rewatch for, or stuff that, you know, maybe didn't quite get to the fore, but like I think could maybe. I am going to throw Terrifier 3 in here.
Hell yeah.
Although I'm not sure.
Too.
I know you rewatched it. Did this end up on your list, or is this
honestly? It was really close to getting in the top 15. And right now I'm almost wrestling with a couple movies with the queer placing. But you know what? I'm just gonna go with it, baby. Queer's staying.
All
in
right.
there.
Well, Terrifier 3 was definitely an honorable mention for me, because as we said in the bonus transmission that we did when we talked about it, it's been pretty crazy to watch this Damien Leone guy essentially go from like a guy who was making some of the ugliest DSLR horror convention YouTuber sort of movies I've ever seen to actually making real movies. Like Terrifier 3, I think, is the final approximation of like what probably his debut probably should have been.
Sure.
And I think people would maybe have a better relationship to these movies if that was the case. But this is like the indie sensation of the year. The fact that this was like, you know, he's worked his way up to a $2 million budget. He does finally, you know, take advantage of having a little bit of that like soft, grainy retro B movie sheen to it. He clearly is well versed in his trash cinema, because he's like, what would be the most fun thing I could do with my new supernatural serial killer slasher villain Art the Clown than to give him his own Christmas movie, give him his version of Christmas Evil or Silent Night, Deadly Night, or sort of Black Christmas, or all of these things. And he does really effectively do that. And it does, you know, lend itself to, you know, kind of trying to create the traditionally pleasing fun of like a slasher or a splatter movie, but doing so in his really sick freak perverse way that he does, where it really is unpleasant. Like the ways that he finds to tear flesh from bone in ways that you feel like you would not see in a film that is even slightly respectable. And the fact that he still manages to fit that stuff in there, and he just keeps making more and more money and finding more and more fans is very inspiring. Despite the fact that I do wonder if there's a ceiling on this stuff. I'm going to watch the next one. I am curious if he gets better than this, which is partially why I was wondering if I need to rewatch it and see if this is, you know, the best one. I think it might be the best one, but I might need to force myself through it again but before I do that. But yeah, I will say, despite the fact that I am wondering if there is a ceiling on his like garbage bag of, you know, clearly gore effects demo reel tricks, because that's the background he comes from and clearly what he takes the most sadistic pleasure in depicting on screen. And I will say, yuck. The way that he finds to, you know, to use box cutters and mallets and broken mirror shards and liquid nitrogen and just general dismembering and scalping and chainsaws and assholes, all kinds of stuff, is impressive and gruesome and way over the top. But I think they have refined this. They are starting to give this a little bit more creativity, and I do think that, credit to them, David Howard Thornton is just getting better in the main role as Art the Clown, which was, I think, how funny he was in this movie in comparison to some of the previous ones, where I thought that they didn't write very many great jokes for him in terms of what he does as a silent comedian, as a physical comedian. And this was one of the first ones where him just being like a sweetie who loves Santa and like wants to actually hand out like gifts to kids and stuff like that. And then when people shut him down, he's like, I'm going to start blowing a fucking mall up and shit like that. That to me was incredibly funny, and definitely I think the most fun I had with any of these movies.
Yeah, I think David Howard Thornton is incredible as a mime kind of comedian killer. I think he's great. I do think that this is the first time they really found the pocket of between the satirical edge that this should have because of how disgusting it is and how over the top and how much it relishes in the violence, because Art is like, Art the Clown, you know, his artistry is killing. There's moments where as soon as he kills somebody, he kind of looks at it like, is this my best work or not? That kind of thing. And I think feeding into that, those elements of his character is going to be what makes this franchise keep working. If it does, we'll see. But I did get to rewatch this, and I ended up 4-starring it. So it almost made my top 15, but there were just some other films in there I thought were a little bit more important to highlight. But this thing is just, I don't know. I just have a blast with it. It's taking advantage of becoming kind of a pop culture killer icon within its narrative. And I think that that's something that it should play to as well, because this is built to just be a gore fest, and being aware of that, I think, is a good thing that the first movie especially didn't really have. It's just being edgy for the sake of it without even really a satirical or comedy aspect to it. This, I finally found like you found the pocket. So yeah, I agree.
For you,
my next one is I'll get this one out of the way here. Kill, directed by Nikhil Nagesh Bhatt. This is basically just a nonstop killing vehicle where they're on a train, and this almost like family gang starts to terrorize and take over. But because they all know each other, the joke is essentially like, every single time somebody dies, this is a brother or a cousin. So when this killer, who is the hero, he's taking out the goons, kills somebody, there's kind of like a mournful aspect to it. Now, I agree with certain aspects to reviews I've read where it feels like, I think even you might have been one of them, where you say it's like, it's kind of like a joke that keeps going to the point where it's like, I get it. And I totally do agree with that sentiment. The only thing I like about it is that it's ultra violent. It really is nonstop. So if you're just into action, and especially the kind of ultra violent action that's been kind of coming up in action movies recently, I think you'll enjoy it. It's, I guess, whether or not the running gag works for you on another level or not. And for me, I got a little tired of it, but I never got tired of him kicking ass. So I enjoyed myself.
Hell yeah. My next one is, what am I going to throw in here? I'm going to throw in Long Legs, directed by Osgood Perkins.
Me too.
Which was, a movie that maybe suffered a tiny bit from just like the under the weight of, I mean, it also benefited a lot from it as well, of so many people being like, this is the scariest movie I've ever seen. And look at those box office results. They don't lie. I went and saw it with a bunch of annoying teenagers, which definitely harmed my experience of it. And I meant to actually give it a rewatch because I did quite like this movie. I am at the point where I'm listing movies that were getting closer and closer to like what actually, might have made a list. And part of it is that I just think the horror procedural is just like one of the all-time great subgenres. And I do think that Osgood Perkins has a great control of mood and of tone. And I think that for the most part, he does orchestrate this one decently well, even if it's not, it didn't quite get to that like Fincher 7 or like Silence of the Lambs territory that you sometime of the highs of this particular genre, but he executes a lot of clever and confident kind of formal control over the movie. Really nice uses of wide angle lens, kind of like anamorphic framing and like this very negative space heavy sort of geometric symmetry to it. Some like zooms to it. Even some of the shrieking sound design and the eerily like artificial like home movie photograph like production design of the various suburbs they go to and stuff like that. There's a lot of really great visual work done in this movie, and obviously one of the main attractions was that you had Nicolas Cage playing a serial killer and a kind of rock and roller serial killer in a way. One that gave the prosthetics honestly make him look like a combination of like Robert Smith and Alice Cooper and like Tiny Tim. Yeah, definitely. Tiny
Tim's a great comparison. Yeah,
it's a little ridiculous, but he is a satanic rock and roll like serial killer kind of like boogeyman, and it is part of the, I think the issue I had with the movie is that Perkins doesn't seem all that interested in the movie as like an actual police procedural. Like some of the agent investigating and the crime scene stuff and like putting it together and everything, it did feel a little bit like he was building to more of what he does in the second half when he was trying to get to the more sort of supernatural component. But then by the time we got to the more supernatural component and the kind of almost like Faustian fairy tale finale that it builds to, I was like, this stuff is great. Yeah. I wonder if this was like, if he could have just got to this like a little bit quicker, or maybe if I just knew that's what the movie was. And that's why I kind of wanted to rewatch it too, because I felt like maybe my expectations of it being more like a Silence of the Lambs or something, and it not being that, it going into this like much stranger place with the Micah Monroe character and kind of like her half psychic, possibly like autistic detective who ends up having a family history that gets kind of related to the entire thing. And I don't want to spoil it for anyone from there, but it really does start to address a kind of really unsettling loneliness about being in a religious household and being, kind of getting Amityville vibes a little bit as well on, is there something that's like poisoning the American family and like all this kind of stuff. And there was something eventually pretty haunting and kind of cursed feeling about the tragic family history of the movie and the direction it ends up going. And honestly, by the time he ends up getting rid of the procedural and literally getting rid of the serial killer in a kind of shocking way, I thought the movie got a little bit stronger for me. So
Yeah, I agree. I think Cage was too much of the focus when people were watching it initially. When I rewatched it, I also realized that Cage is not in the movie a lot. Actually, he kind of took over because of our senses of like what Cage is going to do as a serial killer, and how he does use them is very over the top in certain moments, and on purposely so. But honestly, I think Monroe kind of gets sidelined because of that in the discussion, because she is really great and there's way more scenes with her discovering, or you're kind of discovering her past as she dives into it, and in it connecting to the case. And I did find it a lot more intriguing the second time around, just because I was able to focus on it and not go like, "Ooh, what's Cage gonna do?" Because I think everyone kind of had that mindset. And as much as fun as it is, it's definitely the wrong way to watch the movie. I discovered, because even though I loved it the first time, I do think I was still siding on it like, well, I got to fight for my boy Cage. You know what I mean? And so the second time I was able to just kind of sit back and take it in for what it is. And I do think they use him as a red herring in a really cool way. So
They do.
Yeah. I really, really ended up enjoying that one too. So Handling the Undead, directed by Tia Vistendel. Sorry, they're I think it's Norwegian, so I'm definitely not saying that correctly. But it's kind of this really almost like a low-key zombie movie where it the dead is coming back, but they're coming back in this much more natural way where, they're not able to speak. They're almost still appearing as just completely dead bodies, but they're not necessarily on the attack that you're used to with like the invasion. Instead, they kind of show different people dealing with different scenarios within their dead ones coming back. But one that I think that really stayed with me is the mother and the child, in which she just ends up trying to take care of him again. And it's this story, but mostly just about grief and trying to let go. And it's kind of, it's hauntingly beautiful, very, very sad. It is a slow burn, so if that's not your tempo, then I probably wouldn't suggest it. But if you want to sit in the misery, I would recommend Handling the Undead. The next one is Greedy People, directed by Patsy Ponsaroli. It's starring Himesh Patel and Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Lily James. This one is another pretty similar to the Yuma County one I was suggesting earlier. It's very much a Coen Brothers spinoff where it's like two cops kind of get involved in this murder where there's money involved, and they're very stupid characters. So there's a bunch of misunderstandings and kind of context that isn't being told to everybody, and just turns into chaos essentially. So it's a very similar premise, but Joseph Gordon-Levitt is honestly hilarious. He kind of puts on this fake. I can't remember if it's like a Southern or Midwestern accent, but it's very exaggerated, and he's definitely using it for his line deliveries that I think are very funny. So yeah, if you're into these, I've been seeing them a lot more recently, these like Coen brother kind of spin-off things. I would recommend Greedy People. And then the last 3-star one I have here is a Korean movie, Hijack 1971. Which is based on a true story, apparently, and it's directed by Kim Sung-han. And it's basically just this. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's an airplane hijacking that happened in Korea in 1971, and it's basically just the story of how that went down. I always find these really interesting, especially if they're based on true documented events, because it's just fascinating to see the procedure of it, how people think on their feet. What people are willing to do for certain, motivations and everything like that. I won't spoil too much, but I did find it to be a tight little thriller, and was interested in finding out that true it was, and kind of dove into that after. So that was interesting. So yeah, those would be 3 I'd recommend.
Very cool. Building up to kind of my ones that were, if we had expanded to 20, probably basically would have been on the list. The one of the big ones for me this year was actually one that fuck you, I'm including it. Ren Fair, directed by
I have that too.
Guest of the pod Lance Oppenheim, which is I think technically like an HBO miniseries or something like that. But it is essentially 1 3-hour long documentary, but it's one of the coolest documentaries I've seen in terms of how it's stylized in recent years. It is like a really cool basically like docu-fiction experimentation as Shakespearean tragedy. The loose premise for anyone who hasn't seen it is that it kind of follows a Succession style power struggle between the various vendors, actors, and managers of a real life Texas Renaissance festival. This like massive multi-million-dollar medieval sort of like fantasy land, like dress up empire. And the character at its center is the owner of it, named George Coolum, who they all call King George, who is essentially hoping to retire, and he wants to name an heir and move on to a life after, which mostly looks like it's going to consist of gardening and eating at Olive Garden and looking for young women on sugardaddy.com. There are a couple scenes of him going and trying to find like a younger woman who, because he has a bunch of money. He runs one of the most successful Renaissance fairs in the entire world. And as far as documentary subjects go, like Lance struck gold. This is one of the most striking and eccentric finds I've seen someone find. I think even if you didn't film this in a really beautiful and stylistic way that he does, this would be a pretty interesting documentary of just a very petty and cruel, power drunk man who, for me, I found consistently amusing because he reminded me of like an elderly David Lynch if he was like a cross-eyed Willy Wonka of a Renaissance fair. It's kind of and I love what's that comedy with Paul Rudd where they are in a Renaissance fair. I love that movie too.
Role Models.
That's what.
Great
and
movie.
so having the fun of like watching people very clearly be passionate about dressing up and doing this kind of stuff was its own kind of pleasure as well. But then getting to the fact where Lance really spends time with these people, and he did this thing. I'm going to look up what the exact terminology was as well. I forget. I can't remember exactly what the term that he used was, but essentially he asked people to and who the people who are involved in this story, all the coworkers, because there's this sort of like ambitious like former exotic animal trainer who wants to be his general manager. There's like this Red Bull chugging like money mindset bro Louis, who's known as the Lord of Corn, who wants to like take over and buy the land from George or something like that. And then there's the heart of the show, the hand of the king, Mr. Jeff, who they call the head Oompa Loompa. And these are kind of the three competitors for the throne who want to take over his life's work. But the succession component is he going to kind of give it up? You have no idea. All of these people clearly are in his periphery and bow to his every whim because they want to on some level. And there's a whole bunch of really fantastic sort of drama that goes on between these characters. But I think the real pleasure of this thing was that Lance, one, this is obviously a silly, like low stakes affair to an outsider. Like it's the power politics intrigue of a Renaissance fair. And at a certain level, you kind of find that funny. But for Lance, the way that he stylistically ends up taking this seriously by, from what I understand, asking the various participants in it, he would interview them and then he would actually have them like convey to me what it felt like to you. Like when these things happen to you. And he did these very visually stylized recreations of their interior lives. So it ends up kind of playing as, I think he called it a docu-fantasia that translates sort of their feelings and their psychology and everything that of the things they're describing. And he actually composes and arranges a shooting in an editing style so that it's not just fly on the wall documentation. It's actually collaboratively staged recreations that make you wonder if you're watching like a fictional, like how did he get that shot? How did he get, these people are actually role playing their real lives in a way as well, on top of like clearly being passionate role players just in their job. And it creates a really, really cool thing. And a sort of complex point of view and a sense of internal feelings and anxiety and the dreams and the fantasies of all of these different real people that I've just not seen anyone do in the exact way that Lance does in this. So yeah, this one was like honestly close to making the list.
Yeah, me too. I think it's fantastic. I'd also recommend his, this is less to do with the genres that we kind of wrestle with, but Sperm World is another documentary that he did about a man that he's a sperm donor and he's got like 100 kids from different women. It's fucking insane. He's quite the character that he follows. I would highly recommend it.
No one finds subjects like Lance does.
Oh yeah, it's unreal. A shout out to Lance. He's an incredible filmmaker. And that Ren Fair would probably pair well with, was it Night Riders? That'd be pretty sick.
Knight Riders. Yeah, I mean that was what Lance brought on the show. If you want to listen to Lance talk about Knight Riders,
yeah, there you go. There you go.
You can listen to this show right here.
Yeah. My next one is Look Back, directed by Kiyotaka Oshiyama. It's actually an anime. It's a 60-minute anime, and essentially it's about two artists that are kind of best friends, and they were working together for a long time, and one of them decides to go to art school and kind of leave the other behind in their town. And basically it's kind of this thing about like moving on with your life, but having to leave behind someone that's very important to you and that has also helped you with the art that has gotten you to that point, which is important. And then something, I don't want to spoil it, but something very dark kind of happens within both of them and the relationship. And it has elements of horror and kind of fantasy when we start diving into the past and the mindset that a certain character is in. There's one particular scene that the way it's animated is honestly very terrifying and very sad. It's a kind of a plot that's based on a lot of, turns in the sense that you don't really want to know what happens. It's just, you really just want to know that basic setup, but it's a beautiful film and very, very, sad.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't check that one out, but I'm going to have to.
Yeah.
My next one is The Seed of the Sacred Fig, directed by Mohamed Rasulov, which I think finally just came out for some people into December and into January this month, when it's finally getting a little bit of a wider theatrical release. But it did release in November for limited markets for an award season run, so we are counting it for this year. This is I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this is
it's like a political thriller mixed with a family drama kind of thing. It's got a lot of things going on.
It's kind of mixing both, and I was at a TIFF screening recently where they played a trailer for it, and they really try to play up that it's a thriller. And I was sitting there going, it's kind of a thriller. Yeah. It is, but it's also a very like political message movie. Like it was made essentially in secret in Tehran, like in Iran, and the director has since had to basically like flee the country, and is because the government does not want people seeing this, because he is essentially tackling the after effects of the women's rights movement there that exploded in 2022, and the Iranian sort of like military rounding up and brutalizing various protesters and people who are on the streets in favor of this movement. And he does that by sort of fictionalizing a investigating judge for the Revolutionary Court, who is, he's the kind of the conservative patriarch of the family who was prosecuting and approving essentially, these really torturous investigations and in some cases executions of people who are seen as, speaking out against the state. And he's essentially trying to get promoted in his job and just, keep his household and his wife and his two daughters happy. But the sort of thriller component becomes involved because his two daughters, who are these young progressive women who get their news from, social media, where they can see the sort of reality that the mainstream news isn't telling them about, and seeing that their friends are being hurt or killed, they kind of decide that maybe one of them, and we don't know, and I won't spoil exactly the precise details of it, but his gun goes missing, the gun that he's given by the government, and he suspects that it's one of the two daughters who are trying to humiliate him because it's going to get him fired and it's going to get him in trouble if he lost his gun. And the mother is stuck in like this really weird place where like she kind of agrees with her daughters, she relates to her daughters, but she loves her husband, and her husband also provides for her family and keeps the family safe. And there's this whole component where, the outside world and the protests is getting really grim for them. And yeah, it really just turns into kind of like this pressure cooker of, are we scared of our father, or are we making our own political resistance by, being like, we aren't going to let our father kill any more people or kill any of our friends or anything like that. And I will say it's really tensely made. It's really well acted. There's so many things that are so amazing about it. And I forwarded, I liked it a lot at TIFF.
Yeah.
I definitely did think it makes the transition to like full on guerrilla warfare, cat and mouse, bunker thriller stuff with the family in the third act. It gets a tiny bit like, I don't know that it actually needed to necessarily do this, and I don't know that it's like the most successful version of this kind of movie. It's kind of cool that it does that. It is kind of cool that it takes an angry social protest idea and tries to make it into a very engrossing, slow burn, thriller in the way that it does. So it was cool.
Yeah. I'd want to rewatch it to see that transition again for sure. And I love that they use like real footage of those protests throughout, and it's kind of how they show the audience what the daughters are looking at through their phones, and it's kind of speaking on like our rights to communication and the right to pass around this footage and knowledge and all of that. So yeah, I thought it was quite good. My next movie is going to be, this one's a fun one. Snack Shack, directed by Adam.
Hell yeah, that's mine too.
Hell yeah,
let's go.
This is just a fun coming of age film. Fun for the most part. It does get a little sad, but it for the most part, it's very just high energy. I love how smooth all the direction is, from like their seamless conversations of setting up a shop or a way to get money into the actual action of doing so. It's very smooth that way. The two leads, Connor Sherry and I think it's Gabrielle LaBelle, are really
Mr.
really
Sammy
funny.
Fableman.
Yes. Very, very funny together. And, I like too that they're playing like these 14-year-olds who, I will admit, come off more like 17, 18, just with their mindset. But it's fun to just watch them like swear and kind of discover being an adult and acting juvenile while trying to act more macho than they actually are and everything like that.
They literally buy the local pool Snack Shack and go full money mindset, like trash talking shithead mode. They're like, we are going to buy the Snack Shack. We're going to sell hot dogs at the pool to all the fucking 10-year-olds. And we are going to like make bank this summer. That's literally all the plot of the movie is. It's like such like a last shitty job of the summer, like hangout movie.
Yeah, it's about getting that bag and getting a girlfriend. That's what it's all about, baby. And yeah, I think it's really good. Like it really came to me as a surprise, just because it is a pretty traditional coming of age film in that sense, but its style and it has its own personality that I haven't seen. Its own really vibrant energy that I haven't seen from one of these films in a long time. And yeah, and Nick Robinson also plays a really integral role at a certain point, and he's quite good as this kind of older brother that's kind of guiding them but lost himself. So good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, David Costable as like the quirky, like well-meaning father as well. I thought was pretty good too. Like, it was just like good performance, clearly autobiographical, based on this guy's like coming of age experiences that you can tell. And yeah, definitely reminded me of something like a movie that I just genuinely love. Adventureland was something I thought about a little bit while watching this. So if you've been wondering where those like charmingly juvenile but still kind of like bittersweet and
still adult, it's still in that realm of like an adult is watching it and you're getting that perspective. It's like a memory from an adult rather than the perspective of just a child.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of an important distinction, but also just for like, completely immature, like teen hustlers as well. There's a great Combat Shock shout out in that movie. So that's how I know that guy is kind of a sleazoid too. What's his name?
Definitely.
Adam Raimier. Come on. If you like Combat
Shout
Shock,
out.
you should come on our show, by the way. Shout out.
Agreed.
The next one for me, we are actually reaching basically like the stuff that I had to rip the Band-Aid off, and I was like, why am I doing this? I hate my life. There are people who have far worse experiences than I do, but this is the stuff that goes on in my head. I'm going to give an honorable mention to The Shadow Strays.
Hell yeah, me too.
I thought this might be on your list.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
was like,
there's other fighting stuff on it. For me, like this one, I think is fantastic. I mean, it's ultra violent.
I felt horrible leaving this off. I will say, like, I was
Yeah.
like, it is one of the best martial arts movies that I saw this year. There was just other stuff I felt a little bit more passionately about, and I don't know that I liked this one quite as much as I liked his last one, even though I think that his entire project is pretty solid. And this is definitely my second favorite thing that I've seen from this Indonesian director Timo Jajanto, who has just been, he's so good at doing this hybrid of essentially these criminal underworld sort of like power struggle thrillers, like almost like these gangster movies, but mixing them with these really athletic martial arts face melter,
Almost
and
superhero-esque, kind of like the way
Yeah.
it's exaggerated or how skilled these people actually are.
Yeah, but then also the extreme splatter horror of it all too. Like that's the thing that really kind of stands out. Like his movies feel like sadistically gory, like John Woo movies, and in this case, he does a full like 2-hour, like epic around this like rogue orphaned member of like what feels like a lady Splinter Cell, like ninja order, who are all like programmed to be these like ruthless killers. And she ends up kind of having a moral crisis and going off the books and just kind of working her way through Jakarta and the kind of entire drug and sex trafficking network of kind of club owners and corrupt cops and kind of politicians. And she does so in just a series of astonishingly vicious and bloody set pieces, where she goes from like Yakuza hideouts to like electronic and neon sort of like nightclubs to, full on like industrial facilities filled with tons and tons of people. And so many people die in so many ridiculous ways. And it's photographed in such a clean, elegant way that, if you're a fan of the movie I first saw of his, The Night Comes for Us, then I can't imagine you're not going to get the same pleasure out of this, because there's few people who love gleefully depicting like bodily suffering and just the annihilation of all of these bad guys by skilled martial artists, and to the point, honestly, where this one got a little exhausting.
Yeah, it does. Like I think
I was like, how many different ways can you see someone hurt someone?
I think that's why I left it off the list, was because I rewatched it and I was like, this is nonstop and it's incredible and I have nothing but respect for that. But I do get a little tired by the end. But that being said, I think it's some of the best digital work, especially because we complain a lot about on this show about digital blood and all the shit that they're doing that just looks so uncanny and fake, but for the most part he finds ways to utilize it very well, and there's what I like about it is that he's doing things that you could really only do if you were using digital effects, and so he's like, well, if I have to use digital effects, then I'm just going to go incredibly over the top and detailed, and I think that's the move. So yeah, I'm looking forward to whatever the hell he does. Just more blades and more blood, baby. Have at it.
Yeah, he set up sequels, so
yeah, yes, he did. Oh yeah,
they're coming.
My next one is I, the Executioner, directed by Ryo Seung-won.
Cool.
It's actually a sequel to a movie called Veteran. And I'll just read the synopsis here for this one. The veteran detective Seo De-chil and his team at Major Crimes, relentless in their pursuit of criminals, joins forces with rookie cop Park Soon-woo, and that character, by the way, Jung Hae-in plays Park Soon-woo. He's fantastic. And he tracks down a serial killer who has plunged the nation into turmoil. And the serial killer is kind of using like technology to show the cops like what's going on. He's kind of doing this spin where he's getting people that are the bad of society. And what I like about the movie is that it's just kind of all over the place with genre, but still is able to, I think, lock into a tone that stays true. And it mixes like comedy, thriller, crime. There's even some horror elements where there's like saw traps at a certain point because this killer sets up these elaborate ways of killing people at certain points. So it's very genre bending, but for the most part, it has this strange thing where it's always lighthearted with the main characters, the main cops that you're following. But it's ultra violent. Like there's this one staircase sequence where it's just a chase, kind of like an on-foot chase with parkour, and it turns into one of the most extensive stair falls that I've ever seen. That's super brutal and detailed and just full of great sound effects of bones breaking and everything. And I can't recommend it enough. And then there's also like a rooftop action sequence where it's raining, so the whole roof has kind of been flooded for 2 inches of water. So people are like doing slides, and you see the wave of water hit people's faces and everything. It's just very stylized and very cool, while also being pretty lighthearted and funny at the same time.
That's because the original film is like one of the biggest crowd-pleasing box office hits in like South Korean movie history. Right. Like it's practically like a buddy cop movie that does get to some little darker places, but it's very funny that. But it's still like a martial arts kind of revenge movie in a way, but it's more like he's like taking down like these psychopathic rich kids, and he's almost like the Korean cop version of Axel Foley in the Beverly Hills Cop movies or something like that. And then this one they were like, no, we're gonna do like a much tonally darker, like gruesome vigilante serial killer story for this character. But also, what if that serial killer was like UFC trained? And we did super slow-mo, like crazy fluid kinetic chase stuff, but like the tone is going to be more like almost like horror procedural. It is like such a bizarre movie, but I had fun watching it at TIFF too. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Really stuck with me. Yeah, well, one of my I'm down to actually my last two. How many do you got left? I've got 5, but I mean we can rifle through them. Well, that's what I mean. I'm curious how many of these we're getting to the point that this is going to be stuff on your list. Do you have Local Legends Bloodbath on your list? Not on my list. Okay, sweet. Then I'm going to say Local Legends Bloodbath, because if it was, I was like, I'll just skip it and I'll wait for your list. But yeah, Local Legends Bloodbath, I wanted to give a shout out here to Mr. Matt Farley, because we actually met Matt Farley. We shook Matt Farley's hand. Matt Farley is a legend. He is, in fact, a local legend. I very much, I watched only Local Legends for the first time this year. I thought it was an absolutely incredible movie. It's like this no-budget autobiographical rom-com, essentially. Kind of fictionalizing Matt Farley's own life as the singer, songwriter, comedian, and filmmaker who writes thousands of goofy algorithm tricking novelty songs and performs like community stand-up comedy shows and like makes these films for him and his friends. And he's slowly been gradually actually building up a fan base of people who actually find this stuff incredibly funny and also heartwarming and creatively inspiring. I think if you're just someone who is like someone who makes art in their room and wants to build a community of people around that, and has clearly found a way to monetize it in his own unique and kind of insane way, and that first Local Legends is such a great gateway movie to the entire Matt Farley project. So it's cool to see him get to do a legacy sequel to it where he just absolutely shits on himself for the whole movie. He was like, it was a blast being at the Toronto premiere for this. And straight up, it's literally just the businessman side of himself who he has arguments in with the first one about like his sort of like art versus commerce kind of debate he's having as just like this very, sort of small time artist. And in the second one, his businessman side just starts going crazy and starts like killing all of his friends and these like and family and these like hilariously chintzy murder sequences. And I will say Matt Farley goes for the throat of Matt Farley, and he makes himself look totally anxious and narcissistic, and but he does so in a very, very playful way. And I had a lot of fun with this one. Yeah, I agree. It was just such a treat to see it with him in the theater and have him talk about it after. He's just very and also hear him as the laugh track for Rap World, because he was sitting like a few seats away from us. Yeah, that was an incredible night. It really was. Shout out to Matt Farley. My next one is A Different Man, directed by Aaron Schimberg. You'll see this for me. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I'll keep it brief then. It's essentially it's an aspiring actor who has a radical procedure because he has a certain disease. I can't remember. Do you remember the disease name?
It's like kind of like what the Elephant Man has, I believe. It's like kind of like a big growth on your face. So he can only kind of get this work that has to do with that, and mostly it's like health PSAs and things of that nature. So he doesn't feel like he can really express himself. So he decides to get a transformation that gets rid of that, and he turns into this handsome man named his name is Edward. He doesn't kind of do any change, but he eventually makes kind of a persona change when he re-meets a director and writer who's made a part for someone specifically with that disease, because earlier in the film they meet and kind of have a moment together before he decides to go with the procedure. And so what happens is it becomes this almost like a satirical thing where he starts to wear a mask so that he can do the part. And someone with the actual disease, Adam Pearson, who's been in Under the Skin. He's actually a really fantastic actor, and he's so good in this. He comes into the play as this man that hasn't had that procedure done, and so the director and writer starts to see him as more of the person for the part, and so Sebastian Stan's character starts to have this thing of like, did I make a mistake? Is this new, like this more accepting face in society actually good for me? Is it not true to me? And he's just going through this kind of existential crisis. And I have to say specifically, Adam Pearson is so incredibly charming and hilarious in it.
He's so good.
He's so good. And I had a blast with it. I was really surprised at how much I liked this, because I wasn't seeing a ton of people talk about it. It does seem to have a decent log entry here, but it seems underlooked, at least from general audiences. So I would check it out.
Well, Sebastian Stan just did win Best Actor at the Golden Globes for it, believe it or not.
Oh, hell yeah. Awesome.
But Adam Pearson wasn't even nominated for supporting. So
he's the star.
Fucked up.
He is without a doubt the star of this. I think Sebastian Stan is great, but the moment that Adam Pearson comes in, and he comes in as he's like suave and charming and sophisticated, and he takes it over. He's hilarious. I was gut laughing the whole time. So yeah, I think it's great.
Hell yeah. Well, my very last one, and if it's on your list, I will just straight up, I will also keep it very brief. But my last one, and another one where I was like, God damn it, I can't believe this isn't on the list. The Order.
Oh, hell yeah. That's definitely on my list. Yeah.
Justin Kurzel. Yeah, I struggled with this one because there were a couple where I was just like, man, I don't know. Is that 15th? Is that 16th? Who fucking knows at that point? As soon as you hit that point, you're like, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, this one is a very like hard-boiled, like pulpy procedural directed by the Australian filmmaker Justin Kurzel, who did the Michael Fassbender version of Macbeth and has also done some like Australian sort of like true crime I don't know what you call it, and it's not a reenactment, but he's done like those kind of like murder procedural stories before, and this one was him getting to just straight up do like a 70s American crime movie, straight up like adrenaline junkie FBI agent versus Nazi cowboy armored truck bank robbers. Jude Law being the FBI agent, Nicholas Hoult getting to be the neo-Nazi. It does take on sort of like the real history of sort of neo-Nazi groups in the, I think, early 1980s who were organizing various sort of domestic terror attacks. And I do think that at a certain level, I could describe it to you as like FBI versus Nazi, like kind of heat, and you basically know exactly every beat that this movie is going to have. Yeah. But on some level, Kurzel and his regular cinematographer Adam Arkapaw, I think, and also his composer brother Jed, just do such a fantastic job with the mood of this movie. It looks great, it sounds great, there's a patience to it, there's an eeriness to it. I do like that it depicts both cops and Nazis in a way that it's not saying they're the same thing, but they are saying like there's a community, there's kind of a brotherhood that you're looking for when you sign up for this thing, and on some level you have to be willing to violently sacrifice the kind of people around you for the work or for the cause. And there is something kind of sad and interesting about that perspective that it takes on these characters, and it does so with some pretty punchy and propulsive car chases, some great gunfights, some really nice location work and landscapes. And yeah, I will say also Mark Maron shows up to play the talk radio inspiration Alan Berg, who obviously was tragically killed by neo-Nazis, and that element of it is sort of interesting. And yeah, it does end up getting to a pretty bummer raid finale using gas masks and flares and all this kind of stuff that I just thought was really fantastic. So in terms of like pure someone just clearly having fun being like, I get to make my stylish American crime movie, this is someone who really elevates pretty standard material, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have, is that the last of your honorary mentions?
So I'm done. You can feel free to go nuts.
I'll just
Give us your last, whatever you got.
I'll just do the last three real quick. And you know what? And since it's like the debate of just think if anyone's mad that queer isn't a genre movie, think of any of these three and could replace it. Okay, now no one can be mad at me. Fantastic.
Yeah, there you go.
So the first one is Nosferatu, directed by Robert Eggers. I mean, it's Nosferatu. We did do an episode on Nosferatu actually very recently. Everyone should check it out. But it's the classic Gothic tale of the vampire Count Orlok, or Dracula, I guess, depending on what we're doing. With this one, we're doing Orlok. We're kind of going back to the 1920s version where they had to change all the names. I did like that. It's the story of Hutter going to Dracula's or Count Orlok's castle. Orlok is kind of possessing Lily Rose Depp's character Ellen Hutter. As that's happening, it's kind of this mix between a love story and this, the Gothic horror. I don't really need to explain Dracula to you, but I do think that Robert Eggers has a very interesting grasp on what he on the material. I really enjoyed the kind of empty sound design of the cemented hallways when Hutter is first introduced to the castle and he's talking to Orlok for the first time. I do think that some of the modern horror elements of it are a little bit overplayed, and that's probably why it would stop me from thinking that it's fantastic. Like there's certain pop-up stuff that I think it would have been suited better if he were to slow those moments down, just like in the original. But then there's these other moments that become more chaotic and sporadic that would never be in a 1920s movie that I think that really works well with the material. So there is a little bit of a mixed bag for me on that, but I think that it looks fantastic. I love the black and gray and white kind of almost monocolors palette that it has. It just feels like everything, like the life has been sucked out of everything essentially. Particularly, I really did enjoy how he portrayed the fantasy element of getting to the castle. It does turn into this very dreamlike, surreal kind of thing that some of the others definitely did. This one just takes on a more dream, surreal kind of like the rules of it. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. It's almost like he's in a different dimension. But yeah, no, I thought it was solid. So Nosferatu.
Hell yeah. You have others though, don't you?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was on the roll of back and forth. The next one is I Saw the TV Glow, directed by Jane Schoenbrunn, which I'm sure we'll be seeing. This one
we'll see a little bit later, yeah.
Yeah, well I won't get too into it then. It's basically two teenagers kind of come together and discover this show. Maddie, it's between two characters, Owen and Maddie. Maddie ends up leaving, and then there's this, what was it real or was it not, when it comes to the show that they watched. And it's kind of about like the connections you make through art that is very individual to you, and what it means to you, even if it is kind of silly and over the top and a little bit ridiculous. It has this kind of subjective viewpoint from the main character of how he intakes the show. They do this eventual almost like parallel universe where you get inside their head and the show is painted a certain way. It almost looks like a more fantasy-esque Twin Peaks kind of show. And then later on, as things get more into this reality that might be or might not be. It is kind of confusing in that way because it's such a subjective film. It turns out that the show might be something that they didn't quite remember. It's actually chintzy and cheap, and it's kind of like, is it the surroundings, your surroundings kind of dictating how you're feeling about the stuff that you love, and the connections you're making, or are you able to kind of stay true to yourself with all of the social pressures, whether it be a stepfather, conforming to gender, stuff like that. Hopefully I was coherent there. The film is kind of confusing.
It's a tough one to summarize.
Yeah, it is very difficult. But I loved the style, and I think that Schönbrunn has a really individual style. And I loved the use of purple and greens and a lot of the lighting. So yeah, it was really good. And then last one, and this one, I mean, again, I feel so bad. I don't even want to say it, but Juror Number 2, directed by Clint Eastwood.
Oh, okay. You will also see this later, so you're good.
It almost got there, and honestly, I could even swap it out for Queer, but it's starring Nicholas Hoult and Toni Collette specifically. It is basically 12 Angry Men, but instead one of the jurors is actually involved in the murder, and he's trying to deter people from figuring that out while also trying to save the guy that he knows is innocent that's on the stand. So it gets into that, it has a
great log line.
Yeah, absolutely. It has the traditional melodrama of a court drama and everything like that, but then it just gets a little seedier because, it is a man that is involved in a murder and, is trying to deter people from it. So it's very fun, and it does have a couple moments that within the script that I would think are kind of almost old manisms here and there from Clint Eastwood, but I think that they're so charming and fun and again, moments of a time capsule of films that you don't really see anymore. So I really enjoyed it.
Hell yeah. Well, that is going to finally wrap up our honorable mentions segment. I actually don't think we were that much longer than we were last year. We might actually be finally finding our limit. Knock on wood. I'm going to be saying that because then we're going to go way longer with the top. A little bit longer than that, I don't want to say. We're still going crazy. I also am just, my brain is, we're already out of it. We're zonked out by the time we hit the top 15, which is the whole point of this episode and the point of the fun that we have on this show. And they're time coded for a reason as well. So hopefully you all enjoyed your honorable mentions, or if not, and you were like, fuck that shit, skip that, welcome to the top 15. We're going to finally give you the quote unquote movies that mattered, the ones that we were like, we need to put them on the list. We are going to go back and forth listing out our 15th favorite and then our 14th favorite. And we're going to go all the way to number 1. And like I do every year, I wonder if Jamie realized this was going to happen. I've already cheated.
You did too.
Yeah, I am. Once again, we both do this all the time because we're like, we know that the honorable mentions work and we can just like put another one into the honorable mentions. But what happens for me is that I actually have my list pretty firmly slated like before we start watching movies in like December sometimes. I'm like, I think I've got it. And then I watch one and I'm like, oh, that's going to kick something out. And I'm like, I can't kick that out. Screw you. I'm not going to do that. And luckily, every once in a while, it works out where I actually find a unifying double feature I can throw into here. So my number 15 is actually 2 perverse rom-coms with man in the title. Hitman, directed by Richard Linklater, and A Different Man, directed by Aaron Schimberg. It's the only thing connecting the 2 movies. But because I'm doing 2, I am going to go through them a little quickly here. For Hitman, for me, this was easily of the 3 post Top Gun Maverick, like Glenn Powell fever movies that we got in 2024. There was that crappy rom-com we did with Sydney Sweeney, already forgotten the name. There was Twisters, which I already mentioned, honorable mentions, pretty good. This to me was the one that should have gotten so much more attention than it did, and it likely would have if it didn't get bought off the festival circuit and then dumped by Netflix. Because I saw this at TIFF, it played really well with the crowd, and then it got bought by Netflix, and it took a year to come out, and nobody remembered what it was by the time that it got dumped. And it's a shame because this is one Texas boy, Richard Linklater, who fucking dazed and confused. People should know this guy. And he's reuniting with his other Texas boy, Mr. Glenn Powell, who just had a huge resurgence and tons of box office for both Twisters and fucking whatever the other rom-com was, and not for this thing because it got fucking buried. And also, Linklater should probably get some credit because he's actually one of the people who cast Glenn Powell in his baseball hangout movie, Everybody Wants Him, way back in 2016. So he definitely saw the star power potential in this guy, and he even actually co-wrote this movie with him. They came up with the story together, based on this real guy in the 1980s and 90s who was essentially a Texas college professor who worked as an undercover fake hitman doing entrapment sting operations, where they essentially baited people who tried to hire hitmen to kill spouses or coworkers and then arrested them. It's a very, very bizarre story that this takes a lot of fictional liberties with in order to really lean into the ridiculous humor and the kind of meta fantasy performance role playing that is Glenn Powell constructing these various hilarious personas and disguises and wigs and outfits. And he's developing the specifics of each hitman to the people who are looking for him, and doing so like an actor, like doing auditions or something like that. And so that component of the movie is very fun. But what made this have to be on the list, and I couldn't kick it out for A Different Man when I saw it, was how shocked I was by what this movie actually was. Because I knew the premise. I did not know it was going to turn into the kind of sexy and disturbing, like, romantic comedy that it does, where Powell's gets very playful and lustful excitement over what he does in, like, basically getting to pretend to be like this brooding bad boy hitman. And, you know, he ends up exploring these kind of philosophical ideas about performing and constructing identities, and, you know, how we try to present ourselves differently to impress people, and how that gets perversely wrapped up in like a crime thriller murder sort of context in like a noir-y fashion. I thought was just fantastic, because he meets this beautiful woman who's in a violently abusive relationship with her husband, and he gets hired to kill her husband, and he feels bad for her and like dissuades her from committing the crime. And then, like, a fucking sicko strikes up a relationship with her in character as the hitman. And that's like such a dark concept, but also kind of funny. And also Powell's chemistry with the co-lead, Adria Arjano, is just incredibly strong. And the rest of the movie is them hooking up and making googly eyes at each other and passionately role-playing this like sexy, vulnerable, like maybe she's a femme fatale, he's her hitman protector boyfriend. And eventually they take that very troubling, unethical relationship to an almost like a double indemnity place where they maybe both become actual killers. And doing so is kind of, is it hotter? Is it cathartic for them? It's a kind of a fucked up and kind of immoral movie when you actually think about some of the things it's saying. And it's shot in this very bright, charming kind of like screwball sitcom kind of way that I think crosses your wires. And I found that just so clearly done deliberately and so interesting. And it felt like Linklater was really asking you to be like, is this like toxic fantasy, like making them both more psychotic, or is it actually kind of improving their lives? And the kind of gross end place he gets to that Jamie was referring to in the honorable mentions is it's kind of both. It's kind of fucked up. So that one I really liked. And then for a lot of the same reasons as Jamie, I really, really liked A Different Man. And I really wanted to give a shout out to obviously the two actors, but also Aaron Schimberg, who is I looked him up after because I was just very curious because of the way that he deals with this subject matter. He actually has his own facial disfigurement. And it's something that he, and a lot of his movies are about this. He did another movie called Chained for Life, which I regretfully missed out on, but ended up watching this one due to the general sort of like word of mouth, basically saying that it was like, yeah, it was like The Elephant Man, but if it was like a cruel and ironic science fiction rom-com sort of tragic comic parable, a meta industry satire on acting and all this kind of stuff. And it sounded to me, I was like, that concept has to have gone horribly wrong. Like that sounds like it could go so offensive. And huge credit to him and the trio of actors that it doesn't. Obviously, Sebastian Stan, who I have to give a huge shout out to because he's one of the few Marvel actors using his clout responsibly and like getting indie movies made and getting challenging performances. Thumbs up. Adam Pearson, who, Jamie mentioned was in Under the Skin. He's great in that film. He's great in this. And a huge credit to all of them that this is it really tackles difficult subject matter in a way that's consistently hilarious and very sharp and very observational. And I wouldn't necessarily use the word sensitive, because the movie does play up these kind of like cruel, perverse shocks sometimes in the movie. That is Sebastian Stan like playing a disfigured man who's so depressed he can't live the life of, you know, being an actor or hooking up with the cute neighbor girl or doing all of these things. And he gets this sci-fi surgery to remove what I want to clarify, by the way, is prosthetic Adam Pearson prosthetic face put on top of Sebastian Stan.
Yeah.
And the early parts of the movie were so confusing to me, because I was like, that's clearly modeled after Adam Pearson, but that's not Adam Pearson.
Yeah.
And it's because it's Sebastian Stan literally fucking wearing his face like Face-Off style.
Yeah.
And I was like,
It's wild.
which is a crazy thing when you just say that, because that sounds like, once again, something that people would get in trouble for doing. But
Sure.
everyone has genuinely really thought this stuff through, and it really does turn incredible. One, because Sebastian Stan, I'm always blown away when a movie star is able to like leave the fact that they're very good looking at the door and genuinely alter their performance and their body language and their face and all of this kind of stuff, because he plays like a downbeat dude who is really, you know, has no confidence, hates himself, all this kind of stuff, even when he looks like Sebastian Stan. And it works really well that his situation then kind of turns into this Twilight Zone style thing, where Adam Pearson, when he arrives in the movie in earnest, he's playing against type as a very confident charmer. The guy he actually is in real life. You ever seen an interview with him? He's very, very wonderful dude and very happy, and he's very bright. And the way that he gets to be like, look, I can be happy and successful and get the girl and get the acting gig, and I can do it looking like how I look, and making this just Sebastian Stan feels so horrible. All the stunned reaction shots of him looking at how cartoonishly likable and how large this dude is living, realizing that his looks never prevented him from looking. You just got to be confident, man. Yeah. They're so funny and they're so sad, and it's very clear that Schimberg has, you know, he cares a lot about this subject matter, and he spent a lot of time thinking like sociologically and psychologically what it means to be disfigured or deformed, and how you internalize your behavior based on how you're perceived and treated, and, you know, maybe who you really are underneath, and if you can change that, and honestly, what it means to represent this community, or if you're exploiting this community, like the way he has to wear a mask and they're like, are you actually representing this guy? We need to get an actor who's actually deformed in the role, and the way that they incorporate that meta into the movie's casting itself. It's just like, there's a lot of really interesting ideas in here. And huge credit to everyone that it really doesn't end up in like a tidy moral place. It really just lets the questions and the contradictions linger in the air. Yeah. And it does sometimes make you uncomfortable and kind of confused. And I was pleasantly surprised that that's what this movie was, and that it really cared about this subject matter. Also, last thing, it looks fantastic. Yeah, amazing 16 millimeter photography that they did for it, and there's a really cool like jazzy experimental score. So if you haven't seen it, please check it out.
Yeah, it's awesome. My number 15 is The Beast, directed by Bertrand Bonello, starring
the boy.
Lea Seydoux and George McKay. This is a really interesting movie because it has almost 3 to 4 different parts to it. It's like science fiction. It has a kind of almost traditional romance, period piece moment. It has a more modern thriller, cyber kind of thing going on. It's very interesting, but essentially it's about a character named Gabrielle, who decides to purify her DNA in a machine that will put her in past lives and get rid of any strong feelings, especially negative feelings. But it kind of creates a very stoic and emotionless person, someone that can just take on life completely content, but also not incredibly happy or anything like that. And I guess it's been a way that the future, or the near future that they're living in, has found a way to make human beings probably more productive and, you know, less sad all the time about existence. And essentially, so you kind of go back and forth between her, the Gabrielle character, and then all her past selves. And every single time she meets some different version of George McKay, who eventually, I don't know if his name is Louis every single time, but eventually it gets into the modern day where George McKay's kind of playing this almost incel that has now felt like he needs to take revenge on women, and it's very dark, honestly. But George McKay still finds, and Bertrand Bonello still find a way to try to have sympathy for the character in a sense, and there is still humor. Most of that humor comes from how pathetic of a character he is, and I really enjoyed watching all of his like unbelievably batshit crazy rants to the camera that he's doing, because he's also vlogging everything that he's doing. And Gabrielle's character takes on a more empathetic, sympathetic approach to him, and a more loving and compassionate approach, because she still feels connected to him based on all of those past lives. It's just really interesting the way that it intertwines all of these different eras together. It's pretty well paced in that sense. There's the one thing that is kind of made me not put it a little bit further into the list is I'm not insanely crazy about the Victorian era piece that's kind of in the beginning. It's for like the first 30 minutes. I think there's a lot of romance in it, and I do think that it helps build that foundation that you need for the kind of traditional romance that kind of gets subverted when you get into the modern you wouldn't even want to call it romance. It's just a thriller at that point. Very scary, to be honest. But I think that part is necessary so that you can have the sympathy for George's character and understand the sympathy that Gabrielle has for him as well. And I won't spoil anything in this because it's almost essential to the film, but there's a lot of very devastating, but also it's like almost loving moments. It's like it's kind of a film about just trying to capture that love that you're so close to, but it just never gets there because everything surrounding you is almost stopping it, whether it be society rules or a horrible upbringing, whatever it is that the certain characters are going through in their era. It's just constantly stopping them from really finding that love, and it's very it's a beautiful movie. It's just sad as well, but really good.
Very sad.
Yeah.
I'll be talking about it a little bit later. My number 14 is Kubi, directed by Takeshi Kitano.
Oh, you know what? I'm realizing for some reason I didn't have that in my honorary mentions. So hell yeah, Kubi's awesome.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know why I didn't do that.
It
must have missed it.
That's what this part is for. You can always just throw it in there retroactively.
Yeah.
But since even decently budgeted Japanese movies get such crappy distribution or like no distribution deals outside of Japan, many of you might not even know that the legendary actor and director Takeshi Kitano of fucking Hanabi and Zonati fame came out of retirement just a year ago, essentially, for this very anachronistic retelling of a high profile assassination during the attempted unification of feudal Japan in the 16th century. But he did, and it's sick. And he essentially depicts this period as just like a farcically chaotic mess of palace intrigue and gay samurai sex and mud soaked decapitations flying left and right. I actually do think this is the most decapitations on screen I've ever seen in a movie.
It's a lot. Oh yeah.
He apparently wrote the script back in the 90s when he was being similarly subversive with the Yakuza and the cop movie genre. And honestly, I kind of felt that in this, and what attracted to him to this history was that so many of these characters are just so duplicitous and they're so cutthroat, and there's a hierarchy of alliances and betrayals that had to have occurred essentially between these various political and military leaders and their soldier retainers in order to result in the truly ludicrous body count if you were to ever look into this time period in Japan. And there's, I think, a similar thought process that he had where it's these could be sort of how he treats gangster characters who were constantly tasked with sacrificing themselves for their bosses or betraying them and all that kind of stuff. And so I do think that, like, while it's not necessarily a brand new concept to suggest that, like, you know, on some level, he felt like he was taking respected historical figures and was like, I'm going to bring them down in the mud and make them gross and make them have sex and make them decapitate each other and all this kind of stuff. And make some of them look kind of pathetic and make them look like sadists and all this kind of stuff. I do think Takeshi Kitano is a legend, and I do think that it's insane that a movie that clearly does have a budget and is him going back and like kind of doing his own grotesque and funny version of like a Kurosawa movie in a way. He even actually hired Kurosawa's daughter to do the costumes for his movie. Like, it has beautiful sets and it looks like a traditionally handsome and respectable like period Japanese like wartime drama. It's just also, I'm gonna pile like vomit inducing grotesquerie and like dark humor around the entire thing, and it is uniquely Kitano in that way, and it really did show a lot of energy for the current age that he's at. And it definitely, this movie I think could have been a really like slow, tragic, serious kind of thing, and I was surprised at how strange and energetic and kind of gross it was. Even his performance is like he's playing just like the most sadistic like warlord guy who's like, oh, I'm watching like the harakiri of like another guy. Well, I'm gonna like laugh and be bored through that entire sequence. You know, he is trying to be pretty subversive with the history, and I thought it was cool. So if you didn't check it out, Kubi.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts is when he makes a guy eat something off of a sword and then just starts cutting up his mouth. It's fucking insane. But anyway, my 14 is Queer, directed by Luca Guadagnino. So this is the William S. Burroughs adaptation of Queer. This is an incredibly sad movie. Really, the highlight for me is Daniel Craig. I think he's unbelievable in this. It might be his best performance, at least that I've seen. He's so exposed, just incredibly vulnerable in this film. The synopsis is in 1950s Mexico City, William Lee, an American expat in his late 40s, leads a solitary life amidst a small American community. The arrival in town of Eugene Allerton, a young student, stirs William into finally establishing a meaningful connection with someone. So he's kind of the story goes to is that the author had something to do with the murder or a killing of his wife. And so he went to Mexico City to basically kill himself. Essentially, it's to do drugs, have sex, and to drink his face off, just destroy his body. There is also even a little bit of, a questionable motive with the people that he's having sex with. They are adults, they are of age, but they are incredibly young men. They're like 19, 20. He's also kind of has this financial transaction that's occurring, so he gets a little confused about how much these men care for him. And what's sad is that there are countless moments where he does have real connections with them, or at least real moments with him, but it always goes back to the fact that this is begun in a transactional way. And so there's nothing ever quite real about it. And it's just this like desperation for connection and to try to be content within yourself. There's kind of three sections to the movie. The one is where he's in the city. You're kind of going through the almost the sex, drugs, and rock and roll of it all. And the second half is kind of the withdrawals, and you start to get into the sadness and the physical consequences of what you have to go through with the withdrawals. And then it eventually turns into this completely surreal, in moments, body horror kind of thing. And I just found it to be that moment, and I won't spoil what it is, I found to be honestly one of the most haunting but beautiful things I've ever seen. I think it's a really harrowing film. It's definitely one of the most just down bad, miserable experiences ever. But I just think it's incredibly well directed by Luca and incredibly well performed by Daniel Craig. Just again, one of the most vulnerable performances I've ever seen. So would highly recommend if you haven't.
Yeah, disqualified from my list, but I
I went with like it's just when it gets to those surreal elements, it started to feel more nightmarish, and there's elements of the horror that Lucas seems to always kind of
it does.
instill in his
Part of
movies.
my brain also wanted to say, hey, we've covered Naked Lunch on the main show, and that's
or
also
Oppenheimer.
William S. Burroughs.
You know what I mean?
And, come on,
So
why not?
I think it works. But yeah, great
Why not?
movie.
But yeah, second it's a really fantastic movie, and honestly, when I do my list that includes all movies, I think it'll also be in probably a similar spot. My number 13 though is In a Violent Nature, which
we'll be seeing that later.
Of the two indie slasher sensations that turned into box office hits relative to their extremely low budgets, this one did clear Terrifier 3 for me. I think because it was just such a neat experiment in approximating the standard like genre conventions, like narratively, and also I guess the gruesome kill compilation stuff of Friday the 13th sequel.
Yeah.
Though I was thinking one of the more bare bones ones, like part 2 or part 4, specifically, not like the more supernatural, goofier later ones. But taking those conventions and essentially turning them into this like hypnotic third person chill Jason Kills to study to like ASMR simulator, which is what Jamie called it in his review.
Yes.
And yeah, it's an effect I think they achieve incredibly well. They rigorously shot the movie, like the same types of scenes and like characters you'd see in a slasher movie, but from this like ambiguous ambient distance and with a sound, this like really cool soundscape and these like fluid tracking photography. It reminded me of movies like Angst or like Elephant. And I do think on some level that there was, mileage did vary for people based on like you hearing the concept that the movie did benefit from on a marketing level, where people were like, dude, it's like Terrence Malick's like Jason POV movie. And a lot of people went and saw the movie based on that. And for a certain type of like cult horror fan, which I will say I watched it with in a theater, and there were people who it was clearly too slow and unsatisfying for.
Got you.
Because it is like, it's kind of an art movie. But
Right.
for the art house crowd who loves like slow cinema, it is like not experimental enough, and it frequently does cheat the like meditative dread formal perspective, and it does do jump cuts and scene transitions, and it does speed its way to some of the more like gory slasher moments you expect of a movie like this. And so I was super impressed by the sweet spot that they found
Me too.
with this movie. And I could not get enough of it. I thought all of the natural ambiance that it does of like the bug sounds and the tree-lined sunset vistas of North Ontario, obviously it's local, so I thought that was cool. But the elegant claustrophobic academy ratio camera work that's like tethered to the quote on the Jason played by Rye Barrett, who is really, really effectively doing those like hulking metronomic, like walking around with his, his axe and hook combo and his antique fireman mask, which is really cool, and just annihilating all the annoying campers in this very vivid and tangibly disgusting detail that, similarly to the Terrifier 3 situation, this is also Chris Nash was a prosthetic makeup effects artist turned director. So this does have some really goopy head smashes and an extended glacial log splitter dismemberment sequence and the infamous yoga kill, which I will not spoil for anyone who has not seen it, but it is one of the more logistically creative kills I've seen in a slasher movie before. And so, yeah, all of that works really, really well for me. And then also, I will say, part of what I liked about it too was when it also resisted typical genre film enjoyment and kind of just did become this really amusingly unpleasant and kind of pathetic movie. There's a lake drowning sequence in the movie, which is where it really, I think, holds on the premise that it's doing, which is that you experience like the girls flirting with each other and going skinny dipping and the girl jumping into the lake. And then you just see Johnny slowly disappear underneath the water from the one side. and you're just sitting there for like 2 whole minutes watching this girl swim, waiting for her to get pulled underwater. And it doesn't go to her experience. It doesn't use a dramatic score. It doesn't go to those shots of her being like, oh, I'm drowning, I'm underwater. Like, it doesn't do any of this stuff. It's just a long shot of her just dying and her body just coming up and Johnny continuing on his mission.
Yeah.
And like, when you start entering the kind of casual, animal, kind of dispassionate perspective of how like a slasher killer might actually feel about the scenes that they're in, and you completely separate from that human experience like it does in moments like this. I thought the movie was actually doing something very, very interesting, and it does it in other ways as well. Like sometimes they'll drop like lore drops and you'll hear it from characters like really far away. It's just barely picking it up in the sound mix. Like those characters are existing in an entirely different movie where the camera is focusing on them and they're speaking very dramatically, and that's the important thing. But the fact that you just get it all from the slasher killer's point of view is quite novel. It is, I think, pretty committed to, and the few times it breaks it very artfully, and I think with purpose, like it does do as well at the very end of the film, which I won't spoil, but is basically the very indie downbeat version of like the ending of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where it finally does kind of take the victim's perspective, but it does it in this way, this very confusing, hysterical, like what just happened, kind of fashion. And either way, this was for me easily the slasher movie of the year.
Yeah, I loved it. My number 13, I believe, is Twilight of the Warriors, Walled In, directed by Xiao Chung. He is the guy that did Limbo, which I think also made my list whenever that came out, maybe 2022, 2021.
Yeah, but that was in both of our top 10s the year that came out.
And that movie is gritty as hell and disgusting, and everyone should check that out if you like that kind of stuff. But this one, he's taken on more of he still kind of has the grit and the violence and all of that, but he's having more fun with it. This is much more of a martial arts film, and it's kind of it's based in the 1980s in Hong Kong, where they had this like giant walled city, so everybody is just stacked on top of each other in these apartments and like all of these intertwining maze-like alleys, and it's basically like just kind of gang wars, and the fight sequences are incredible because they just use every part of the environment to their disposal. So if like a pipe is sticking out of the wall, they'll grab onto it and they'll have like a bunch of the cement still around the pipe as they pull it out of the wall and then hit somebody with it, and then that cement explodes onto somebody's head, and it's just so overly stylized. And they also do a mixture of kind of like grounded martial arts where people are still doing things that a human being could do, but then they'll do the slight wire exaggerations where it's not like people are going 50 feet into the air like a wuxia film, but they're still doing like a 10-foot drop rather than a 5-foot drop, and it just kind of elevates things and makes things a little bit more larger than life. You also have Sammo Hung, shout out, big fave on the show, and he does have a fight sequence, which is just awesome to see him do his thing at this age. It's just so cool. Hell yeah, the god. There's a lot of like playful,
I gotta confess,
characters.
I did not watch this movie, and part of my fear was that I was like, I can't kick another movie off my list. I knew that it was gonna like be in the top 15, so I literally just didn't watch it. I'm gonna watch it after.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's like it is a banger, man. It is an absolute banger. So yeah, I can't recommend it enough. It does have that like because of the city that they're trying to emulate, it's got a little bit of that CGI green screen stuff, but honestly, the way that they also use real sets within that really masks it well and allows them to kind of go overboard with some of the backgrounds that you see when it comes to this like really expansive, crowded city. So yeah, I had a great time with it. I would highly recommend any martial arts heads out there to watch it.
All right, my number 12 is Dune Part 2.
Nice.
Directed by Mr. Denis Villeneuve, or as Lights Camera Jacks would say, Villeneuve. Mr. French Canadian. The second, obviously, and what is now going to be his 3-part adaptation of Frank Herbert's Dune, followed up, I think, soon by its very dark epilogue-esque sequel, Dune Messiah. This was definitely one of the best blockbuster experiences that I had this year. I think Villeneuve getting all the effective like medieval political intrigue and kind of like Greek tragedy table setting of the first movie out of the way, he was finally able to really explode into the muscular military space opera like Lawrence of Arabia meets Last Temptation of Christ that he has been clearly itching to turn this material into, where Paul is, you know, both this really naive, crazy ass white boy who falls in love with and learns the ways of the desert, but also becomes this like guerrilla revolutionary fighter against his own oppressive political class, and also a tortured messiah figure who, you know, has visions of this inevitable destiny that, you know, he learns to kind of stop doubting and resisting and just accept it. But I think what Villeneuve gets so right about this movie is he really does understand the sort of eco-horror, anti-imperialist kind of like fable of it all. And he really did rightfully hone in, I think, that on the fact that the sympathy garnered by you in the first film and kind of the first half of the book, where you do experience Paul as his victim experience of being trapped in this very merciless sort of political you know, sort of like family war dynasty that's being waged. And, you know, it's weaponized into kind of getting you swept up into the momentum of the righteous revenge. We're going to take down the Baron. We're going to help free the Fremen. We're going to do all these things that are obviously very clearly good things. But the precise method available to Paul in order to do those things in the book and in this movie, which he does in the second one especially, it's a double-edged sword. It's one that involves him, you know, crafting and manipulating religious myth and fervor and, you know, using it as a violent political tool that's going to have far more rippling consequences and lead to these very uncontrollable horrors that we're going to see more of in Dune Part 3. And I can't wait. That is going to be one of the most downbeat and bummer movies to ever play on an IMAX screen alongside Oppenheimer.
It's going to be amazing for the Chalamet heads just to see him become a fucking fascist. It's going to be awesome.
It's gonna be wild. And the reason this is maybe not quite as high on my list as I kind of hoped it would be but maybe even before going into it, I honestly thought going into this that it might even be the 5 and it was going to make me go back to the first one, and even 5 the first one, and it was going to be like for sure in the top 5. For me, I did have a couple reservations about just that we got into more in depth about for the bonus transmission for anyone who's interested, about just like Paul's transformation into the hardened military thinker and political exploiter. I do think it was made a little bit less complex in the movie, in part because Villeneuve was maybe just he was really eager to hammer it home harder than Herbert did, because Herbert wrote Messiah as a response because he felt like people misunderstood his book, that everyone was like so stoked about Paul's hero's journey, and he was like, no, read Messiah. And so Villeneuve was very much didn't want to have that same reaction. And as a result, he shifts some of the characters in a way, and in some ways good. I did think that Zendaya's Chani is like rightfully given some more dimensions, but I do think that some characters like Rebecca Ferguson's Lady Jessica is like given less to do and a little bit less interesting. And I do think that despite splitting the first book into 2 parts, this movie somehow did still end up feeling a little rushed and incomplete by the end of the movie, because he's so eager to set up part 3. Yeah. That, there was part of me that just had a little bit, I had book nerd problems, and that was it. That was really it. The rest of it, I was like, Villeneuve is, he has an exceptional level of control over the mood of this material. It's very technically gorgeous. I do think that some of the things he does alter and streamline and tighten. Some of it he does incredibly well. Some of it does help gather the sort of doom-laden intensity of Paul Paul's transformation, and I do think Chalamet's performance is really, really good. He had 2 great performances this year. He could play Bob Dylan, another Messiah figure for a lot of people. In this one, he was like, both of them, he uses the boyish charm too, but in this one, I do think that when he activates that more violently angry shade to Paul, I do think that he does get a little bit commanding. So when he starts eating the worm juice and he starts monologuing and shit, I was like, damn, he's really going for it. But yeah, also, much like the first movie, this is still just an incredible spectacle of like brutalist, cavernous, like production design of the Empire. I do like the introduction of the inky monochromatic, like infrared, like fascist gladiator pit that they end up going to. All the tactile and tactical, like sand and blood guerrilla military action set piece and like VFX craftsmanship of Paul becoming like an indigenous eco terrorist, like Lawrence of Arabia style, I think is all, really fantastic. And the eventual final set piece stuff with the worm riding and the storm imagery and Austin Butler getting into knife fights with him, and who I think is great as Fade, and I also just like many of the supporting performances. Javier Bardem, so the humorous deadpan delivery of him as Stilgar and watching him go from like mentor to kind of like an obedient awestruck zealot is really good. It's going to matter a lot for Messiah. And like Léa Seydoux, Florence Pugh, everyone I think is really good in this movie. And overall, even if I did think it wasn't as complete as I anticipated, and maybe I get to part 3 and I go, I've seen the whole thing, it's all 5s now. maybe that'll still happen. I do think that the like pure brooding intensity and the bravado and the architecture and how much of like on a pure production scale and the quality of what Villeneuve is doing here, I think is really fantastic. And if he does adapt Messiah just as well as he's been adapting these, I do think everyone is going to have a lot of fun realizing that Paul is a genocidal freak. So let's look forward to that.
I can't wait to see Chalamet do that. So my next number 12, I think, is Furiosa, a Mad Max saga directed by George Miller.
The other big blockbuster movie.
Yeah. So this is basically a prologue or origin story to Mad Max Fury Road, but hyper focused on the Furiosa character, played by Charlize Theron, I believe, in the original, and then this one is Anya Taylor-Joy.
You believe, sir.
Oh, I know.
It's Charlize.
Just trying to act nonchalant. So this is fantastic. What I like about it specifically is that George Miller is unfortunately not able to do full-on desert warfare this time around the entire time. I think there's some moments where he gets to do it, but it's just not as present as it is in Fury Road. That being said, because he's using more digital and kind of green screen effects, he does it so well. He melds it incredibly well with his style. And because he's using it, he gets to also do similar to what I was talking about with like Walled In, where it allows an artist to be able to just do larger than life things and things you wouldn't necessarily be able to do practically. A lot of the time that can become uncanny, but honestly, you can't tell what is CGI and what isn't in this. The digital stitching, the digital violence that's in it is pretty seamless. I also really love that it takes its time to introduce the character of Furiosa. You actually, I think, have a good 30 to 45 minutes before Anya Taylor-Joy even shows up to this thing, because it really takes its time to show her childhood, how her mother passed, so that you have the motivations that she has for revenge and kind of her violent nature. And then eventually it gets to the Anya Taylor-Joy era, and you see her grow as a warrior. You see her like even physically grow, which is really interesting. They kind of mix again at a certain point. It seems like they're mixing the child actress with Anya Taylor-Joy until they fully transform her into Anya Taylor-Joy. I haven't seen many movies that take that much kind of detail into the character physically, and I thought that was really cool and pretty important too, given that so many characters in this, and Furiosa specifically at a certain point, are like losing limbs and have very strange and eccentric kind of physical qualities to them that make up their character. So to see that actual process is really cool. You get the same effect with Chris Hemsworth, who's playing like evil Thor and just playing the most sadistic desert wastelander ever. That also kind of has a similar backstory where he's lost his family, but he's just kind of dove into chaos because of it and wants revenge on the higher ups and become more powerful himself. So I think it's a incredible action film. It is 2.5 hours long, I believe, and it doesn't feel like that at all. It feels like 90 minutes clean. It's just it's so the pacing is unbelievable. And yeah, I really, again, I think George Miller is the only one of the only modern directors that can make this more modern aesthetic with all the digital stuff look this fantastic. So couldn't recommend it enough.
Hell yeah. My number 11 is The Substance, directed by Coralie Forgeot, which I showed to a friend recently, and they described it as, quote unquote, the most Sleazoids movie ever.
That's true.
Which I realized is probably true, and maybe would have landed higher on the list if I had actually had more time to watch it. But yeah, but between this and her very oversaturated rape revenge survivalist thriller Revenge, which I believe, Jamie, you put on your list in the first year of the show in 2018. So we were on the Coralie Forgeot train much earlier than The Substance. We're not just jumping on right now. That's but right. She has really proven herself, I think, really adept at taking these kind of old school genre shells that really appeal to guys like us and really funneling them through her sort of uniquely grotesque and hyper stylish and, you know, aggressively feminist kind of New French Extremity sort of cartoon sensibility that she has. And the aspect I really want to highlight about that is like the cartoon aspect, because I think what's really kind of throwing people off about this movie, because I do think it is broadly liked for sure, but it got a lot more mixed reactions after the festival hype from a lot of like colleagues in our circle, for example. Love it. And I think complaining about stuff that I understand, like how broad it is, how kind of stupid it is on a satirical level. Sure. It is, you know, of the very basic ideas it's bringing up about sort of misogynistic show business kind of beauty standards and the destructive self-hating effect it has for women. And I don't know how much I necessarily disagree with a lot of that. Like everything this movie has to say about this subject is completely on its surface. It hits you over and over again, completely over the head. It's subtextless. It's one note. It's 2.5 hours long nearly. But at a certain point, what was truly impressive to me about this movie was not the depth of anything it was saying. It was how it was being expressed, how visually ridiculous, how extreme of a register it was operating in. Like it was basically taking so many all-time favorite movies we have on the show, Seconds, The Fly, I don't know, like Tetsuo, and pick any random Brian Usna, Stuart Gordon, Screaming Mad George body horror movie like Reanimator or From Beyond or Society. It was taking all that kind of stuff, and it was just spitting it out as this just like completely saturated and plastic caricature of essentially an economy that feeds on young, objectified sort of female flesh. We talked about it in Revenge. She loves to like shoot from the quote unquote sort of like male gaze to try to get this idea of like, look how leery I am of, for example, Margaret Qualley in this movie. And it's very exploitation-y. But she does it so that she can then sort of punish you with the actual story, which is this very sort of like Dorian Gray, premise of an aging Demi Moore who's playing an actress turned like Jane Fonda, like workout TV guru, injecting herself with the serum that turns her into the young and hotter Margaret Qualley. But obviously that comes similarly to A Different Man with a kind of Twilight Zone-esque punishment. It's just Forgeot's version of punishment is much less sensitive than even that movie. She's like, I'm going full disgusting gag-filled like monster action movie, and we are going to start piling up every grotesque detail we possibly could. So personally, I don't think I would say that this is a smart movie, but I do think it is one of a very successful movie at being exactly what it wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
It is visually tangible. It is imaginative. It is gross. It is just trying to be like a filthy Sleazoids shock machine, essentially. And I will say it's one that had our TIFF morning press screening crowd of like usual silence, absolutely cringing and laughing and just having a great time. And part of that is the incredible practical prosthetic body horror and creature work that is truly impressively queasy. It does build to a hilarious metalcore like Carrie blood geyser finale that I still sometimes don't believe is real, and that's where it went to. Part of me actually thinks the movie would be better if it even cut to black on that scene. It's so good. Honestly, too, I know she did just win the Golden Globe. She doesn't need any more props, but Demi Moore.
Yeah, she's so good.
She's a huge part of the appeal of this movie. I don't think this movie is as good without someone solidifying it and committing to it who has actually clearly had these feelings before, because I think I read that Fargeau was attracted to getting Demi involved because she read her book where she admitted that she, had insecurities and self-hatred and had worked with and had aged and was used to being someone who was seen as like this very beautiful sort of like sexualized sort of, she's a very objectified actress back in the 90s. And there's something to be said about how this movie takes those feelings and totally confronts them by shooting herself frequently in unflattering ways and exposing and digging into some of her own insecurities and doing this internalized misogyny, making that part of the subject of the movie and just externalizing that in such an extremely ugly confessional way where, Demi Moore for large portions of this movie looks like a giallo goblin hag or like one of the orgy monsters from Society. And it's kind of mind blowing. And it does indulge in the misogynistic perspective of shooting every wrinkle and flab of Moore and highlighting every perfection of, Margaret Qualley. But the movie is very clearly doing that deliberately, because it's not a revenge movie about taking down the people who make the substance or even taking down the grotesque studio executive men like Dennis Quaid, who's also a very fun cartoon performance in the movie. It's really a movie about deep internalized like self-loathing and self-hatred, just realized by someone who has incredible taste in trash movies. And it's a disgusting body horror cartoon, and it's meant to be absurd, and I think it does what it wants to do. So
hell yeah, it's great. My number 11 is Cloud, directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. This honestly would probably be further on the list if I got a chance to rewatch it, but I only got to watch it at TIFF, and there's just certain elements at this point that I've probably forgotten about, and I just, I wanted to give it to other things that I remembered a little bit more. But this is a fantastic film. It's essentially about a guy named Yoshi who does reselling on the internet of things, but to the point where he really fucks people over with the pricing. And he just continues to do this over and over again and kind of builds this community of people online that really resent him and want to do something about it. And it's really interesting to watch Suda play the character because he's so just like smug about what he's doing at first. Like, it's like, haha, I'm getting away with this. What a troll I am. And then as, these people start to try to take revenge on him and maybe get some money back, maybe have some catharsis of some kind, you see him become more of a coward and more frantic, and it's a really awesome and interesting performance. But that being said, what Kurosawa was doing, it's just awesome, going from like this almost like kind of comedy, watching Suda do his thing and screw people over on the internet, and then it almost turns into a mix between like a farcical crime thriller and also horror, because there are people stalking him, trying to kill him, and he even Kurosawa even uses some of like those horror images. Like, one is actually being used as the poster right now on Letterboxd, where through the kind of that foggy glass, you can see somebody wearing a bag over their head, and that could possibly be one of the people after him. And I had an absolute blast with it. And it's interesting too, because the character himself is obviously someone that you're like, fuck this guy. But then the people that end up also trying to take the kind of the vengeance, they also become very questionable characters because he's like, you understand from just an animalistic perspective of being screwed over. You're like, oh, I want to get at this guy. But then they start to go too far. And then there's elements of that. And the whole thing that he balances, all the chaos is a lot of fun to watch. And it is interesting to watch it be both like pretty violent and kind of horrifying in moments. But then also he still finds kind of a satirical element to it, at least a sense of humor. So yeah, I thought it was great. And I can't wait to rewatch it. It probably would be higher up if I got to.
Yeah, that's the one controversial one we're going to be putting on our list because technically it did not get a North American
we were confused
release.
by
I still don't think it has a North American distributors. The reason we're actually putting it on is because we have no idea if this is ever going to get released outside Japan.
Yeah.
It is available in corners of the internet if you know where to look. But yeah, I was hoping it was going to get like some legitimate distribution and push because it's very good. And yeah, I'll be mentioning it even more further up the list here. But
hell yeah.
My number 10 for the time being is Juror number 2, directed by, you guessed it, Mr. Clint Eastwood. The in his 90s and still kicking, quite possibly his last movie that received a notoriously bad theatrical rollout and dumping onto HBO Max, despite Eastwood's consistent annual delivery of serious crowd-pleasing award season movies for the 40-plus age demographic for Warner for like literal decades. It's very shameful how he was treated and how this movie was treated, especially too because Juror number 2 has to have some of the most mainstream appeal of anything he's made in quite some time. It is a courtroom drama as morality play thriller. It perfectly suits his late era of making these very old-fashioned, technically simple, yet, sort of ambivalent and sturdy stories of individuals attempting to be kind of traditionally heroic within flawed American institutions, whether it's the military or policing or the media or the justice system. But unlike the kind of conventional award season biopic form that he's been realizing these ideas in, like, especially recently, things in like Sully or like Richard Jewell or The Mule, Juror number 2 I think kind of stands out because it has that such a wonderfully pulpy airport paperback premise to it that Jamie already laid out that really gives him the freedom to explore some more extreme forms of psychological torment than like the real life characters might have. And it's courtesy of a first time screenwriter that Eastwood is adapting. And yeah, it is, as Jamie laid out, Mr. Henry Ford or Henry Fonda, sorry, it's Henry Ford, different guy, Henry Fonda in 12. That would be a fun movie too, though, in 12 Angry Men, who what if he was not just an annoying good Samaritan who believes in the process and wants to give the kid a fair shake, but what if he was actually the real accidental killer who did not realize what he had done until rehearing the details of the case being presented to him, and which is a fantastic sequence in and of itself. And then it transforms into this very soulfully guilt-ridden film, basically like where he's motivated to convince the other jurors of the man's innocence without implicating himself. And it's just a fantastically tense but also absurdly contrived situation that Eastwood plays at like the right somber register to focus on Holt, who, again, Holt, he's in The Order, he's in Juror number 2, he's in fucking
he's the American boy now.
Not Nosferatu. He had a real run at the end of the year here, and I think this for me was my favorite performance just because of how well he plays those classical close-ups that Eastwood does, and the teary-eyed like deer cotton headlight stupor that he's in is just such a great like canvas for this like melodramatic internal conflict that he's wrestling with but like can't reveal to anyone around him. And honestly, what I liked so much about this and why it landed so high up on my list is that it walks a perfect line of navigating these suspenseful accumulations of the twists and the coincidences and the things that are a staple of the genre. Like Eastwood is not above satisfyingly hitting the beats and playing the hits. This has the full expository trial rundown. It has the humorous like stock jury characters that you have fun with it, and it played by a very sturdy supporting cast, including Toni Collette as the ambitious careerist DA, Chris Messina as her public defender drinking buddy, J.K. Simmons is maybe one of my favorites as the Columbo detective juror, but Kiefer Sutherland is also in there as Holt's like Alcoholics Anonymous sponsor, because that is kind of part of his past that gets involved in the movie. But doing so and indulging in all this old-fashioned courtroom thriller intrigue and all that, while not ignoring the more uncomfortable moral thorniness that's ingrained into this kind of silly premise. Because at a certain point, as the movie goes on, you really can feel it building to like that typical grandstanding genre catharsis, this like breaking point where someone in an old Hollywood movie, Henry Fonda, would stand up and be like, this is wrong, we're gonna fix this. And instead, I just love so much that this movie deliberately deflates that. It goes to a much quieter, much more existential place. The casual momentum it builds towards the idea of how injustice happens, how people behave in terms of self-interest and based on prejudiced perceptions, and how those things can win out over doing the right thing, even when you know that that's wrong. And I said this when we talked about it on the bonus transmission, but like it probably should have been obvious that the guy who made Unforgiven was like capable at arriving at a more troubling and haunting ending than the rest of the genre. But I was just genuinely surprised by some of the decisions that Holt and Colette end up, their characters end up making in the final and the final stretch of the movie. Mm-hmm. And, you know, where I won't spoil it, but like the mission Holt set out gets very complicated, and we do get presented with what is a much darker decision than I think that you would expect. And it does result in you kind of having to think about how a wrong thing can be rationalized in your mind, and how the system does inherently kind of ask ordinary people to be unbiased and disinterested and indifferent. And it does kind of grind you down, the ones who try to think in a moral framework or try to fix something. And it does hit a final note, in my opinion, that is just filled with so much gnawing psychological and moral weight and burden. And it really does, you know, end in a place where you're just like, wow, our internal moral clocks are very easy to break when you think about it. And it was just not what I expected out of Clint Eastwood in his 90s directing an airport paperback premise. Like, that's astonishing that it's as good as it is, I think. So yeah, that's why it got the top 10 for me.
Yeah, agreed. It's fantastic. My number 10 is In a Violent Nature, directed by Chris Nash, which we have talked about.
Sweet.
For me, I mean, I always love serial killer slasher films, so I'm kind of set up in that regard. And I do like more artistic, slower takes on things. Some of the slow tempo pacing of films can get at me, but I think when the premise is I'm waiting for the next insane kill and I'm just like really relaxed until that happens, really works for someone like me. So I did in my review, I did say this is my ASMR. And I wholly believe that. Every time I put this on, I feel calm and meditative, and it's the strangest thing. I think it's finally found like the two parts of my brain just slapping together in cinema here. So I think it's awesome. I do agree that what we were talking about earlier, where there's just a couple moments where they kind of stray away from the established rules of what makes this film work. And I really do feel like if they just landed 100% on it, it would be just that much better. But for the most part, you're locked into the Jason-like killer. And there's moments too where not only are the kills pretty brutal, and some of them fast-paced and some of them not, but the ones that aren't are just, you have to sit with them just as much as you have to sit with him walking through the woods. And the anticipation of that is dreadful and horrifying, and I think really works. Also, just playing on the slasher genre of like the tropes that the characters themselves have, not the killer. Like the at one point, there's almost these implications through the dialogue that this is like the sixth movie in a sequel or a franchise, because there's characters that are already talking about like, we defeated him last summer. We've already done this. I know how to do it, and then they'll just subvert by killing that character. So it's I just had a blast with it. And if you're familiar with the slasher genre, then I think you'll have a good time. You will have to sit a little bit, but I don't know, smoke some weed and enjoy nature, and then enjoy all the gore. So yeah, In a Violent Nature.
Hell yeah. My number 9 is also one we've already talked about as well, technically. Furiosa.
Hell yeah.
Directed by George Miller. This for me was the blockbuster of the year. Like
it's nuts.
believe we are truly lucky to have someone with the genius, visual sophistication, and imagination of George Miller around us making movies of this size. Like there is no way in hell that he had any idea when he originally was like, I'm going to take the 1973 Australian oil crisis and my experiences witnessing brutal car accidents firsthand in the emergency rooms as a med student, and I'm going to turn this into a vigilante biker revenge exploitation B movie. I'm going to call it Mad Max. There is no way at that point in his life did he ever think he would be trusted with the amount of money they gave him to make this movie, or that he would be telling biblically scaled stories about the gasoline shortage in an outback apocalypse wasteland that he invented. Like the fact that he has studio resources and that he made that transition as beautifully as he did, and progressively as well, because like Road Warrior is bigger, Fury Road is bigger, and then the Fury Road prequel, conceived around the same time as Fury Road, and due to a bunch of production issues we went into on the bonus transmission, that it took a lot longer to get made. Mm-hmm. He has really, really managed to turn this like strange, hyper-specific concept of like highway death zones and BDSM attired steampunk gangs and bleak R-rated tragedies of like sadistic, mutilating, like revenge stories and characters that are all being slowly driven more insane and twisted by this, he's managed to take all of that and just make them increasingly more physically ridiculous and mythologically abstract, and turning them into these full like Western chase movie blockbusters, and without sacrificing like any of the nasty weirdo exploitation impulses that he has. And honestly, despite all the red flags inherent to modern franchise prequel storytelling, which I did go into this movie with a couple like, how are they going to expand the lore? What fan service boxes are they going to check? Are we going to learn all about how Furiosa loses her arm? Technically, yes, we do. Are we going to see the bullet farm? It delivers the things that you would normally be scared of a studio giving to you. And I think because it's him, and because he clearly loves this stuff, and because he finds an inventive angle on everything, I didn't mind it at all. I didn't even mind that he dropped like the breakneck economic purity of Fury Road, which is like part of why that is a perfect movie. And instead, he's like, I'm going to do this operatic, decade-spanning revenge epic, and it is going to stop and start more than Fury Road does. And it is, it's going to rely more heavily on artificial-looking, kind of CG-augmented imagery. These are all things that I would go, oh, God, what are you doing? And I still left this movie like, holy shit. He truly is a standout, singular action craftsman when it comes to this stuff. He has an unparalleled control of the widescreen framing, the unhinged, chaotic freedom of his set pieces, the eye for all the bizarre environmental horror and destruction of his world, the deranged oil and grime, like gearhead production and costume design of it. The way that he gets such charismatic and psychotic performance energy out of actors, like he's so good at doing all of that stuff. And with this, he really did successfully take us back to the same sort of location and character and action set piece construction styles of Fury Road, like we were there yesterday, but in a way that is less focused on maintaining the like breakneck momentum in favor of doing a movie that is just much bigger in scope, a movie that made me kind of think about things like Once Upon a Time in the West or like Conan the Barbarian. Like it's just more of a novelistic, like episodic saga structure that really does tell Furiosa's like coming of age, loss of innocence, like a fable version of one of his disgusting psycho revenge movie transformations. And I do think that Anya Taylor-Joy, when she shows up halfway through the movie, and him having built his way to that with the way that girl fucking suffers, the carried around on the bike like meat cargo, the way that she watches her mom get crucified, all the horrible images that he gives to her via Chris Hemsworth's wonderfully hammy and gross Dementis character. And then entwining those two performances into this like decade spanning arc where she eventually she goes to the Citadel, she goes to the gas town, she goes to the bullet farm, and she goes from being this abused little girl who, you know, witnesses all of these horrible things to actually kind of being shaped and poisoned by this world that she's seeing, and ends up becoming the badass action star, you know, that she's eventually going to become. And Taylor-Joy does the transformation well. She does a pretty good Charlize impression with the voice even, I thought. Once again, just his imagination when it comes to the set piecing is what really, really stands out. Because like the War Rig origin story highway chase that takes place in this, from the underside of like it's Furiosa's underneath it and makes her way up, and the hang gliding stuff and the piss boys and the fucking bombie knocker and like all that stuff is fantastic. But also the bullet farm shootout was still the one I think was the highlight, partially for me, partially because one of the things he's so good at is character detail. One of the things I love so much about George Miller is that he'll do an aside, like the fact that like one war boy who like really wants to press the bombing knocker, but he never gets to do it, and he just dies, and that's so sad. But another aspect is the Tom Burke guy who's like playing not Mad Max, and he has a romantic bond with Furiosa, and the whole set piece where they are like protecting each other, and through not words, through just pure physical determination, taking turns saving each other using their ingenuity and their scavenging and all of it's like that is what romance is in his universe, and I think that sequence captured that so well. And also, similarly to how I was just saying what I liked about Eastwood, and maybe these old guys are just getting bleak in their old age, I do like the fact that, without spoiling it, Furiosa, you would think, sort of like how Fury Road does, it would end on like a high octane duel. And it technically does end up building its way to Dementis versus Furiosa. But when it gets there, it's this really haunting, meditative, like philosophical conversation that's kind of sad, where he basically just like tragically asserts that, like, you know, you're only what you are and as strong as you are perversely kind of because of me. And she kind of has to realize that's true. And then it does this thing where how she precisely gets her revenge is done in this way where you don't really see it. You get a couple different versions of it. And the final one that you do get is just a horrifying image that has like lived in my brain since I watched this movie, because it really does say a lot about the lack of a future that world has, and that the few maybe good things, like say planting a tree and getting the green back into the world, that stuff is also going to be ugly and disgusting and perverse. And I don't know, the fact that this bombed is a travesty, and we should be getting more George Miller movies at this scale. It's very scary we might not be.
Yeah, that sucks. Because it's fantastic. My number 9.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. My number 9 is Dune.
We're at that point in the show, folks.
I'm losing it. Dune Part 2, directed by Denis Villeneuve. I mean, no introduction there. We've already kind of talked about it. But I do, I think that it's a great use of Chalamet, like I was saying. I think just having the kind of like Twinkie heartthrob as playing this prince that's going to become a fascist leader is really interesting. And it's kind of like you use Chalamet's image a little bit, his almost like trustworthy, clean image in a sense, and then get real gritty with it. I think is a cool move. Incredible special effects. I mean, truly next level stuff here. The fact that he goes out George Miller style into the desert is great. And it's just some of the best military action sequences I've seen this year and in a little while. One in particular that I love is when they're going in between the platforms in this almost like spider-like machine that the Harkins?
The Harkonnens.
Yeah, the Harkonnens. And Zendaya and Chalamet are kind of like running in between platforms trying to not get shot down by a helicopter. And there's just these really cool logistics about how they take it down and use the rocket launcher and going in between moving platforms and everything. It's just fantastic. There's one specific shot that stuck with me where they're running in between them and they've just taken down the helicopter and the thing just smashes and explodes in the background as they're running. I imagine it's kind of like a a composite shot of some kind, but it looks so real, and I just absolutely adored the look of this film, especially. But yeah, like you said, you've said it all. Really, after he's established what he needs to in part one, part two, he's just diving into all the military aspects, and the more interesting character developments that we kind of just have the traditional origin story of in part one. So. Yeah, I can't wait for the third Messiah. Looking forward to it. And Villeneuve has done it again.
That's right. My number 8 is actually one that was on Jamie's list last year because Jamie was ahead of the curve, and this movie came out in Canada in 2023. It got a really, really tiny release. It was kind of failed by its Canadian distributor.
Yeah.
It didn't get much push for it. It eventually did get pushed again when it released in the United States, and it also dropped online, and people were able to like rent it. And that movie is Red Rooms, directed by Pascal Plante. Is a Canadian movie. This is one that I was glad that I finally checked out because Jamie was 100% right. It is a truly excellent, like, slow burn French Canadian psychological thriller, essentially about this edgy, terminally online, like, true crime obsessive woman named Kellyanne, played with just this like ice cold, dead-eyed creepiness by actress Juliette Garipe. I really hope to see her do something again soon. She essentially quietly stalks the courtroom trial proceedings of this like serial killing pedophile who kidnapped and filmed himself torturing and killing teen girls and selling them to, the sick psychos on at dark web auctions, essentially, before we are sort of subjected to sort of gradually burrowing deeper and deeper into her voyeuristic and fetishistic perspective, which is one where she's kind of familiar with this like dark web snuff film techno horror community because she's revealed to be one of the obsessives and one of the people who has bought and watched these videos. And just the uncomfortable, controlled ambiance of her gaze and of how slowly it doles out what her interest is in all of this, in this way that like you're wondering at first if she's like, is she kind of like Lisbeth Salander and the girl with the dragon tattoo, where she's really perversely interested in this because she wants to punish this guy? Or is this, I don't know, more accurately, the troubling, perverse titillation of like someone like Max Wren from Videodrome or like Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver? Is she kind of, getting more involved in this?
Or every crime girl that does her makeup while listening to murder mysteries.
Yeah, that's right. Like it's just and I will say shout out to Plant too. I don't think this is a debut, but it is like a sophomore feature, I think, and it's really, really well made. The sleek way that he shot this, the kind of ambiguous way he uses the like white modernist Quebec courthouse that she hangs out in, and the way that he uses the glowing dual monitor screens of her apartment where she really does navigate the gruesome details of the cases. And there's a whole sequence where she plays like cryptocurrency poker, trying to like win the money to be able to bid. And she's also like a fashion model, shoot photographer on the side for the sort of like female objectification sort of component of the movie. And yeah, I was just really taken with how hypnotically detached and kind of intellectually engaged it was with the dread, and how unconventionally it moved through like its genre narrative. Like it did make me think about movies like filmmakers like Kiyoshi Kurosawa or like Michael Haneke or something like that. Like it just the clinical nature of it, the lo-fi nature of it. I think you also mentioned like Demon Lover, the like lo-fi cyber thriller shooting style, and the feel bad tone, obviously. Of just like, like it really doesn't behave like a normal serial killer thriller or even like a courtroom drama. It doesn't follow the tropes of any of that stuff. It really does just develop this in such a slow, patient, kind of skin crawling way. And I do not know that there were more disturbing to watch scenes that I watched in a movie this year than the one where she makes the one poser fangirl. She invites her over to her apartment and has her watch the video for real, because the girl is like more of like a stan who's just defending the killer, because she's like, guilty till he's proven or innocent till he's proven guilty. You know, like you can't. And then she shows her the video, and it's just like 100% proof that he actually did do it. And the way that like that girl breaks down, and you can hear the sounds of the awful video.
The sound design is insane. Insane.
It's so disgusting. And the way that she's like, I need a break, and she just cues up the second one right away. Yeah. It's just like that was a horrible scene to watch. And there's also another one where I won't spoil it entirely, but it involves cosplay. And it involves
don't spoil that.
it involves a character attending the trial. And I just found the upsetting nature of how she looks and how people react to it was just mind-boggling.
And the direction, the slow-mo zoom on her is wild. Yes. That's all I want to say.
As she puts it on and stuff, it's just, you really just need to watch it if you haven't seen it.
That's essential to not know, because when that, holy shit. It's so
that for me was when like the truly rancid vibes just hit, and anything that can pull that off gets a thumbs up from me. So that was my number 8.
And especially without showing you the violence, it's just like it's through pure design. It's so good. My number 8 is Trap, directed by M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey, actually, we can do it at the same time. My number 7.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So this movie, again, is misunderstood, like every fucking M. Night Shyamalan
Once
movie.
again, we're the people putting M. Night in the top 10. We've been doing this for a long time on this show, and we're gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, I will until
people, morale improves.
Yeah, until people respect this motherfucker, dude. He's unreal. He's the most underrated. I truly think this, probably the most underrated modern director today. I can't think of any other director that comes out with consistent bangers, by the way. We're not even talking 3s, we're talking 4s, and everyone shits on him. And so, we're here to fight for the good fight. I think that the tonality of this movie is awesome and being completely misunderstood. Now, in our circles, it's almost becoming a cliche to be like, hey, it's actually kind of a comedy, but it is, okay? And I don't think people are grasping at that. When you have Josh Hartnett, and I can't remember the actor's name, but he's the guy that plays the T-shirt seller at the concert, are doing this back and
Jonathan Langdon.
Okay, yeah, he's very funny, really good. What they're doing this back and forth where, we already know at this point that Hartnett is kind of the killer that's being pursued, and the other guy doesn't know that. So then M. Night does this POV shot, this kind of first-person shot of both of them, and Josh Hartnett is completely selling it like he's trying to be just a bozo, really dorky dad. But he's got this like kind of phony smile on and everything. Regardless, it's clearly supposed to be humorous, and I feel like people have kind of just thrown this away because they're latching on to the thriller aspects, but then not latching on to stuff that's really silly and kind of ridiculous and kind of playful with the genre itself and the ridiculous premise to begin with. And so,
I mean, that's where it surprised me. The premise is so ridiculous. Like, this is a fun and pulpy cat and mouse location thriller where, Shyamalan is really getting to do his variation on like Hitchcock and De Palma. Like, it's like Snake Eyes, but instead of an arena for a boxing match, they're there for a pop star concert. And if you want to call it a twist, it's not from the point of view of someone trying to solve the murder mystery, but from the comedically perverse perspective of like the stepfather-esque serial killer who was being hunted in the concert-wide sting operation, just trying to take his daughter to a concert like any good dad would do, and the logistical comedy of convenience of like trying to wriggle his way out of that. Like, that's so deliberately goofy. Yep. M. Night even pitched it in a funny way where he told the studio it's like Silence of the Lambs at a Taylor Swift concert, and they went, greenlit. There you go.
That's
take whatever, $10 million. You're good to go. And obviously part of the experience is also based on him having been like a girl dad chaperone, taking his own daughters to go see like a Taylor Swift concert, and one of his daughters plays the pop star in the movie. Like, this is all like it's he's making deliberate choices here.
Yeah.
And then it's a great excuse then, obviously, to, you know, deliver on the sort of like tension and pathology and paranoia of that point of view, the geography of the venue, how it becomes so claustrophobic, how he becomes cornered, how anxious and playfully he sort of navigates around, the way he uses the camera to kind of capture that. And it's just, for some reason, he could scream at you that he's doing this intentionally, that there is a wavelength here that he's operating on, that he's inviting you to participate in, and people just go, the dialogue sounds a little unnatural.
Yeah,
the performance styles are unrealistic, and I don't think that's how that scene would go in real life. Like, I'd be like, yeah, that guy's a creep and a weirdo. And it's like, okay, the point though is he is inviting you to be like, look at this performance. And by the way, Josh Hartnett's performance is one of the best performances I saw this year.
Yes.
And part of it is because it's so unnatural. It's so difficult to do a poor performance like this, especially because he's a charismatic actor, and we know he can be a natural actor. He's having a renaissance because of how just great he was in Oppenheimer, and that is such a naturalistic performance. Mm-hmm. And in this, he's doing something different. He is trying to be like, here is like an alien vision of what this psychopath thinks being an awkward, lovable cartoon dad is like. And Shyamalan is showing you the mask.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same movie if he doesn't show it to you. And that's part of why I think I got so much out of this, and so much out of the absurd nature of his like OCD decision-making perspective, and how the camera, you know, sort of adopts it, and his compartmentalization of like, how am I both a goofy dad and a serial killer, and how are these identities conflicting and merging in this particular situation? It's like the most extremely funny, like, work-life balance issue someone could possibly have, but writ into just like this wonderfully like tense environment that they just have a blast shooting their way around. Which also, by the way, the Thai cinematographer Sayambu Mukdaprum, I just absolutely butchered that name. I apologize. I'm so bad. He's a fantastic cinematographer, and this movie, shot on film, looks great. And the performances are some of them are pretty ridiculous, I will say.
But on purposely so.
Yeah. I definitely think that this is like a genuinely demented movie where the goal is not realism or naturalism. Which is why it's so funny they become the primary critiques of the movie. He is trying to be like, this is ludicrous. This movie reminded me of playing Hitman and like just tricking NPCs and like picking the craziest strategy possible and still getting away with it. And how many different, you know, misdirections and escalations. And I think you really do have to buy into the wavelength to at all be able to deal with what this is doing in its third act, which I found so unpredictable and surprising, which I won't spoil for anyone who hasn't seen it. But the whole movie is not in the arena, is all I will say. And when it leaves, it's just like Shyamalan is so gleeful about what exactly the game is that this character is playing, and how much unabashed fun he and the character is having.
Yeah, I think the whole key is to buy into Josh Hartnett's performance. If you buy into it and have fun with him, then I can't see how you're reading this film any other way. So it was baffling to me when the reactions started to occur, just calling it like the so bad it's good. Even sometimes I'm like, how can you not watch this and know that this is intentional at the very least? If you're not into this kind of like tone or genre bending kind of thing, I totally get it. But please stop thinking that you're smarter than this movie, because you are not. And that just drives me nuts. Yeah. But yeah, I think, and the dad and daughter kind of love within the character, as well as M. Night's kind of love letter to his daughter being all mixed within Josh Hartnett's character, and the filmmaking itself, I think, is really brilliant. And it's great. Everyone should check it out and put respect on M. Night Shyamalan's name.
That's right. Well, that was also my number 7, so you can go straight to your number 7.
Sweet. My number 7 is The Order, directed by Justin Kurzel, which we have discussed. But I just got to say, I think Nicholas Hoult has had a fucking hell of a year. Every single movie he's been in, I've really, really enjoyed, and really enjoyed his performances in. Jude Law specifically in this is just so gritty, and he's got like this, like he's got that the body of a man that's like, you know, used to just power lift and like bench press and everything like that, has had kind of that rough and gruff tough life, but he's
got the balding mustachio Gene Hackman thing going on.
But then he's got the middle-aged, like it's not a gut by any means, he doesn't have like a beer belly, but it's just got that like that extra fat on him to make him just that like just grittier, more masculine older man. I love the way he looks in this movie, and the way he acts is insane. I won't spoil what he does, but I've been kind of advertising the movie through this. He does this one interrogation move that I've never seen any character do in a film, and it made me so deeply uncomfortable. And when I showed my brother, he said the same thing. He's like, "This is unhinged. I can't believe this right now. Can't believe this is the hero we're following." It's brilliant, and I especially like that this movie just kind of. It's by no means is it saying like, you know, we should be. Like sympathetic to this white nationalist group, but I do like that there is at least some empathy and humanity drawn towards why someone would get into some of these groups like this, that aren't just necessarily through racism. There's also this aspect of just being completely alone and needing a desperate need for some type of companionship or really like a family. Unfortunately, it seems like some of these guys get lost into it because it's what's surrounded them their entire lives, and it's all they know. And if they left it, then they'd have nothing. And it kind of just keeps reinforcing that hatred generation to generation. I just think that that's important to not make them a complete caricature. I find that to be, it just lacks nuance, and I don't think you're going to get into any interesting psychological territory there. So I really did like that they took the time with that. And Ty Sheridan's also really good. He plays the younger officer that's working with Jude Law, kind of like
the rookie cop.
Yeah, the rookie cop. He kind of plays that traditional rookie cop role, but I don't know. The dynamics are great. Performances are great. Justin Kurzel makes some of the best looking movies as well. This thing is so slick. So
beautiful.
Yeah, highly recommend if you haven't watched it yet.
Hell yeah. My number 6 is Anora, directed by Sean Baker, the latest from the indie filmmaker who has spent the last decade or so documenting the ground level lived in community texture and labor of sex work and street hustling in films you've maybe seen like Tangerine or The Florida Project or Red Rocket, which I believe actually made our top 10 in 2021. It might have even been top 5 for both of us. Mm-hmm. Which is just such an excellent dirtbag huckster, like 70s character study, but about Simon Rex as essentially like the Pornhub version of like the Pattinson character in Good Time, just like pragmatically exploiting every person he comes into contact with. And so this is an interesting leap because Anora is him having finally upgraded himself from Tangerine was on iPhone. I think Florida Project was digital with a film out. Red Rocket was shot on 16 millimeter and Anora's 35 millimeter. And he has kind of gone from small film festival buzz to potential Oscar nominations. Mm-hmm. They're not announced yet, but this could be coming for Anora. And this is definitely like a more slick and mainstream comedy film for him, but one that I think does not at all sacrifice his personality, his intricacies, his details, his interest in these like authentic communities and performances. And, you know, this one definitely does start out, I think, in a much more fun and romantic register than he would normally. I mean, he's been calling it his like Disneyland Cinderella story where, you know, it focuses on this New York stripper named Annie, played by incredibly Mikey Madison, who you might remember from getting set on fire during the climaxes in both Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Scream 5. Mm-hmm. I knew that she was like, honestly, like she was so good in both of those movies with the few minutes of screen time that she had. and especially near the end of Scream 5, where she's maybe the best part of that entire movie.
Definitely.
And it's really great to see her get like such a, you know, like a complex leading role here, and she really does relish in the opportunity to essentially literally get like swept off her feet by this spoiled brat of a like Russian oligarch. Also a great performance by this like literally just some Russian kid that they found, who's an actor in Russia. And he, he essentially pays her to give him the girlfriend experience, and they go on a glamorous like Vegas party week. He invites her to his house, and he eventually asks if he can marry her, essentially for a green card. And essentially, his wealthy Russian family object to that marriage, and the movie from there turns into this all-night bender of just like anxious, vulgar, screwball slapstick chaos, where they're going to undo that night and get their marriage annulled essentially against her will. And I did say it sort of jokingly in my review, and when we talked about it at TIFF, that it's like Sean Baker's version of like a studio comedy like The Hangover, but just with his feel of like authentic location shooting and finding non-actors and the personality. And it really does, I think, maintain the humor and the stress levels so well right from that extended set piece around the midpoint, where we first meet the Russian gangster henchmen, and they just get fucking slapped around by Mikey Madison, and during this like what's technically a home invasion. But like they know the kid and they don't know who she is, and they aren't trying to like actually hurt her or do anything. Right. But she is freaking out. There's creepy Russian crime guys in my house, you know, and the way that sort of miscommunication turns into physical gags, turns into these great sort of like acts of, you know, just like lowbrow, vulgar line deliveries and violence. And it is really, really well done. And the secret weapon, I think, to the entire movie is that Mikey Madison's like physical performance just has so much like toughness and like dignity to it, and so much so that it consistently surprises the characters around her, like how much she'll just like scream "fuck you" at you or break your nose or anything that she's going to do. And that energy really does sustain the rest of the film, even when the plot of the film needs to dictate that she's getting in over her head and she's losing control, and these wealthy characters have more powerful than her, and they're going to drag her around to do their bidding. And it's just it's very cool to have a movie that, you know, removes power from a character like this, but you still get their personality and their strength just purely through the physical performance and through the way that she just the attitude that she possesses. And this movie does, I think, eventually hit many of the satisfying genre beats you expect of like, we're going to hit every New York venue looking for this kid. We're going to run into there's a fucking vomit gag in the movie. There's a whole courtroom component to the movie. The parents arrive on the private jet. All this kind of stuff happens. And there was just moments for me where I went, this could end in a very Hollywood way. It could end in a wish fulfillment way, where like, yeah, this sex worker is going to get revenge on all of these wealthy characters who are being cruel to her. And I think part of the beauty of what Sean Baker is able to accomplish is he doesn't give her that. And you could see him as cruel as for not giving her that, but he's doing it to come back to the kind of sad, uncomfortable, transactional class realities of her work and her life and her class status. And it is like part of her strength and her rage and her fighting instincts come from being involved in that world. And there was part of me that went, you know, this is a more mainstream movie for Sean Baker, but the first note a studio would have gave him would be like, oh man, that ending is a bummer. Cut that shit out.
Yep.
And he didn't do it. And there's a lot of people who are saying that this ending, they don't get it or they don't like it.
Oh, I fucking love it.
I'm sorry. I think it was maybe the thing of the movie that made me realize what it was and how good it was. And it was just the exasperation and how long she's been having to maintain the performance through the entire movie of she's fighting these people, and how hard it is for someone in this position to fight characters like these who are being so indifferently cruel to her is, you know, I found it very emotionally powerful, which is why it kind of ended up this high on the list for me. And also shout out to the other Russian guy, Yura Borisov. He plays the sensitive Russian henchman
he's
Igor,
so good.
a very subversive character, because you think that he kind of looks like he would be like the kind of character who would appear in a Russian mob movie and would torture someone to death or something. But he spends the whole movie just looking at her, admiring her, connecting with her, seeing the struggle she's going through and relating to it, and just wanting to like be a guy who's there to help her.
Yeah.
And it's so sweet that it's a really nice sort of emotional component around all of the slapstick plates that are spinning in the New York sex world that Sean Baker is depicting here. So yeah, number 6 for me.
Nice. Yeah, I have it further up. It's so good.
Let's go.
Number 6 for me is, and these next two I've been swapping back and forth the last hour, but
We're at that point.
Who knows? At this point, it's just they're all fucking awesome, and you should check them out. Number 6 is The Substance, directed by Coralie. I'm gonna butcher that. How do you say her name?
Fargeau.
Fargeau. Okay, and it's starring Demi Moore, Margaret Qualley, Dennis Quaid. We pretty much talked about the premise. We don't need to talk about the premise. I just love that this thing, because I agree with you that it's very surface level with what it's saying, but because of it not being pretentious whatsoever, it really meshes well with its style, which is just aggressively in your face and just like, look at me, look at me, look at me kind of thing. Like, look how grotesque this is. And I just love that. I think the having the experience of also watching it in a full theater the first time, specifically having that woman that was next to you who was just freaking out at every single thing that was happening. I was loving it. It just added so much of an element. I eventually got to watch this with my brothers, and they were also reacting just the same way. So I've had nothing but a fantastic time with this. It is definitely built to not be much of a thinker and just more of a feeler, and it really does that. It's one of the most aggressive films of this year, and I do I get that some people would think it's too exploitive, and I understand that, but I just think it's like that important focus on certain body parts, whether they be really beautiful at the time or grotesque at the time, is just kind of that hyper fixation feeling you get when you are feeling self-conscious about a body part. So having him or having her just like zoom in on it and be like, look at this weird looking ass, is kind of I think it is true to how you feel when you have something like something as simple as even you got kind of a noticeable pimple and you're going out that night and just there's something in you that's like, I know it's there. They're just kind of honing in on that feeling and making it the most just horrifying thing that you've ever seen. So I really enjoyed that. And Dennis Quaid, the way how ugly they paint him the entire time, all the close-ups, the grotesque close-ups, and him like eating in slow motion, which she also kind of has that effect in Revenge as well when she's portraying the men a certain way. I love it. I'm looking forward to whatever she comes out with, and I really do hope that she keeps this aggression in her filmmaking, because I fucking love it, even if it is a little bit surface level when it comes to the themes. The style makes up for it. Absolutely.
Hell yeah. My number 5, I'm calling this the Kiyoshi Kurosawa corner.
Hell yeah.
It's Cloud and Chime together.
Chime's coming up a little further for me.
Oh, see, Jamie has what I like to call dignity, and he has class, and he was like, I'm going to separate the two Kiyoshi Kurosawa movies. And
he made it twice,
I was like,
on both lists. This guy is a killer.
Yeah, both of these movies on both of our lists. Kiyoshi Kurosawa, obviously, he is just the GOAT.
Yes, he's amazing.
Cure, Pulse, incredible movies. We've done episodes on the show. He had a really busy return to form this year. He actually released 3 movies in total this year, one that I still haven't been able to see yet, which is his remake of his own 90s movies we covered called Serpent's Path.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to watch
that. Who knows? Maybe this would have been the real Kiyoshi Kurosawa corner if we put all 3 of them on there, but I haven't had a chance to see it yet. These 2 jointly take the spot for me as one is technically a very long short film, which is Chime, which is him taking the sort of uniquely hypnotic and ambient dread that he is so famous for in things like Cure and Pulse, but really distilling it into 45 minutes of just like pure alienation and menace. It is one of the, in terms of like the just pure atmosphere, this is one of the more disturbing films that I saw. He has always been a skilled technician at capturing paranoid ambiguity and like trance or curse-like possession, where there's just like this unbearably still hum of your environment, whether you're in like a work environment or a home environment, and there's just horrifyingly violent urges are like around you and you feel them. And there's something about his movies that really get under my skin in that way. And to see it done so economically in Chime, which is this very simple story of like a chef who literally hears a chime and witnesses one of his students kill themselves in one of his cooking classes, and it just leads him into an obsessive spiral that disrupts his daily routine and existence. And he just uses that as a jumping off point to build so many unsettling psychological details and mood out of his environment, because previously, before he goes crazy, his cooking is this meditative process. It calms the negative emotions. There's a great quote he has where he says, like, we feel fine even when dangerous things are lying around like knives. And that component just gets completely disrupted. And he does start to just have these violent urges come up, and there's a great scene where his student is like asking him to explain his process to her logically, and he just decides he's gonna stab her, and he does it in this way that's so irrational and so dispassionate, like the same way that he would like a piece of like raw chicken or something, like as he was teaching students earlier in the movie. And there's just so much mundanity and so much rhythmic cutting and so much incredible sort of poetry that comes up in the editing. Like there's a matching sequence of his wife just taking out recycling, and there's another scene of him like burying a body, and they're almost depicted in the same way. And the way that he just creates associations through editing and through imagery like that is incredible. And I won't spoil it, but it does end in this very sort of like weird digital noise and piercing, reality that I'm not still sure exactly what it is that happens in the movie, but it's something that's like haunted me for a while, and I've thought about.
That's what's so strange about.
I don't know what it is, but it's fucking scary.
That is what's strange about a lot of Kurosawas. There's stuff that you really don't comprehend sometimes, but the fear sticks with you, and it's just like he's gotten under your skin to the point where you didn't even realize it. He's so stealthy.
Yeah, and I mean, and what's so interesting by contrast about Cloud, which was another movie I was anticipating of being, because Chime kind of came out and became available earlier in the year, and so we went into TIFF being like, we're excited to see that there's another Kurosawa movie in here, and I kind of went into this being like, oh, it's going to be another return to form. It's going to be like Kier, it's going to be like Pulse, it's going to, it's Chime was like him very clearly saying the master is back, and I'm doing the things that I get a lot of acclaim for in Western critic circles. And Cloud did, it kind of did have like an internet, horror kind of sounding thing to it about a reseller, and getting involved in like this like life or death situation. I was like, oh, I'm curious, like, where's he going to go with that? And there are some early parts where like the protagonist, who, as Jamie has already kind of laid out the premise for you, is, reselling these, he's actually buying all of these materials online when they go on sale, and then marking them up and, and getting to the point where he is upsetting people who are buying them from him, and selling them also fake shit as well. It's pure money mindset hustler hours for this character. And the existence of him behind his screen and the way that he operates on shipping and receiving docks, and there isn't sort of uncomfortable environmental ambience that he just generally likes that are in these scenes. But the transition that movie makes, where the creepy, there's a creepy doxing home invasion sequence where I was like, oh, this is exactly what I expected of this movie. Like, the guys are going to get revenge, but it almost is in like this really like this thriller horror context. And the way that it instead turns into like essentially Reservoir Dogs, but guys are fighting over selling anime figurines, where all the guys he's screwed over have pulled up to his facility, and they get into a chaotic, like, crime gone wrong shootout amongst each other. Yeah, that's actually what the movie ends up becoming, and it is one of the strangest, funniest, most unpredictable things I had ever I couldn't believe what I was watching when we were watching it in the theater. I was almost kind of rocked by it. I wasn't sure like how to react, and I do want to get another chance to rewatch it, but I did get really taken with what it is that it's doing. One, because even when as a revenge action thriller, it's such an astonishing work of like space and geography. The way he uses the industrial facility they're hiding out in as a labyrinth, even seeing him stage just like gunfights is sort of interesting in the way that he does do it in this kind of like mundane, logistical, but kind of creepy way. And the patheticness of it and the way that these guys who are just so angry just start putting each other in the dirt, and how grimly absurd it is and how cutthroat it is. And it's a really cool idea, because this character is so used to hurting people and abusing people with like technological and capital tools, and in his pursuit of profit. And the way that the sequence actually develops into this like physical situation he gets into, it's like, what if that economy was like a bunch of bitter, resentful guys in a room together with guns? Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh, this is much less fun now. All of a sudden, this is much weirder. I don't like this anymore. And I won't spoil it, but it has another ending that I don't know if I fully understand, but I do go, man, we are all going to lonely money mindset hell, aren't we? Behind our computer screens. Kiyoshi Kurosawa, absolutely one of a kind. He had to be in the top 5.
So my number 5 is Hundreds of Beavers, directed by Mike Cheslick.
Hell yeah.
I mean, this thing is basically a nonstop gag machine. It's kind of in the era of 1920s in the way that it looks. It is a silent film, technically speaking. I guess the only thing that the guy does do is kind of a couple aha and that. But other than that, it is a silent film. It's kind of set up in this like video game logic where the fur trapper who's trying to kill all these beavers is also trying to get become engaged to another fur trapper's daughter. And so in order to do that, he has to accumulate certain skins, and in particular, he wants beavers. For every amount of beavers that he gets a different prize to kind of make it easier on him to kill more beavers. And it just expands and expands. This thing is just nonstop when it comes to the Looney Tunes gags, the kind of Buster Keaton, Chaplin-esque kind of actioners that were huge in that time. And yeah, I mean, it's countless, the amount of physical gags in this. I couldn't start even naming them. A couple that I really love is where they're doing a big brawl in the cabin and they start to ragdoll these people against a wall where they're just being tossed. And what they do is they actually throw an actual ragdoll at the wall, and then it kind of sinks down. And then whatever position the ragdoll is in, they do a hard cut and the actor takes his place, and then they cut back into it. And so it kind of has this crude, unnatural editing, but it adds to the humor and then still adds to the action, because I don't know, watching somebody get tossed 50 feet into a wall ragdoll style is always entertaining.
Hell yeah. My number 4 is I Saw the TV Glow, directed by Jane Schoenbrunn, which is maybe the biggest move up the Sleazoids ranking in my book this year, as this was actually Jane's follow-up to a film I put on the honorable mentions list in 2022 called We're All Going to the World's Fair, which I thought was a very solid and haunting, like lo-fi creepypasta, like young adult horror drama, essentially about a teen girl who gets really into like online role-playing game and starts like talking to adults online, and it's a very sad and lonely movie, and I didn't quite latch onto it as emotionally as others did, and now here they are in the top 5 with I Saw the TV Glow, because this was a movie that replicates much of what I liked about that film, and like the depressed vibe, the moody shoegazy like soundtrack by composer Alex G, who scored this film, and both films have resulted in me going down his catalog of just like albums, and he's a fantastic musician. But this one hooked me in terms of like the miserable emotional story that it's telling, and it really just took a huge leap forward in terms of the expressiveness and the ambition of what the genre storytelling is, and the image construction. I was honestly really, really blown away by this movie, despite the fact that the broad, metaphorical experience, if you want to call it that, being worked through at the center of the film of sort of gender dysphoria is one like I'm not personally familiar with. But I think that the way that Jane uses the vivid formal language to convey that experience is really excellent. It's clearly hyper specific in a lot of its autobiographical detail with regard to an alien pre-internet suburban kid obsessed with 90s TV shows. Because Jamie mentioned Twin Peaks, but like Buffy as well, and like X-Files and like that kind of stuff. And it's crafted in a way that owes so much of a debt to like the frightening and hypnotic dreamlike surrealism of someone like David Lynch, or the paranoid transformative body horror anxiety of like David Cronenberg. And I did think that using those ideas to convey the experience was something that I kind of went, I like these harrowing emotions have been made transferable through the aesthetics and through the style of the existential dread. And I also do think that the two lead performances are really good. Justice Smith and Bridget Lundy Payne are the two sort of high school loners, Owen and Maddie, who become friends through, as Jamie mentioned, their mutual affection for a kids television show called the Pink Opaque. But both characters are meant to kind of represent two stages of this transition process, which is that like one is stuck in this cycle of like fearful repression about the whole ordeal, and the other is like more open to the kind of painful, risky leap that they're going to have to make in order to become more comfortable in their own body or in their own environment. And both actors are just so good at communicating their really, really sad experiences through, the use of their eyes. The vocal crack, I think, that Justice Smith does is insane. And Schoenbrunn really just does a fantastic job of surrounding them with like the New Jersey suburbs and the schools and the movie theaters, the amusement parks. And it has this great hazy, film grainy, like psychic plane of like candy colored pastels and neons. And again, the indie shoegaze, like dream pop soundtrack that has like Caroline Polachek and Phoebe Bridgers and King Woman on it. I've listened to that King Woman track on it so many times. This is one of the soundtracks I've listened to the most, which is maybe why the movie ended up being so much in my head by the time we got here. But yeah, I do just really appreciate that, how well this depicts, without being able to like really explain the plot to you. It's like two kids become obsessed with a TV show, and then one of them like runs away and one of them gets really sad. Like, I don't really understand. Like, yeah, like Jamie tried to do it. You heard him try to do it. Like and it's true because the plot doesn't make sense unless you are engaged with it purely on an emotional experience level and the abstract conversation it's happening beside the plot. And that, to me, how effective this does that and conveys that. And like, I felt like I just walked right into this movie. I was like, I feel like I completely understood every single thing that they wanted me to understand about these two characters. And it's like, yeah, partially their experience is meant to be abstract and confusing and unpleasant, and they don't understand why. They're trying to navigate and diagnose themselves what it is. Is it because I feel like I'm not in the right body, or I don't conform to the correct gender? Is that why is it because this TV show is a fantasy and it's teaching me things? Like, I don't totally understand. And it's just one of those things where the ambient nightmare logic and how visually and formally it is depicted, and the way that it turns like basement sleeping bags and like late night staticky VHS tape, and it turns it into this almost like liminal realm. This like, what am I'm in a purgatory. What's coming next? And it really does, I think, connect for anyone also who's just been maybe like a lonely kid who has, found some sort of comfort or some sort of expression in watching a fucking shitty TV show. In this case, the show, even the pastiche of the show, the like monster of the week thing, and how it kind of replicates the charming 90s kid show aesthetics. Like, it did remind me of like, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Or, Goosebumps, or those kinds of things that I watched. And when Jamie highlighted the scene where later on in the film where, the Justice Smith character has decided they're not going to pursue this new identity that the TV show is kind of, being used as a dramatic idea to be like, you could become a hero. You could become a different person. You could become liberated from this identity that you have that clearly you don't like, and it's tough. And I mean, Jane has mentioned that it was like meant to be from the perspective of someone who kind of transitioned later than other people do, where you're just like not sure and you don't know if you're going to make that jump. And like, what if you never did it? Would this be the existence that you would have? And it's a really sad idea. And I think it's conveyed really, really beautifully in this movie. And I mentioned it in our bonus transmission when we talked about it too. But the movie I thought about a lot watching this was Donnie Darko, just because it was such an important movie for me in terms of like I'm imagining, you know, I was an existential teen at a certain point, and I liked a movie that I was like, there's a sense of nostalgia to this movie, but there's a creep factor to this movie. There's something angsty about it. There's something dreamy about it. And it really is conveying and speaking to an experience that lonely kids have. And this is doing it in a very hyper specific way, but also a way that's broad enough that I think it, you know, is going to work for a lot of people. And it has a great moody soundtrack. It's genuinely strange. It looks incredible. It was number 4 for me.
My number 4 is Rap World, directed by Danny Sharar and Connor O'Malley, starring Connor O'Malley.
Speaking of Connor O'Malley.
Yep, absolutely.
I saw the TV going.
It was his year, I have to say. And you know what? I did almost forget to mention that he's also in Friendship briefly with Paul Rudd and Tim Robinson. I almost forgot about that.
Year of Connor O'Malley.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Everyone's got the fever.
I got a shout out to his other stuff that he did this year. Corey's, which is a short, and then Stand Up Solutions, which is his stand-up special, but it's done within a character that I think he plays in Corey's, which is very funny. Just that those things connect. There's even, I think his wife makes another appearance in the stand-up special as well, which is a very funny moment. But regardless, I'm fallen in love with Connor O'Malley's comedy style. He's just very like that kind of a American aggression. He's always yelling. He kind of takes on, at least in his YouTube, he takes on like these political personas that are usually very right wing but very stupid. And it's incredibly hilarious. But with this, he kind of takes this a look at 35-year-olds that just can't quite let go of a dream that they had no chance of achieving. And it's about 4 friends from Pennsylvania that want to be rappers. And so it's the kind of their documentary about making the rap album. And it's near and dear to my heart because it reminds me of growing up in a small town and having these massive dreams that were completely outweighing the possibility of, from where I'm from, of that actually happening. So I just loved watching the delusion of these characters. And I just remember being like 17 and discovering metal and discovering rap and just being like, oh, I'm going to be an absolute rock star. And just to see it through the eyes of 35-year-olds in this movie is infinitely more hilarious and pathetic. So yeah, I think it's great. And, particular, I love that it's kind of a home video style. So you get these personal touches where they'll take the camera and they'll kind of have these like very intimate personal moments that they don't want anyone else to know, but they're just, you know, kind of having to express themselves in that moment. Particularly the producer who I can't remember who's playing him specifically in it, but he has this whole subplot where he has this ex-girlfriend that's not really even his ex-girlfriend, and he's obsessed with her. So every time it cuts to him in the bathroom or something, he's talking about how she'll, like, you know, he'll be a star and she'll never get to have him, and she'll be super jealous of whoever he's with and all that. And it's just very funny to kind of splice that in between the takes of them doing the actual work, which is very rarely. So yeah, I had a blast with it, and it felt very personal to me in a way.
Yeah, both you and I come from small towns where these people made a lot of sense to us, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Also, I want to say sneakily one of the best gun gags of any comedy that I saw this year, which I will not spoil for anybody, but if you're interested in that at all, you should check it out. And also, I will say I was very stoked that we were at the premiere for this, where we were able to see the cut before they had to cut out the things that maybe would have got dinged on YouTube for certain music that they used. And we did get to watch the Tropic Thunder cut that included them dancing to Tom Cruise, dancing to Ludacris, which I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I would have been doing in like 2008.
Yeah. One of my favorite gags is the radio gags they have where they should be listening to like 90s gangster rap or something like that, and instead they're just listening to Coldplay and know every single lyric. It's just it's such a great contrast to how their personas are and how they're putting it on for the camera. It's so funny. Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, well, my number 3, and maybe one of the more surprising placements to myself personally, as I've always generally liked this filmmaker, but I did not ever anticipate putting them this highly on the list, I don't think. Challengers, directed by Luca Guadagnino. I like Call Me by Your Name. I think it's quite beautiful. I think his Suspiria remake is bonkers and probably about as good as you could hope for from someone trying to remake a Dario Argento movie. And I guess going into this, I felt like I had a grasp on his very patient, arty, erotic European sense of style. And I think Queer is a movie that kind of adheres to that really well and translates it to the William S. Burroughs sort of component of that. But out of nowhere comes his first like big studio movie, a sports romance love triangle movie produced by Zendaya as a star vehicle for herself, written by a first-time screenwriter named Justin Kuritzks, who also went on to become the screenwriter for Queer as well, because Luca liked working with so many people he worked with on this movie. He brought everyone back. Same cinematographer, who's also the cinematographer of Trap, by the way. That guy had one hell of a fucking year. Same composers, which we'll talk about, but it's just like I think this is the best film that he's made. I think part of what attracted me to it specifically is that it had felt like it had been a really long time since we had seen like a sports drama, which has recently become kind of the home of like the Oscar biopic. Like I think about that Will Smith one recently where he was like the Williams sisters' dad when he punched Chris Rock accepting his Oscar or slapped him. Sorry, I got that wrong. But that's what I feel like sports dramas are frequently like. And they used to kind of be a more flexible genre. And there have been movies previously, some of my favorite sports movies, where the sport is kind of used as like a gateway to like romantic comedy or like relationship dynamics or like philosophies or even better, like psychological power games. Movies that I love, the minor baseball rom-com, Ron Shelton's Bull Durham, which is a movie that's also about like a love triangle used as like a manipulative coaching tool, or Scorsese's sequel to The Hustler, Color of Money, which I think we will do on the show at some point, obviously, which does the same thing. There's like a love triangle and a coaching and a sort of a business game surrounding the sport. But Color of Money is also just so good at photographing like the love of the sports craft, like that fucking wander around cruise, just ripping it to Werewolves of London while Paul Newman's just like watching. He's seeing the dollar signs, how I can corrupt this kid, but also look at the passion, look at the sports craft of this kid. Those are movies that Challengers made me think about. And I hadn't had that experience in a really, really long time. And I don't think it's like a similar movie in terms of tone and pace, partially because baseball and pool they're cool sports. They're very relaxed sports in kind of a way. And I think the way that tennis operates, it's a little bit more tense, or at least the depiction of it here is a little bit more tense. And I do think that the way that he fit like a psychological and personality driven character story into a mainstream like sports melodrama like this is quite similar to those films. But because Luca is who he is, there's a lot more of a sexual component to the movie. His depiction of tennis, of course, is far more exciting, which was apparently, I read an interview, apparently motivated by the fact that he actually thought that like watching tennis was kind of boring. He was like, he was like, literally my idea was like, how could I shoot it in the most like propulsive way possible that it would get people like out of their seats and having a great time. And it fucking worked. This movie, the way that it uses the discipline and the passion and the sensual, like physical motion and the aggressiveness and the sweatiness and the stamina of these like tennis players and uses that as like an electric charge to be like, now funnel all of that energy into like a messy codependent melodrama, which is one between Zendaya, who is the, sort of meant to be kind of the sly sort of controlling character in the film. She is the college star turned like wife and coach. who, as she puts it, home wrecks the two opposing best friends who both fall in love with her at the same time, despite the obvious sexual power games that are kind of being played and are pretty symbolized pretty blatantly in the hotel like near threesome scene that has been memed quite a lot online, and I'm sure most people are familiar with it, where she makes them both kiss each other, kiss her as a way to Lady and the Tramp them into kissing each other, essentially. And the two actors also, I think, are fantastic. Josh O'Connor, he's so good, and he's gotten huge from this. He's going to be in the next Knives Out movie. He's gotten so many gigs since this movie because he just has such smug, like dick swinging dirtbag energy in this movie. And he's the one who hooks up with her first and kind of ruins the relationship a little bit. And then Mike Faced, who I also thought was really good and was also really good in the Spielberg West Side Story. He's playing the more kind of wounded and submissive one who actually marries her and does so as a way of kind of extending her career after she suffers a career ruining knee injury. And just all of those actors are fantastic. Previously, I honestly can say I wasn't totally sold on Zendaya. I had liked her. I had watched a little bit of Euphoria. I thought she was fine. I liked her, mostly in Dune, but I didn't think it was like necessarily like a groundbreaking character or anything. This is the one where I was like, goddamn, she owns this movie, and the emotional dynamic between the three of them is just so effectively expressed in the nonlinear like flashback scripting. And I think Guadagnino, and again, this director of photography, who I will do him the honor of not butchering his name again, is so incredible. It has such a shiny, like hyperkinetic, like music video visual style. It's so fluid, the way it cranes and roams around. It's legitimately pretty astonishing. And I will say too, the score by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, it's one of my favorite scores that they've done. It's easily the best score that they did outside of doing Fincher movies. I mean, the Social Network was clearly why they were hired, but they were instead like, could you give us like pulse pounding dance bangers to like just perfectly tune up all these slow motion shots of the skin, the sweat, the almost anime style, like subjective character close-ups and inserts where you're just like, what is going on in these characters' heads? And I will say, I've gone back and I've watched the last 10 or 20 minutes of this movie, like probably like 10 times since watching it. It is that good. The way that the whole movie builds these warring, dysfunctional, horny headspaces of these characters, and the way that you totally, completely understand them, and they're so expressed in like this exhilarating, like sports movie craftsmanship of how he films that final tennis match. It's like just pure, wordless, the cinema in the way that like, there's like a signal gesture that's essentially this like secret, intimate handshake. And you've just been romantically transported to this place where these three characters, the feelings they have for each other, how they operate in slow motion and wordlessly communicate them with each other is like the only thing that matters in this movie. And I was like really blown away by Luca's directing. Like he totally punches this up to an entire other level. And yeah. Loved it.
My number 3 is Chime, directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. I absolutely loved this movie. It is a clean 45 minutes, so I don't know if that technically counts as a feature, but I mean it's Kurosawa and it's a masterful, so we're putting it on the list. And I just love the hypnotic quality of it. It feels so hypnotizing in the sense that it's like his daily routines just kind of add up this paranoia and this monotony and up to the point where he feels like, at least it seems this way, it's like the only real expression he has is murder at a certain point and violence. And it has this, like with most Kurosawa, it has this mysterious tone where it's like, you can take your guess at his motivations or why this is happening, but it's really just implication through sound design, through the empty space of the camera a lot of the time. There's one particular shot that I've been thinking about ever since I watched it, which is after he buries the body of the the victim that he murders, he kind of just starts sprinting away from it as if he's trying to escape, but the camera just keeps lingering on him in this long bridge sequence that it just never ends. It seems
So good.
Yeah, it's
So good.
amazing. And also, I loved the sound design of the cans that the wife is taking out every single day, to the point where the sound design never. It doesn't level down when she comes out of the scene. It's still very much in his head, and it feels like that's just all he can hear and all that's rumbling around, and he's kind of growing an insanity because of that. And then the visual effect that I love is this light that we find out is coming from a train outside that keeps repetitively, just passing every single day, but like every 30 minutes or so, it seems. And this light just keeps at a very specific rhythm and pattern, just appears in his kitchen over and over and over again. And it almost feels like there's this, again, a hypnotic quality to it. Like he's been hypnotized into this horrifying mindset of wanting to kill. And yeah, I loved it. And it does feature one of the scariest shots of an empty chair that I've ever seen.
Yes.
Yeah, Mutsuo Yoshioka is fantastic in this, and plays the subtle parts really well. Like when he has to kind of just be like stoic and sterile as a human being, and then all of a sudden, there's just these bursts of fear when the repercussions are happening. That guilt is eating at him. So yeah, it's fantastic. I can't recommend it enough.
Yeah. My number 2 is Hundreds of Beavers, directed by Mike Cheslick, which was, perhaps the longest road to doing a purely like word of mouth film festival run to finally getting a limited theatrical road show and like rental release that we've ever talked about on this show. Because technically I saw this film like a year and a half ago, and technically it premiered at film festivals starting as early as 2022. So this is how long it took for this to officially come out for people, and I'm glad we can finally put it on the list because it is an absolute miracle of a comedy. I think it's my favorite comedy for sure of the decade that I've seen so far. It is an absolute face melter. I think arguably is the lowest budget film I probably have on here, and you wouldn't know that based on the sheer visual ambition and ingenuity of what these guys were able to pull off by going into a snowy forest in the Midwest with a DSLR, a handful of like animal mascot costumes and like green screens, a rigorous commitment to storyboarding, some like lo-fi After Effects, like black and white grain filters and animation, and just a clear passion for silent film era, like golden age of Looney Tunes cartoon, like physical comedy. Like this is just front to back. It's so delightfully manic and lowbrow, but also completely artificially controlled in terms of what it's doing as an actual pastiche of these like old school styles where, you do kind of have the type of protagonist like Chaplin, Keaton, or Lloyd might have played, but essentially he is this Applejack cider salesman played by Ryland Brixton Cole Toes, who I want to give a huge shout out to. I think it is one of the great physical performances of the year. And his and the fact that he does a lot of it, clearly shirtless, like in the cold in fucking, I don't remember where they shot this, in the Midwest somewhere. And some of it also entirely on like, being composited in as well. And just the fact that, so he plays an Applejack salesman whose business is literally destroyed by a society of beavers who are, as Jamie mentioned, guys in literal generic beaver mascot costumes. And it results in him having to become a fur trapper survivalist in just genre bending action comedy horror set pieces that sort of feel like, speaking of rumors, like if Guy Madden designed like a retro arcade video game, it would probably move in a similar way that this moves, and maybe escalate too in terms of like the design logic and how he figures out his environment and the cruel cartoon rules of it, the way he figures out the food chain of it, because it's not just beavers. There's like rabbits, raccoons, wolves, skunks, frogs, and there's a whole interconnected layers to how they interact with each other and how he weaponizes them and how he learns to hunt and sell and upgrade his tools. And honestly, the sheer mayhem of how many slapstick stunts and creative animated deaths this has flying at you like a mile a minute, as Jamie said, it's almost impossible to summarize, but there is no movie that I laughed at harder this year. And I will say it was truly refreshing to see a movie made by people with a true just gut understanding that 100 years ago, everyone was hooting and hollering at a guy getting hit really, really hard, or just like falling over. And it was funny, and it was funny for a reason. And this movie totally accesses that just like pure animal part of your brain. I actually at Christmas time threw it on for the family because my dad actually likes kind of like weird and experimental and like art stuff sometimes. Of my family, he's the one who's most willing to engage with something that he's like doesn't understand. But also I have a little sister. And I was like, my little sister loves watching like fail videos of like guys falling over. And I was like, this is the best of two worlds in one place. You're going to get like, for example, there's an early long take held in the movie where like the lumberjack hero like grabs a sled in the background of the frame and he launches himself towards the foreground of the frame, where there's three guys in beaver costumes just carrying a log to their massive beaver fortress that the finale takes place in. And the timing of how long it takes him to connect and the hilarious, like basically jackass nature of the way that he fucking clears that beaver's feet out from underneath him and they both just go sliding. That is classic comedy. My sister lost her mind. My dad couldn't believe what the fuck he was watching. This was like, it was a great holiday movie watch. And it was for me when the movie went, okay, this clearly works. This works for everybody. This is like, and it made me upgrade the movie. This ended up getting the 5 for me because it gives you the stupid brainless laughs like that, as well as the more intricate and witty and constructed ones, like the big climactic chase through Beavertropolis that starts out as like the Temple of Doom minecart trace, if it had like Frogger and Donkey Kong arcade game energy. And then it goes into that expressionist beaver courtroom drama where there's beaver versions of a judge and a jury and a Southern Tide prosecutor shouting "J'accuse" and like the Sherlock Holmes detective. And, you know, and they do make a case that the Fur Trappers video game progression through like Rube Goldberg cartoon murder contraptions that we've been laughing at is a case of a horrifyingly skilled serial beaver murder. And you're sitting there going, yeah, you know, you got to kind of hand it to him. And then there's fucking Hong Kong action scenes and like the cabin brawls with the mascot costumes. And I do think that whole stretch of the movie, things being punted and ragdolled and ripped to shreds, the logic of it, the style of it, like a Guy Madden Looney Tune is such an incredible idea for a movie, and these guys maintained it for like an hour and 50 minutes. It's astonishing that this exists and that they did it and that it had the path that it got. And again, I also thought at a certain point this would become exhausting. I honestly thought on rewatch, because my first time I watched it in a theater and it was such a laugh riot that I went, oh wow, that experience won't be replicated. I bet you at home it's going to be exhausting and it's going to collapse on itself. And I went, nope, it's incredible. So number 2 for me.
So my number 2 is Challengers, directed by Luca
Guadagnino.
Shit. Oh yeah. Now this,
I did not expect it to be this high. I'll be honest.
I know. I honestly mean neither
Look
did
at us.
I.
Look at us syncing up. Sometimes we sync up like this and we don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I
could have just asked you the whole time, but
yeah. It's always fun to keep it a surprise. It's also fun when we like land on the same number every once in a while or close to it.
Yeah.
We actually really didn't do that this year, but anyway.
Not as much this year, the previous years though.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that this movie is fantastic. Specifically, it's just these powerhouse performances by Zendaya, Mike Faist, and Josh O'Connor. Just speaking aside from the amazing direction from Luca, Zendaya, I agree with you. I never really latched on to her. I think that, you know, I thought she was fine. I just didn't really have a moment or a performance that I could really be like, this is the defining one for her. This is what's going to make me think she's a star. And I have to say, this is the one. She's so powerful in this and so good at being manipulative and controlling, but also has this this strength to her that you really respect. Like you don't necessarily look at her as like a completely mean person in this. Like you understand her motivations, and you also kind of it's fun for her to play with the guys, because as much as lovable and likable as they are in the sense of just how entertaining they are very much like they have these douchey qualities to them, specifically Josh O'Connor playing Patrick. His character is just completely insatiable for life and for people, but he is kind of like still a piece of shit. And it's really interesting to watch him manipulate people and kind of the way he does it is just kind of force himself into their space. And he does that whether it be a physical scene with Mike, as in like when Mike is about to, or Art, who Mike plays, is about to sit down, he like just takes his foot and, you know, brings the chair ever so closer to him so that he can just have a more intimate moment with him.
Yeah, that insert shot is so good.
Yeah, and also have a level of control. I think like it's supposed to be intimate, that what Patrick is doing, and he wants to make connections, but he also knows that if you get this close to somebody, if you get rid of their personal space, you're going to be able to get something a little more out of them. Probably they're going to.
You might be able to grab their churro from their hand and then force feed it to them.
Yeah, exactly. and I do think that Mike Faced playing Art has such a good balance of playing the more submissive, kind character, but I do like that he's still not, you know, he's not a weak character by any means. He's still just as strong as Patrick in the sense that he's able to hold his own and has his own kind of way of going about courting Zendaya's character.
Well, he's the one who's like willing to be molded by her and like her drive, which they both like agree is like stronger than their drive. She's making them better, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And that comes into play with the whole, you know, very Luca thing of what is the difference between, you know, like sex and this kind of competition. And I gotta say, he makes a very compelling argument that there is no difference. It's all sex. It's all fucking. It's all flirting. I think it's amazing the way that he portrays this. You are watching a very toxic love triangle, but at the same time, you don't want to look away, and you kind of understand, at least from like a human perspective, this kind of like all's fair in love and war kind of thing. And I don't know, I just got swept up in it. And I think, I mean, the soundtrack is propulsive. It's unbelievable to use those club beats, but not just in the tennis sequences, which are great, almost anime levels of craziness. But doing it in the dialogue where people are like having these subtle conversations about their relationships, and then all of a sudden that club beat hits, and you're like, oh, is this a lot more tense than I actually was anticipating? Is there more to what they're saying on their surface level words here? So yeah, I think it's tremendous, and I can't wait to rewatch it. And I have a feeling this could get the 5 one day. So yeah, just great stuff.
Yeah, it helps when a movie ends the way like that movie ends. It just ends on that high where you just got totally swept up in the dance and the way that they have all manipulated each other into this perfect harmonious thing. And that, yeah, I've rewatched the ending so many times specifically because it's just like the bro hug happens, she lets out her primal yell, and you're just like, ugh. Yeah, it's the movie that's the kind of feeling a movie leaves you where you go, yeah, okay, I'm vibing it.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, that sweet release. Yeah, it's great.
But yeah, moving on to the moment of truth, the number ones for both of us. The number one for me is The Beast, directed by Bertrand Bonello. I mentioned this one on last year's list since I had saw it at TIFF in September 23, and it has since held as my number one movie the entire time since then, and finally come out for everyone else to watch. And yeah, I think it was like April sometime last year. And I think since then I have watched this movie like 4 times. I have shown it to so many different people, and every time I'm just completely awestruck by what Bonello managed to pull off with this movie, which was essentially taking the tragic romantic fatalism of the 1903 Henry James novella called The Beast in the Jungle, about a man who lives in this very anxious state over an impending catastrophic event he metaphorically refers to as the Beast, and is convinced is coming. And as a result of it, proceeds to very deliberately isolate himself and get incredibly lonely and essentially doom himself, realizing way too late in his life that the Beast is like not coming. And he has instead basically wasted his entire life and any potential love or relationships he might have been able to have. And what I think is so insane about this movie is that what I just described is not all that similar to what Jamie described to you earlier when he was describing the plot. Like, he has so morphed this melodramatic material of Henry James into something so much weirder, so much aggressively experimental and kind of postmodern. It's essentially this like art house science fiction horror film that is also a cosmic melodrama. And I've liked Bonello for quite some time because he feels like one of the great like modern modernist filmmakers who really does occupy a space between I'm a snooty French art house, aesthete, and but also someone who has taste in genre movies and is someone who is willing to be unsettling and someone who likes a lot of the films that we like. The first movie I ever saw of his was Nocturama, which was this like wordless procedural like European crime or like resistance thriller about these like radical anti-capitalist like teenagers who are plotting a Paris bombing. And then about midway through the film, they hide out after the blast in like a mall, where it essentially becomes this like dreamlike and experimental version of like George Romero's Dawn of the Dead. But the zombie invasion is like the French cops breaking in to murder them. And like that's the kind of twist that he likes to do, where he takes like old genre things, he takes like modern sort of like film festival aesthetics, and he is like, I'm going to create something entirely new out of this. And that is where the ambition of The Beast, which for me, similarly to how Challengers was Luca's best film, I think The Beast is Bonello's best film, and it really does take the level of sort of genre art movie imagination and structural ingenuity a step even further, organizing this non-linear, overlapping and connecting like past lives melodrama that I mentioned in my original review. Kind of makes you think about something like Cloud Atlas, but just on this like very lo-fi artificial kind of like wavelength, where it's doing this like 3-in-1 genre movie concept, where Léa Seydoux, as Jamie had already mentioned, is playing this anxious and romantic worker drone named Gabrielle in a 2044 like sci-fi AI dystopia, where she's going through a series of invasive treatments that's going to purify her DNA to erase any strong and residual memories of emotions of past lives, because as the AI kind of sees it, we were plagued by all of these like man-made sociological and ecological disasters, and it was due to our extreme irrational feelings. So the goal is we're going to eradicate those things, which is a very meta idea, because if Henry James didn't have extreme feelings, then he wouldn't have wrote the books that he wrote. And so that's part of the concept of the movie. But in order to rid herself of those feelings, as Jamie mentioned, she needs to experience her past life memories almost like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind style. I was rewatching it with my fiance, and she was like, this is like if David Lynch did Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I was like, there's your review, you got it, give it a go. But the concept really does give Bonello the opportunity to time travel and to do his own version of the various genre pastiches he's been wanting to do. He gets to do this lavishly recreated 1910 Parisian costume drama romance, where Léa Seydoux is the gender flipped version of the James protagonist, who is haunted by the Beast and first meets the love of her many lives in George Mackay's charming British aristocrat, who I do think it's important, like you mentioned, that he's very suave and romantic, and there is that old-fashioned romantic storytelling that gets you to buy into this relationship that they have before it is snuffed out by the 19 Paris flood in a pretty fantastic sequence I won't spoil. But when they are reborn again into this like Lynchian 2014 LA, that's when I knew I loved this movie, because Léa playing like this actress in this confusing haze of like green screens and plastic surgery ads and nightclubs, and George Mackay having to play this like Elliot Rodger style incel murderer, stalking her and recording these like horrifying and comically pathetic like manifesto YouTube videos on his phone, which is definitely the section where Bonello, it gives him the most excuse to do his own like techno horror stuff. He does like his version of a home invasion sequence where he's essentially making this very modern form of male loneliness, which Henry James was a self-imposed celibate, so I was curious if that was something he was playfully doing. And he ties it to the formal vocabulary of thrillers and slashers. It's like Bonello getting to do like De Palma stuff, he's stalking her, he's coming into her high-tech modern LA home, he's going to commit violence against her. There's a tension to all of that. And also, she should find him repulsive, because he, as a character, definitely the things he's saying, he's talking about his day of reckoning against, I deserve women, all women, and but the residual affection she has for the previous life is still there, and it's kind of gravitationally pulling them towards each other. And the way that he just connects those timelines and those feelings, and the way that he gets these feelings of these doomed lovers through the editing patterns and through the recurring images and the repetitions, and eventually building to this AI dystopia timeline for like one last failed attempt at kind of realizing all their repressed passions that they keep, putting together. And yeah, again, the way that he just builds it through such surreal and supernatural recurring motifs, whether it's the clairvoyant premonitions or the split screens or the sense of deja vu, the digital glitching effects. One of the first Kiss images they have does this digital glitch that I just find is so beautiful. And also, speaking of Lynch, the use of Evergreen by Roy Orbison, which is an obvious nod to Blue Velvet, despite the fact that Evergreen was a Roy Orbison song Lynch I don't think ever got to use. So he was like, how do I find my own? Can I get the David Lynch vibe on order, but I'm going to just use one he never got to use. And that's exactly what he does. But ultimately, anyway, he builds to an ending, which I won't spoil either. But it is just an incredible conclusion to this surreal, supernatural, lo-fi, genre-bending, time-bending story that he's telling, and it does go to this place that I was not expecting of it, because I should have, because it's Henry James. It should end in an incredibly tragic and depressing place, but it was still one of those things where I was like, the specifics of it kind of snuck up on me, and the way that he does it in such a unsettling Lynchian fashion was also pretty upsetting. And so yeah, if you've ever wanted to see a 1900s Henry James melodrama turned into a cosmic sci-fi horror film, and complete with strange tonal jumps and waking dream world style choices, and in a way that's funny and scary and dread-inducing and very romantic and tragic, this is literally the only film out there that's ever tried to do something like this, I think. And that's why for me it was the best genre movie of 2024.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's very, very good. My number one is Nora, directed by Sean Baker, starring Mikey Madison.
I was trying to put the pieces together. I was like, what am I missing? I did not realize you hadn't said Nora yet, so there we go.
Yeah, I absolutely love this thing. You have this kind of hangout, very exciting party film for a good 30 to 45 minutes, honestly. And then we've already talked about it, but that living room sequence where the gangsters start to come in and everything kind of changes into more of a satirical crime thriller. It's just fantastic. And I feel like that scene in particular, the living room scene, is almost its own like short film itself. I could watch that sequence over and over and over and over again. And I remember thinking to myself when I was showing my brothers this movie a few weeks ago, I think, that I was like, is this gonna continue? Like, is this actually gonna keep up this kind of energy throughout the entire movie? Because that sequence is, I think, the big statement when it comes to the film itself, at least from a technical perspective. I just think it's so consistently funny. The pile up of every single gangster getting there like almost one at a time and reestablishing the scene, kind of making whatever was funny 5 minutes prior funny again, just because someone is kind of witnessing it for the first time, and then they have to explain what's been going on, all these misunderstandings. That I absolutely loved it. And for me, the film, by the end of it, I think is why this was able to get to the point that it is for me, just because it turns into a very very real and sad character study. I think Mikey Madison is so good as Annie in this, and she's puts up such a great and powerful, and in a way, front the entire time. And then we get to this ending sequence, or this ending scene, that I think just it hit me like it's just so hard in the theater when I saw it for the first time. Yeah, I'm the reason I'm being vague, because I'm trying not to like get into spoilers here or anything like that, because I do think that subversive moment is essential to the film and understanding it. It's just that I also think that moment is so necessary to not happen until you least suspect it, for it to be so impactful. Much like Annie is kind of feeling it herself. So
you don't want to spoil the details for them, but yeah, it is hard to talk about the emotional power of the movie without the structure of maintaining such like energy, and then just
yeah,
you know, like that's kind of the structure of the movie in a way, and it's a very Sean Baker thing.
Yeah. No, I think it's fantastic. Number one.
Well, that was our top 15 genre movies, top 50, top 100. I don't know how many movies we named. Someone count it up. Someone make that list. I'm not making it.
Nope.
Someone put them all together. Put them all in one spot. How many films did we talk about? How many films did you learn about? How many films did we miss? Actually, don't tell me that one. I don't want to hear about that.
Yeah.
But you know, God, how did we do? Okay, what's the time frame here? I think we did okay. I think we did like pretty similar to last year.
Yeah. Oh,
we didn't add an hour on. As far as I'm concerned, success. We sound dead. We sound tired. It's just the nature of this. Podcasters at work, you know the drill. But yeah, that was our favorite genre movies of 2024. I'm excited to start kicking things off with January Trash 2025. Let's go, baby. Den of Thieves 2.
So stoked. Wolfman.
Fuck this Oscar-nominated bullshit.
Agreed. Let's go see Wolfman. Fucking A.
What's Big Nick up to? What's he doing over in Europe? I want to know. But yeah, thanks so much for spending another year with us. It's been a wonderful 6 complete years. We're into the 7th year now so far. We appreciate that you guys are all still here, still listening with us. We appreciate all the new listeners. Go check out the Patreon. We are going to be doing more bonus transmissions talking about 2025 movies. And in 1 week's time, we are going to be back over on the Patreon feed exclusively, whereas Jamie just alluded to, we're going to be going Wolfman mode in conjunction with the release of Lee Winnell's modern remake of the original Universal Monsters Wolfman films. We're going to be talking about that original Wolfman, Lon Chaney Jr., and then we are going to be pairing it with Sonny Chiba, not as Wolfman. Hear me out. Wolf Guy.
I love that Wolf Guy.
That's right. We're talking Wolf Guy. So, and you know, it's not a pairing a lot of people you know would come up with. You could do Wolfman, you could do Wolfman hangs out with Abbott and Costello. There's options. We're talking Wolf Guy, and I'm very excited to inflict Wolf Guy on Jamie because it's been a number of years since I've seen it, and I remember it being one of the hardest movies to like describe what actually happened in the movie after watching it. Yeah. Which will be great after 70 minutes of a classic monster movie. So that's what we're going to be doing next week over on the Patreon, and then in 2 weeks' time we're going to be back over on the main feed, where I actually don't have the official titles locked in yet. We're still deciding with the guest, but they should be decided probably for next week's episode, where you guys will be able to hear and watch along. But
beautiful.
Yeah, thanks so much for listening to the show. Happy New Year to everyone, and keep it sleazy.
Yeah, keep it sleazy, everybody.